following is a chapter reading by the Worm Audiobook Project. Please support the original author at parahumans.wordpress.com. Thank you and enjoy.
The empty vault loomed before us, dark and fetid. "It's that bad?" I asked. "Do we need to contact the PRT and Protectorate? Get the heroes on board?" "No," Dana said, quiet. "Not immediately." The others looked at her. I couldn't see her, but I had a pretty distinct mental picture. A pre-adolescent girl, thin, with straight brown hair. Cursory inspection with my swarm suggested her hair was tied into a braid, but many strands were coming loose. Unless a lot had changed since I'd last seen her, Dinah would be pale. My mental picture of her was of a girl that was almost ghostly. It said something that she was still able to command our attention with a few quiet words. 1.7% chance she does any serious damage before dawn. We have time. "Thank you," I said. "Useful to know," Tattletale said. "But this is bad enough that we may have to go running to the heroes, eat crow, and ask for their assistance. Get it sooner than later." Regent had followed Gru, Dana, and I down the stairs. He peered into the darkness, then said, "I don't think we'll have much pull with the white hats. Among other things, we've conquered the city, gave their heroes a series of spankings, gave the world-renowned Tinker a very expensive spanking, kidnapped one of their directors, and if I just heard you right, you just offed the replacement director?" He stepped back, moved his mask and whistled. I had to step back to see Rachel on her way from the entrance, her dogs following behind. I couldn't help but cough at the rancid smell from the vault, which made me cough more. "Hospital," Gru said, for the umpteenth time. "Soon," I said. "The heroes don't know we offed Calvert," Tattletale said. "Yet," Regent added. "My question stands. Do we need to contact them?" I said. "Maybe. I don't know." Tattletale shook her head a little. "What do you know?" I asked. "Because as far as the rest of us are aware, there's a teenage girl that's capable of tearing through 2 vault doors like they're nothing. And she's free. And she's pissed at us. Quite possibly at me, depending on how much she heard." "Coyle sent the travelers to me for help. She had some physical changes," Tattletale said. She traced one of the creases in the crumpled vault door with her gloved fingers. "They wanted to get a better idea of what was going on, so they could maybe change her back. And when I asked about her before, you brushed me off." "Don't like admitting I don't know something," she said. "And I don't know the full story. They were working on the assumption that she's turning into an Endbringer." That gave us all a moment's pause. Rachel had just descended from the walkway, in time to catch the last part. She grabbed Bastard's chain to keep him from venturing into the vault, but her attention was on Tattletale. "Seriously?" Regent asked. "No. Well, it's what they're thinking. It's not what I think." "Elaborate," Gru said. "When I saw Leviathan, I got the distinct impression that the Endbringers aren't human and never were. Noelle? She's human. So I've got 2 running theories. Theory 1 is that she is turning into an Endbringer, with her body serving as the host to a growth that's eventually going to shed off the Noelle bits and go full monster." "And Theory 2? Gru asked. "Someone's doing their level best to make their own Endbringer." "Who?" I asked. Tattletale shrugged. "No clue. Could be any of the major players. To figure out which one, I'm going to need time with the database on capes we downloaded from the PRT. Even then, I'm not sure it covers the high clearance stuff we need." "Off the top of your head?" I asked. "Who could it be? The Protectorate might have been aiming to make an Endbringer with the idea that it could fight the other Endbringers, only for things to go sour. There's the group that made people like Gregor the Snail and Neuter." Tattletale looked at me. You remember that paperwork we found when we infiltrated the merchant's party? Cauldron. Yes. There's also any number of megalomaniac tinkerers out there who might have tried something. Bonesaw, Rattenfanger, James Towner, Blasto, Mosaic, Monstrum, some non-tinkers like Chrysalis and Nilbog, bunch of others. Too many, Gru said. But their powers don't fit the scenario that well. So it would have to be some alliance between two of them, or one would need to get a hold of the tools and blueprints from one of the others and reverse engineer it. Or one had the second trigger event and their powers expanded. A lot of ors, Gru said. Too many possibilities, Tattletale said. We could be on the complete wrong track, where I'm overthinking it, or I'm overlooking the most obvious possibility. That she's unlucky. What if we ask the kid? Regent asked. He turned his attention to Dinah. Only if she's up to it, I said. Head hurts. Still fixing things. Putting all the worlds in the right places, Dinah said. She was clutching my wrist as though I were a life preserver, and she was going to drown if she let go. But she stared at the ground as she spoke. But I'll help now. I fear I won't be useful for much longer. I fear? Who talked like that? Why not? Regent asked. I'll get sick without the candy. Soon. Withdrawal, Gru said. Dinah nodded. Fuck, I said. We need to get her to a hospital so they can see her through it. I can see it, she said. Her voice was smaller. There wasn't any inflection when she spoke. The only indication that she had any emotion at all was the changing volume of her voice. More volume as she got more confident, less as she drew into herself. I see myself getting sick, and it's so clear a picture, so many pictures, it's almost as bad as being sick right here and right now. There's ways they can help you through it, I said. I looked it up. The hospital can put you under, so you're not awake for the worst of it. She squeezed my wrist a little tighter. It's okay. I can see the chances and I know I'll be okay. So long as it's just once. Ask me questions. Tattletale glanced at me. Go ahead, I told her. Chance she's turning into an Endbringer? Tattletale asked. Those aren't the kind of odds I can give, Dinah said. It has to be something I can picture. Scenes. I thought so. And that'd mean I can't really use it to pin down who's behind Noelle's situation. Dinah shook her head. Chance of trouble in the next 24 hours, I asked. Violence. She attacks us, she attacks other people. 99.346301%, Dinah said. What happens in that not even 1% chance? Regent asked. I can't go looking. I have to ask, and figure it out from there. Which hurts if I do it too much. Or someone else asks, which makes it hurt less. Because I can focus on the numbers, and just the numbers. Okay, Tattletale said. Chance she runs. 23.311%. That doesn't add up, Regent said, unless I'm way worse at math than I thought. She does some damage and then flees, Gru suggested. Tattletale nodded for confirmation. Chance someone stops her, Tattletale asked. Defeats her. Kills her. Dinah shook her head. You don't know? I can't see it. Okay, Tattletale said. That means we probably can't stop her with sheer firepower. Didn't see it. Okay. Thank you, by the way, Tattletale said. Appreciate it. You're quite welcome, Dinah said, dropping her eyes to the ground. Quite welcome. Dinah kept phrasing things in a funny manner, an old-fashioned or proper way. It wasn't quite like how Coyle spoke, but there were similarities. Was it a side effect of spending way too much time around Coyle? I didn't like the idea of that. That either Coyle had molded her, or that she'd spent enough time in a pliable mental state that she had adopted his speaking patterns. "The situation is bad," Tattletale said. "We can't take her on, but we don't know enough about her to plan against her. I was going to reposition everyone so our territories covered the entire city, under the assumption that the travelers were leaving. Now I'm suspicious they'll be staying, which complicates matters, and I don't want us spread too thin either." "We could get a hold of Ballistic," Gru said. "Get his version of events." "He went back to his territory. I'll make the calls, and see if we can bring him on board," Tattletale said. "I have 2 squads of soldiers that I'm keeping on retainer. They'll serve as my hands for right now, while I try and get myself sorted out here. Establish this as my new headquarters. If you guys want to go to hospital, maybe see about getting Skitter and Dinah looked after. I'll handle things on this end. We regroup at least an hour before dawn, and we plan with whatever new information we have." "No sleep tonight?" Regent asked. "No sleep," Gru confirmed. I turned to Tattletale. "We don't have access to all of Coil's resources now, or Calvert's for that matter. Can you find us a doctor who we can trust?" "Someone you can trust? No, but I can find someone not altogether untrustworthy." We were just finishing sorting out who was going where, when Tattletale called us with a name and an address. The group heading to the hospital consisted of me, Gru, Rachel, and Dinah. I had the smoke inhalation and breathing problems, as well as the pain in my chest and my eyes to look after. Gru and Rachel had been shot. As for Dinah, we needed to make sure there weren't any severe problems before we sent her home. Regent headed back to his place with Imp for backup. Dinah, Rachel, and I settled in the back of one of Coil's trucks with Bastard and Bentley. Gru took the wheel. I focused on canvassing the area with my swarm as Gru drove. Dinah had assured us that things were safe for the rest of the night, but I couldn't ignore the existence of dangerous pseudo-Endbringer with a very good reason to want to hurt me. "You're quiet," Rachel said. I turned my attention to her, then realized she was talking to Dinah. I considered saying something, but you would get upset, Dinah said, again with the low volume. "Huh?" Rachel said. "Why?" Dinah paused for long seconds. I wondered if she was trying to work something out with her power. "I was going to ask if I could pet your puppy, but it's not my place. He's not mine." "He's not a dog. He's a wolf. He doesn't react like a dog will, and I'm trying to train him before he's old enough that he won't listen. And I don't need people mucking that up." "Okay," Dinah said. There was no fight there, no resistance, total compliance. Rachel put one boot against the edge of the bench across from her, a foot to the right of Dinah. As far as I knew, Rachel didn't take her eyes off the girl. "Rachel," I said, "just curious, but you're hoping to eventually adopt your dogs out, right? To good owners. So?" "Just saying, but as much as the owners need to adapt to the dog and understand the dog, the opposite is true." I couldn't read Rachel's expression. "The dog has to adapt to the owner?" she asked. "Right. And that means the dogs need a chance to get used to people. Dogs and humans have a partnership, right? So they need to meet halfway in that understanding. Mutual understanding." Okay. Enough time passed that I wasn't sure if she'd picked up on my meaning. "You want to pet Bentley?" Rachel offered. "Very much," Dinah replied. "Bentley, go. Up." Bentley hopped up between Dinah and I on the bench. "Relax." The bulldog turned around once, then flopped down on the bench so his head was pressed against my hip. "Give him a sniff of your hand before you touch him," Rachel said. "Bentley's a good boy, but it's a good habit to get into with dogs. You don't want to surprise him and get bitten." I kept still, while Dinah took Rachel's suggestion and extended a hand. Without standing, he twisted himself around until his oversized head was in Dinah's lap. Months since she'd seen a dog, let alone touched one. How would that affect her in the long run? I hoped she wouldn't be in therapy for the rest of her life. I turned my attention to scanning the area, while Bentley revelled in the attention and affection. It was another 5 minutes before Gru stopped the van, and we had a chance to get out. Chance of trouble? I asked. 15.33%, Dinah answered. Can you tell me who causes the trouble? I only know we'll be in there, so I have to look at each of us one by one and then see the number. Okay. When there's trouble, she said, it's you. 80% of the time. Me? I asked. She nodded. Okay, I said. I'll try and be good. With Dr. Q, the man Coyle had always referred us to, it had been one-man operation solo. He'd known his stuff, but he'd been Coyle's man, and we couldn't trust him until things had time to settle down. This doctor's office had a staff, and they didn't even react as we entered. What do you need? A woman asked. She had a musical voice that was almost irritatingly sweet, condescending, like a kindergarten teacher, or a character in a show for very young kids. Not to the point that I saw myself causing any trouble, but... yeah. 3 of us took gunshots, but they didn't penetrate. Costumes stop the hits, but I want to be sure there isn't lasting damage, Gru said. The little girl needs a full checkup and maybe a brief stay, while she suffers withdrawal from some unspecified drugs or drug cocktails. And we've got a case of smoke inhalation coupled with severe chest pain. Understood. Your bill has been paid in advance. My mother and I will be looking after you, the woman chirped. Please come this way. We followed. The place was like any old doctor's office, but I noted statues and innumerable picture frames, and the floor was tiled. Going by my swarm sense alone, I got the impression the place was upscale, and it was empty. You don't seem bothered by having supervillains coming through. We've dealt with supervillains before, she said, and the way she said it suggested she didn't plan on elaborating. You'll need to remove your costumes and masks. You can each have a separate room to disrobe, and we'll be seeing each of you in turn. Rest assured, your privacy and safety is our top concern. I could feel Dinah's death grip on my arm. I bent down and murmured, Do you want a separate room? She shook her head. I straightened and told the woman, We'll share a room. Neither of you are bashful? I'm blind, I said. And no, I guess I'm not bashful. Blind? Gru said, his head snapping around as he looked at me. Rachel did as well. Tattletale didn't mention it. No, and you didn't either. I'm functioning. I probably won't when I can't use my power, but yeah. Is everything all right? The young woman asked. It's fine, Gru said, heading into one of the rooms. He stopped in the doorway, turned to me. We'll talk later. I bobbed my head in a nod, then led Dinah into an empty room. As far as I could tell, everything was as one might expect for a doctor's office, down to the jar of tongue depressors and a bowl of lollipops. How's your head? I asked. Headaches? Getting worse, but I'll get sick tonight, before the headaches get too bad. Then it won't really matter. Oh. Do you have any more questions? Some, but I don't want to burden you or make you feel like I'm using you. Go ahead. The end of the world. Did Coyle ask about it? Did he get more details on what happens? He would ask how the number changed, some mornings when he asked the usual questions, before Crawler came and I couldn't use my power for a while. He wanted to figure out what happened, but the only way to do that was to make guesses and see the numbers with my power. Every day he'd ask the same sorts of questions, about whether one thing was safe or whether another was safe, and the chance of success for this plan or that. There weren't many questions left for the day after he was done asking all those questions, so it was slow. I worked to take off my armor, unstrapping the armor to uncover the zip. It wasn't easy, with the pain in my chest, and when it hit me, I'd have to suppress coughs to continue to listen to Dinah. I guess he figured he'd be around long enough to figure it out. Dinah didn't respond. What's the chance the world ends, Dinah? that these billions die because of something Jack Slash does. Has the number changed? It's changed. 97.79073%. 97.8? It's higher. What did you and Coyle figure out in terms of 20 questions? People are spread out. I know you're there. You're different, but you're there. And the others? Sometimes there. Can you give me more details? How am I different? Which of the others are there? I don't know. There's too many capes, and too many capes with powers that make it fuzzy, because some powers make it harder, and a bunch of those powers together make it impossible. I don't know what happens to start all of it, and I don't know how much of what happens during, but billions are dead afterward. Damn. Okay, you said we're spread out. Yes. 5 big groups. Lots and lots of capes, from all around the world, and armies. Coyle asked a lot about that. He wanted to know about his chances for survival, or the total number of casualties, if he focused on one area over another. He wasn't interested in stopping it. He asked about that at first, but nothing changed the numbers enough. He said it was better to accept that it's going to happen and do what he could to minimize the damage. 5 major groups, I said. You don't know why? She shook her head. Do you know if it's like a natural disaster, sort of mass death, or death by violence, or... I trailed off. Dinah was already shaking her head. All right, I said. I finished pulling my costume off, grunting at the pain in my chest, and then sat on the bed in my bike shorts and tank top. Dinah sat beside me. She looked up at me, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice. You're burned. Yeah, just a bit. Is it bad? Not bad, but it looks painful. My chest hurts more, I said. Then, as if I were reminded of it, I coughed, hoarse. We sat. I could sense the doctor talking to Rachel, and heard Rachel's raised voice with the bugs I placed on her. I didn't envy the doctor for having to deal with her as a patient. Theoretically speaking, I said, just in the interest of problem-solving, or figuring out what's going to work or not, would the chance of this happening change if I just drove around America and killed everyone in my power's reach? Not really, Dinah said. Damn, I replied. If she said yes, I could have narrowed it down to maybe the eastern United States or the west. Then cut it in half again with north versus south, or narrowed it down to certain states. Home in on the person or people that are the problem. Centered around, dealt with them one way or another. Except that wouldn't work. Would you? What? Kill all those people, if you had to. No, I assured her. I'm not that kind of villain. You killed Coyle, didn't you? I saw. 32% chance it was you who did it. 5% chance you couldn't and asked someone else to. 60% chance you were dead. I killed him, I admitted. But that was a special case. Okay, she said. What I wouldn't have given to be able to read her expression. Does that bother you? I asked. She shook her head, but she said, It did at first, when I first saw that possibility. But I had a lot of time to wait, and eventually the idea of being rescued mattered more than his life did. That's pretty grim, I said. I didn't get a chance to say more. The female doctor was leaving Rachel's room, and Rachel was storming out. Both Dinah and I turned toward the door before the doctor even touched the handle. The woman entered and hesitated a fraction when she saw us staring. Her voice was just as cheery as her daughter's. Hello, I'm Dr. Breimer. Hello, I said. Have any trouble with my teammate? She was uncooperative. I suppose we'll have to refund the amount that was already paid for her care. I hope that's all right. Everything indicated she was fine health-wise. So long as she was fine. She perked up a little after that. Well then, who's first? Her, Dinah said, before I had a chance to speak. The overall checkup went much as I'd expected. I was diagnosed with a fractured rib. The smoke inhalation was apparently something that should have been treated earlier, but I wasn't showing any lingering signs of mental or personality changes, and I wasn't dizzy, so she let me off with instructions to breathe deep. I got a cream for my burn and 3 bottles of eye drops for my eyes. Once every 2 hours, she said. As for you, little miss, you seem undernourished. I haven't had much of an appetite for a while. Infection? Involuntary incarceration, I said. Ah, well, the woman's voice jumped up a notch in the cheeriness scale. None of my business. It wasn't me, I said. We weren't keeping her prisoner. Of course, I wouldn't act any differently if you had been. Really? I asked. Dinah grabbed my hand. I forced myself to shut up. Well, what drugs were you taking, sweetie? I don't know. Can you describe what you felt like when you took them? Felt good, calm, relaxed, very sleepy, thinking through a thick soup. The woman was scribbling with a pen. She shook it to banish the fly that had landed on the end. And now? You're a little flushed. Was Dinah showing symptoms that I couldn't see? I'm hot, and my legs ache. I'm sweating, but that might be because I'm hot. That's all for now. Later, I'll be throwing up and crying. I'll be very tired, but I won't be able to sleep. You've been through this before? No, not much past this. This will be the first time, hopefully the last. I see. The time of your last dose? I don't know. I couldn't see a clock, but things start getting bad in 1.5 hours. Dinah said. They get to the very worst in 1 day. Can you put her in a coma? I asked. I read about it. No, I wouldn't feel confident in doing that without knowing the substances in her system. Then do a blood screen first, I said. It's of a question of money. No. Dinah was the one who spoke. Has to be the hard way. Why? I asked. Because there's a 70.159% chance that I relapse if I don't. The cravings get too bad, and I can see more cravings in the future, and if it gets to be too much and I go looking for some, eventually... There was a hint of hysteria in her voice. I sighed. Okay, no induced coma. 1 bad week, Dinah said. 6 days. Okay then, the doctor said, still chipper, strangely sounding pleased at the situation. I'll go prepare a room so you can have a place to rest. I'll grab some things to help quiet your tummy too. A moment later she was gone. I can stay with you, I said, at least tonight. You need to go and help the others with Noelle. I will, but first I'll see you through tonight, okay? She nodded. We sat in silence for a few long moments. The doctor stopped in to say something to Gru, and there was something about her voice, a higher pitch. Hey, Dinah, since I can't see, can you do me a favor and tell me if you see anything around here that says Med Hall? Med Hall? No, I don't think so. Why? These guys are too comfortable around supervillains, and this place is too expensive. Med Hall was a company that Kaiser ran, and he also ran the biggest gang of villains in town, before Leviathan came. I'm just wondering if this was the place the white supremacists went to when they needed medical care. Oh, I don't know. If it is, I'll have to have words with Tattletale, and I guess I can see why you saw me possibly causing trouble. If they say something to Gru, that'd probably do it. Dinah nodded. I sighed. A week to recuperate. 6 days. 8% chance I need another day of rest. Her voice seemed to touch tight. Maybe a little anxious. I wasn't sure I could blame her. I'm not leaving you in their care, okay? We'll spend enough time here for me to get the details on what to do and what to look out for, and then we'll find another place to rest up. Okay, she said, and her voice was far quieter than it had been since we rescued her. It caught me off guard, the quiet. I pegged the chances in volume as being tied to her confidence. But the way she dropped her voice, it suggested she was anxious about something she apparently wasn't sharing with me. mind if I run a few questions by you? I should save my strength. So, only a couple more? She was still quiet as she replied. I wasn't sure if Dinah was aware, but the bugs I placed on her shoulders sensed the movement, the way she drew her shoulders in. She was afraid? Was it the impending withdrawal? Okay, I said. Chance we come out of this okay. 64.2% chance. And chance the rest of the city does? Not as high. It depends how I ask the question. But if I do... No, I get it. If you could ballpark it. 18.2258%. Okay, there's going to be some catastrophic damage then. It's very likely. I sighed. I still had to figure out what we were doing about Noelle. There were roughly 8 hours before we had to address that issue. 5 or 6 hours before we really needed to act on the knowledge, calling in help, hiring assistants, or notifying heroes. This was a threat just one step below an Endbringer. Hopefully, Ballistic would brief us on her powers, and Tattletale could get us on target as far as her location or weak points. Tattletale might have been the ruler of Brockton Bay in a general sense, but I was still team leader of the Undersiders. I was blind. We had a pseudo-Endbringer to tackle, and the lives of everyone in the city potentially hinged on it. Just had to consider my options. 58.5, Dinah said, and there was a hint of emotion in her voice. What? What's that number? It's my chance of getting home. Why is it so low? She shrugged. Did that mean she didn't know, or she wasn't willing to use her power to find out? Then I sensed her lean slightly away from me, and I got an inkling why. Me. It was so seductive. When I thought about possible risk to my dad, to the people in my territory, to my teammates and friends, and even to me. To think about drawing on Dinah's assistance. With Dinah's help, we could avoid the worst-case scenarios, and maybe in some not-quite-conscious way, I was thinking about how to retain her help, one way or another. If she was sick after all, I could look after her while dealing with the situation. Just a week of keeping Dinah close, drawing on her abilities to help everyone, and to ensure her safety. With that in mind, and the way she'd clutched at me for security, I'd been assuming she'd stay with me for just a little while. She knew that. She saw the numbers changing. And just with that, there was a breach in trust. The savior wasn't quite what she'd expected. Dangerous, even? It explained why she was anxious. Dinah, listen, I said. I can guess what you're thinking. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to trick myself into believing it's right or better to keep you, that it serves the greater good or whatever, because that's a slippery, fast road to doing what Coyle was doing. She turned her head to look at me. We'll get you home as soon as possible, okay? Within 24 hours. And if there's more risk, if there's more danger to me, or to you, or anyone, we'll shoulder that, okay? I'll make sure we come out of this okay. You can go home. You deserve to go home. A full minute passed before she responded, with a murmured, "Thank you." They won't take me back. They will. I saw it, Dana whispered. Before I ever met Coyle, the fear in their eyes, when I said the numbers and I was right, they're scared of me. They were relieved when I got taken. They won't want me now that I'm free. They will want you. Just wait, I said. They'll welcome you with open arms, and there won't even be a hint of fear. I look weird. My hair's all dry and dull, and I haven't been eating that much. I always felt sleepy or edgy and was never hungry, even when my stomach was growling. And maybe I didn't eat some because it was my only way of fighting back. The only time I could choose something, even if it was bad for me. It doesn't matter. It does. There was a note of desperation in her voice. They'll see me, and I'll look different, and they'll think about all those moments when I left them feeling nervous, and how there's a bunch of stuff I haven't even mentioned because it's that bad. I'm not even human anymore. You're definitely human, Dinah. Then why do they call us parahumans? Doesn't the para part mean half? Paraplegic, only half your body works. Parahuman, half human. Not exactly. It means beside, which is how it's used with paraplegic or paragraph. It can also mean extra or beyond, like paranormal. We're next to human, or more than human, depending on how you look at it. I think it's pretty apt. Powers, in a lot of ways, make the best and worst parts of our humanity stand out. And that depends on the choices we make. Your parents can't judge you for stuff you didn't choose. How do you even know that? Which? The meaning of words. My mom taught English, I said. So I was always sort of introduced to that stuff. And after she passed away, I maybe started paying more attention to it because it's the sort of thing she would have done. A way of remembering her. Are you an orphan? My dad's alive. I don't have much contact with him as I should. Why not? It seems like every time I get closer to him, he gets hurt or put in danger, or I only get close because of the hurt. I don't know. You should get back in touch with him. Parents are important. I know. My parents won't take me back, she said. She made a croaking noise and I touched the bucket she was holding to ensure it was in position. Held her braids so it wouldn't get in the way as she tried to empty her stomach of contents that were no longer there. I sighed, waiting until the worst of it had abated. When it looked like she might tip forward and fall with the puke bucket into the space between the back seat and the front seats, I caught her shoulders and leaned her back carefully. How's the pain? I asked. It ends later. I know it ends, but how is it now? Hurts all over. Painkillers didn't do anything. Yeah, I said. They couldn't give her any narcotic. Not with the way the doctor was suspecting that Coyle had dosed Dinah with a mixture of opiates and tranquilizers to keep her artificially content and mellow. They're not going to take me. It was becoming a refrain. They will, I said. I know you can't use your power right now, but they will. And even if they do take me, it'll be weird because they can't ignore my power now. They pretended I didn't have one. Pretended I was an ordinary kid. Pretended the headaches didn't mean anything. Like they pretended the heart disease wasn't a thing. Heart disease? You? Dinah shook her head. Not me. She didn't elaborate. Related to her trigger event? Don't worry, I said. I might have gone on to try to reassure her, but I wasn't sure what to add. I didn't know her parents. They'll turn me away. I'll have to come stay with you, or Tattletale. And then it's like it was with Coyle. Not as bad. No drugs. No being locked up. But I'll know I can never go home. She was shaking, I realized. Trembling. Dinah, listen. That's the drugs talking, okay? That's all it is. As relaxed as I made you before, they're making you rattled now, while you're in withdrawal. She made an incoherent noise in response. I leaned towards the front seat. Do you have a brush? The driver supplied by the doctor's office responded with only one word. Comb. Comb will do. He opened the glove compartment and reached back to hand me a small comb, not even as long as my hand. Here, I said. Let's get you more presentable, so there's one less thing to worry about. I pulled off the elastic that held her messy braid together and began combing it straight. There wasn't much time left, and still so much I should be saying, doing, or asking. Do we come out of this okay? We'll come out of this okay. Can we stay in touch? I'm sorry I played any part in this happening to you. Either I didn't have the courage, or I couldn't find the words. Dinah wasn't in much of a state to converse either. I settled for tidying her hair, braiding it from scratch, and putting the elastic band in place. Maybe it wasn't as nice as it would be without the braid, but this would be easier to manage while she was recovering. Not even a minute later, I was holding that braid back while she hung her head over the bucket, the both of us waiting to see if she would start heaving up mere teaspoons of bile, or if this latest spell of nausea would subside. I was avoiding putting bugs on her skin, but I was aware of how she was drenched in sweat, to the point that it was soaking through her clothes. She was feverish, too. My swarm could tell the difference in her temperature, even through her clothes and scalp. The car pulled to a stop. Dinah startled, as if shaken by the realization of what it meant. "Can you go on your own?" I asked. "Or maybe we could sit you down on the edge of the front lawn and beep to signal your parents." "Go," she said. "What?" "Go. I'll stay in the car. You see if—" She paused. I wasn't sure if it was because of the nausea or something else. If? If they want me. I thought about arguing, about reassuring her that they would. Then I reconsidered. I got out of the car and crossed the front lawn to the front of the house. I hit the doorbell, but neither I nor my bugs could hear a sound. No power, or it wasn't hooked up. I gripped the heavy iron knocker and rapped on the door. 2 stray fruit flies found the parents in a bedroom on the ground floor. They stirred, one sitting up, but they didn't approach. I knocked again. The dad got a cast iron pan for an improvised weapon. It was almost comical, cartoonish. Through my swarm, I could almost make out his words as he assured his wife, "Don't know." Whatever started or ended the sentence, I didn't catch it. I stepped back before he cracked the door open, pan held like a weapon out of sight. He saw me and slammed the door shut in the next instant. I pushed the door open before he could lock it, winced at the pain that caused with my fractured rib. He moved, as if to swing at me, then dropped his arm as he reconsidered in the face of the thick cloud of bugs that stirred around me. I wasn't sure how much he could see. There weren't any streetlights or lights on inside, but I would be backlit by moonlight. "I'm not here to cause trouble, Mr. Alcott," I said, "and I don't mean to scare you." "What do you want?" "I brought Dinah." He froze. "If that's all right," I said. Not turning away from me, he shouted, "Anna!" His wife exited the bedroom to stand in the doorway. Peering out of the hallway, she reacted as she saw me. "Extortion?" he asked. "We don't have anything. You can take anything we have here, but it's not much." "Not extortion. The man who took her died. I'm bringing her back." "Please," the mom said. "Where is she?" "Before I go get her," I said, "you should know. There's no sign he touched her. He didn't hurt her, not physically. He did everything he could to take care of her, in a utilitarian sense, but she was still a prisoner." Without working eyes, I couldn't see their expressions. Horror? Grim acceptance? "She was drugged, often and heavily. She's in the middle of recovery, and it isn't pretty. No narcotics, no painkillers, and no tranquilizers, maybe for the rest of her life." The mom made a subvocal noise. "She's an addict?" the dad asked. "Yes, and she's a touch malnourished, and above all, she's scared. I wouldn't have brought her yet, but I thought it was more important that I get her away from anyone who'd want to do what Coyle did, using her for her power. I wanted to get her home." "She has abilities then?" the dad asked. "Why else would Coyle take her and keep her?" "An ability, to be specific," I said. "Does it really matter?" The dad shook his head. "I'll go get her then." I walked out to the car and opened the door next to Dinah. "They don't want me." "They won't." "Come on," I said. I extended my hand. Maybe we should wait until I'm not sick anymore. If they see me like this, they may have second thoughts. They won't, and we agreed you should go home sooner than later. Come on. She put her hand in mine, and I could feel it shaking in the half-second before I got a firm grip. I supported her as she got out of the car, then walked her back towards the house. Mrs. Alcott made a noise somewhere between a moan and a cry as we approached the front door. I moved my bugs out of the way and let go of Dinah, the second her mother embraced her, right in the middle of the front lawn. The father was only a step behind, dropping to his knees to wrap his arms around them. A family, reunited. It was a rare thing, I was finding, that a family was both intact and functioning. Too many of the people I'd interacted with so far were separated from the families they should have by death, by pain, misunderstandings, or abuse. I turned to leave. "Thank you," the dad called out. I almost stopped. Then I kept walking towards the car. "Don't thank me," I said without looking back. I wasn't sure if I was loud enough for him to catch it. It didn't feel good, but it didn't feel bad either. I'd played a part in her being taken from her family. Maybe a small part, but a part. I'd done something to make up for that. The real sacrifice, the real atonement, would be dealing with what came next. Dealing with Noelle, and the end of the world without using or abusing Dinah's powers. I wasn't sure I felt good about that. I'd gotten this far by making the most out of every resource I had available, and by being smart about things. This was throwing away a resource, tying my own hands. The decision felt dumb, even as I knew it was the right thing to do. I climbed into the car, settling into the middle of the back seat. I swept my bugs over the area as a matter of habit. 2 folded pieces of paper were stuck in the flap behind the driver's seat, where they hadn't been before. I picked them up, tried to view them with both my regular eyes and my bugs, then settled for tucking them into my belt. Had to get someone to read them for me later. "Where to?" the driver asked. "Downtown. I'll tell you where to stop." The others were gathered outside Tattletale's new headquarters. The Undersiders were all there, Bastard and Bentley included. Ballistic was present as well, though I hesitated to call him a member of the group. There was also someone who I hadn't expected. Parian. My recruit, after a fashion. The doll girl was dressed in a crisp new frock, accompanied by a giant stuffed penguin fashioned from cloth. "You're late," Ballistic said. "Had to run an errand." "Sent the girl home?" Tattletale asked. "Yeah." "Good," she said. "Feel better?" "Some," I replied. I turned to Parian. "Didn't expect to see you here." Tattletale got in touch. I apparently missed a lot." "You're up for this?" "No, but I want to know what's going on, in case it affects my territory." "She's taking over my shelter and the surrounding area," Tattletale said. "Makes sense," I said. "Glad everything's getting sorted out," Gru said, "but we've got an hour and 40 minutes until dawn, and we really need to deal with the present situation." Tattletale said, "Let's talk as we walk then. We have one sighting of Noelle. She left 10 minutes ago, and I doubt we'll run into her. But if we could get info, something that'll let us track her, or we'll at least be in the right general area. Sorry, Skitter. We found Atlas, but he's stashed away halfway across the city. So transportation might be a little awkward." I only nodded. Parian took the penguin apart and created a longer, broader form, a dachshund in black and white. "This is so lame," Imp said. "How are you supposed to build a decent rep if you're caught riding a wiener dog?" "It's the only thing long enough," Parian said. "Snake? Too much to wear." "If you don't like it," Gru said, "you can walk. It's functional." "You've fallen so far, man," Regent murmured, wry. You used to care about these things. Because they kept us alive. Kept our enemies off our backs. I don't care too much about anyone dumb enough to ignore the fact that we own this city, but care about how we travel. I could ride Bentley, Imp suggested. Regent commented, You're calling him by his real name now? Didn't you call him Slobberjaws just a little while ago? Rachel was looking at Imp, glaring. You're not riding him. You really care? Imp asked. Not about the name, Rachel said. About respect. Imp groaned audibly, and Regent laughed. My bugs helped me catch the mutter exchange between the pair. Why? Imp asked, in her most wounded voice. Payback, Regent replied. Rachel was looking at me, the offer unspoken. I accepted it, reaching up to take Rachel's hand and using her help to climb onto Bentley's back, settling in behind her. We walked briskly along the cloth dachshund that bore the burden of the rest of the group. Gru, Tattletale, Regent, Parian, and Ballistic. Everyone's kosher with me taking the seat of power? Tattletale asked. This isn't me being manipulative, like Coil, but I do consider us partners. I want us working side by side, even if our roles are different. Partner? You're in charge, aren't you? Ballistic asked. I'm headquarters, ops, management. Skitter's our real leader, our field commander. If it comes down to it, she can call the shots. I'll back her up. If she's up for it, Gru said. She's blind and neglected to mention it before the events earlier tonight. It doesn't matter that much. I don't need my eyes when I can use my power, I said. I'll have to take your word for it. What are we up against? I asked, aiming to change the subject. Ballistic, can you fill us in? It's why I'm here. Consider Noelle a triple threat, he said. She's strong, she's got nothing to hold her back, now, and she's smart. She was your team leader, right? I asked. She was the leader before all of this started, yeah. You have to understand, she's a natural tactician, and tacticians come in two varieties. There's the strategists, that think things through, innovate, and analyze. Then there's the ones that go by instinct. Noelle's the latter. Not to say she isn't good if given a chance to plan, but she can get a sense of the current dynamic on an intuitive level, play things by ear while making spur-of-the-moment calls. Those calls turn out to be the right ones, not because she's lucky, but because she grasps the situation so quickly that it looks like she didn't give any thought at all. She's quick-witted then, I said. Not exactly what I meant. Might be that I'm extrapolating too much from a small sample of information. Far as I know, she'd never been in a serious fight, but when you add that to the whole strong and desperate bits I just mentioned, it makes for a scary combo. How's that? Gruce asked. Right now, she's scared, angry, desperate, and frustrated, except all the dials are turned up to 11, Ballistic said. She can't hold back her emotions like she used to. She goes berserk at the drop of a hat, and this, losing what she sees as her last shot, that's more than drop the hat. If she were the person who relied on her brain in a crisis, she'd be at an advantage, because she's not in any position to think straight. The way she really operates, though, she won't be any less effective because of that fear and panic. I don't plan on getting in her way. I'm sitting out this fight, for the record. You're out? You're not working with us? Gru asked. I'm holding territory, but I'm not a member of the team. Same, Parian said. Sorry. You don't have to be sorry, I said, but I think you're underestimating how bad this situation could be. I don't think we can afford to have anyone sit out. She's scary, Ballistic said. Let's settle for that. You don't get within Behemoth's range. You don't aim for the long fight against Leviathan, and you don't send everyone against Smurge at once, or you're screwing yourself over. Trust me when I say this is better all around if I skip this fight. She knows me, and she'll use me against you. You talk about her being clever, but she didn't seem that on the ball when we talked to her over the phone, back in your base, I said. You guys were lying to her about Tattletale, about Dinah, and other stuff. If she's that clever, why didn't she pick up on it? Ballistic sighed. Honestly, she put her trust in Christ, in Trickster. She betrayed that trust, and he did it pretty damn well. I don't fault him for it exactly. She couldn't know the whole truth, or we'd be in exactly this situation. Just at a worse time. But you do fault him for something, Tattletale said. He became a team leader, more because he's fast at thinking on his feet than because he's good at making the right call. He took it on himself to make a whole lot of wrong calls. I let a lot of that slide because he used to be a friend, and maybe because they weren't blatantly wrong. Just a little wrong, a little disagreeable. But at some point, every call was a disagreeable call, and every word out of his mouth became a white lie. He started lying to us, for what he saw as our own good. Not Noelle, with her delicate situation, but us. And you realized he was never going to change, Tattletale said. His focus would always be on Noelle and himself, no matter what happened. Yeah, we shouldn't discount Trickster, by the way, either as a threat or as a possible solution. I hadn't forgotten the possibility that he'd stick around and make life harder on us, Gru said. But solution? Yeah, whatever else. I'd say Noelle still believes in him. We can use that, if we're willing. And that's only if we can get him on board, I said. Ballistic nodded. What does she do? Gru asked. Ballistic sighed. Besides the ridiculous super strength, durability, and regeneration? Besides that, Gru said. To put it briefly, if it's dead, she absorbs it, and it becomes a part of her. Powers included? I asked. Don't know. Haven't had cause to believe it. In terms of raw material, raw mass. Yeah. She eats, she grows. But here's the thing. If she absorbs something alive, she clones it. More, clones it if she's angrier than we think. We don't have a large sample size of incidents. Clones? I asked. Isn't that an advantage for us? No, because whatever they are, the extras come out wrong. They come out ugly. Their powers don't always work exactly the same way. They're screwed up in the head. But all that aside, they're stronger, tougher. They have the memories of the parent. Sometimes that means they're homicidal. Other times it means they're just as sane as you are, but their priorities are reversed. They want to end your existence, kill everything you want to protect, hurt everyone you care about, and dismantle your life. Evil twins, Regent said. She makes evil twins. Ballistic nodded. And that's why I'm sitting this one out. She'll come after me if she sees me, especially if she heard the bit about my defection. If she gets me, that's even worse, because the clones she'll get are capable of killing anyone and everyone here easy. Bitch spoke for the first time. Animals too? Animals too, and microbes too, based on stuff she said before. Though she might just treat them like she does dead material. I don't know. For all we know, it ties into some other power. Do the clones have an expiry date? I asked. Not as far as I know. Any time we've had to deal with them, we are pretty ruthless in putting them down. They sort of made a point of being too problematic, to be left alone. They're still people, Parian said. No, Ballistic replied. They really aren't. Trust me on that point. I've got soldiers at key locations, keeping an eye out, Tattletale said. Just a few guys, and I'm paying them an astronomical amount. I won't be able to keep it up for more than a few days. Which is how you got this lead, I asked. She nodded. Okay, I said. Good. But we need a way to deal with her. Ballistic, you said she regenerates? Not that fast, but fast enough. Her lower body is tougher, but her upper body isn't exactly vulnerable. I've seen her take bullets, and barely even flinch, and that included one to the head. They do damage, maybe, but if it heals too quickly for it to matter. And I think she's gotten bigger and tougher since I last saw her. When was that? Maybe a week after we got to this city. A while before Coil put in the first vault door, there was just a garage door. I didn't want to risk getting too close, not with the lethality of my power and the damage she could do. Her appetites increased, so it might be a pretty dramatic difference in strength from the last time I saw her out and about. You guys are going to have your hands full trying to kill her. I don't want to kill her, I said. Not unless we absolutely have no other choice. Ballistic turned my way, and he had a funny tone to his voice as he asked, How do you think you're going to handle this? Containment, I said. If I get enough spiders together, I could try to surround her in web. Not going to work, Ballistic said. It almost worked against Crawler. She's stronger than Crawler. Then we go to the heroes. We get their assistance, I said. Containment foam on top of my web. Vista to slow Noelle down. Clock blocker to put her on pause. Tattletale told you, didn't she, that we think she's turning into an Endbringer? Why is lethal force okay against Leviathan, but not against Noelle? She's still a person under it all, I said. She deserves a chance. You don't seem to care at all about the subject of killing a friend, Ballistic, Tattletale added. She's not my friend. She's not the person I knew. Maybe she has the same memories, fragments of the same personality, but that's only surface stuff, because even the bits that look like Noelle aren't really anything resembling the original. She wouldn't be able to heal bullet wounds like she did if they were. Stands to reason the bits that think like her aren't either. Pretty cold, Tattletale said. Fuck you, Ballistic replied. He slid off the stuffed animal's back. I hope what I said was useful, and I wish you luck, but fuck you. You don't get it. Brian's animal had stopped, but Ballistic was already striding away in the general direction of his lair. Go on, Tattletale urged Brian. The stuffed dog started walking again. You told me I could protect people, Brian said. It took me a second to realize she was addressing me. How do I do that? We could use your stuffed animals. If she can't absorb them, then they're the frontline combatants we can use. I don't want to fight. I really don't think we have a choice. You fought Leviathan, I said. Brian shook her head. I almost wish I didn't. I only did it because I promised myself when I was a kid, when I first learned about the Endbringers, that I would fight them if I ever got powers. That's why I did it, because I didn't want to betray the kid version of myself. Wouldn't your child self want you to do this? I asked. I don't know, but I don't make any promises to myself about this. Tattletale cut in. Heads up. I don't think we're the only ones checking out the scene. Who? Brian asked. The Protectorate. The wards. If you're not up for a potential fight, this is the time to back off. The wards? Brian asked. Tattletale nodded. I'll stay. I won't fight, but I'll stay. I made my decision, and I'll own up to it. It's at least one more body on our side, giving them less reason to pick a fight. We do this peacefully, I said. We need their help, so we avoid confrontation. This isn't going to work, Regent said. Just saying. We'll try it anyways, I replied. I could sense the heroes well before we reached them. Gathered by a ruined building, I used my bugs to get their attention before we appeared round the corner. Undersiders, Miss Militia spoke, rifle raised and pointed in our direction. The other members of the local hero teams were at the ready just behind her. I noted Fletchett, gesturing, Brian shaking her head. Miss Militia, I responded, when I realized none of the others were responding. Should have hashed this out with Tattletale. She can do negotiating with hostile parties better than I can. You do this? She jerked her head in the direction of the wreckage, not moving the rifle, her voice hard. Indirectly, I replied. But not really, no. I don't know what that is. Exactly. I find that hard to believe, she responded. A hell of a lot of damage, reports of howling, eerie, similar to the reports we've had for hellhounds animals. And let's not forget your penchant for kidnapping the good guys. Shadowstalker, Pigott, Calvert. Kidnapping heroes? With my bugs, I did a head count. Someone was missing. How? Dinah said Noelle wouldn't do any major damage before dawn. Vesta, I finished Miss Melicia's thought. You're talking about Vesta.
I am Kevin Norton, and I'm the most powerful man in the world. Kevin made a hand signal, and Duke whooped lightly. I have saved millions of lives. Billions! Another hand signal, bidding another small whoop of agreement. He held out his mug, but the pedestrians around him simply avoided him, ignored it. The sole of Kevin Norton's old shoe had come free at the toe a few days ago, and the tip of it dipped too low, catching on the cobblestone path. He tripped and nearly fell, and Duke danced out of the way, ears perked in alarm. Kevin caught his balance by grabbing onto a bystander, a woman. She almost thrust him away, her face suddenly etched in disgust. "Sorry about that, miss," Kevin told her as she hurried on her way, quickening her pace. When he didn't get a response, he raised his voice so she could hear him as he finished. "A sad thing that a man of my stature can't afford shoes, isn't it?" Kevin's gait bordered on a limp as he adjusted his walk to avoid tripping on his shoe again. The path here was old-fashioned, cobblestones worn by the tread of hundreds of people over countless years. The area around him wasn't so old. Renovated storefronts and new buildings were popping up, mimicking the older British styles while staying current, fresh, and new. "We won't be able to stay for long, Duke," Kevin said. "The amount of money the city's dropping here, they won't want vagrants around. But I only want to pay to a visit to my old haunt, see what's become of it." He saw a family approaching, held out a mug. "A few pence for the most powerful man in the world?" The kids stared, but the parents averted their eyes, the mother putting her hands around the little one's shoulders as if to protect them. Kevin shrugged and walked on. There were only a handful of coins inside the mug, rattling around as his arm swung. "You wouldn't remember what to this area," he told Duke. "I'd already moved on from this before I found you. Ran. I passed through a few times when you're still small enough to hold in my hand, but I'd avoid this particular spot. Won't say I haven't missed it. The old owners used to give me some of their leftovers." He pointed. "Just over there was a bakery. They'd throw anything more than a day old. Bags of rolls and pastries. Sausage rolls, pasties. When they realized I was coming by to partake, supplement my meager diet, they started leaving the bags to one side of the bin so they wouldn't get soiled. And they'd leave other things. Little things. Some salads, so I had some greens, a comb, a toothbrush, soap, deodorant. Gentlefolk." Kevin reached down to scratch the top of Duke's head. "Wonder what's become of them. Hope the changes around here treated them all right. Be a crying shame if they were forced out and didn't get what their shops were worth. They deserve that much, at least. More." Duke yawned, and ended the yawn with a little whine. "Me, you ask?" Kevin said. "No, I don't deserve much of anything. What's that line? About power and responsibility? Most powerful man in the world. I have a bloody great deal of responsibility. Sure, I go to bed hungry. I slept terribly during that one spell of body lice. But the thing that really cost me sleep is the idea that I might have shirked my responsibilities." Kevin looked down and Duke met his eyes, tilted his head quizzically. "I got scared, boy, because I'm a coward. There's 3 good ways to get where I'm at in life. I'm not talking about being the most powerful man in the world. I'm talking about how I don't have a place to go, not a friend in the world besides you. One way you get like this is lack of support. Caring family, friends. You can get through most of anything. No one there to back you up. Even the littlest thing can knock you down a long way if there's nobody to catch you." There was a dull rumble, and then the rain started pouring down, heavy. "A summer rain, Duke? About due, isn't it?" The few people on the streets ran for cover, and the little side street was nearly emptied in the span of a minute. Kevin stretched his arms, letting the rain soak through him. He dragged his fingers through his hair to comb it back, raised his head to face the sky. Duke shook himself after only a few seconds, spraying water. It startled Kevin from his reverie. "What was I saying? Oh, right. Second way you get to circumstances like mine? Sickness. Sometimes it's in the head, sometimes it's in the body, sometimes it's the sickness you get in a bottle or a pipe. The third path is the one I took. Cowardice. Run away from life, run away from yourself. Sometimes the bottle's a cowardice too. Run away from the truth about what you're doing to yourself, I don't know. I have you to thank for sparing me that sin." He felt a cold wind and stepped under the eaves of the newly renovated buildings, to find brief shelter from the downpour as he walked. "Too set in my ways to change, to live a braver life. Just coming back here takes up all the courage I can sum up." Duke forced his head under Kevin's hand, and Kevin couldn't help but smile. Good boy, good boy. Appreciate the moral support." They had to step out into the rain again to cross the street. Kevin quickened his pace, and Duke loped along beside him. He ducked under the next set of eaves as he reached the next block. "I fucked up, Duke. I know that. I gotta live with that. I did a lot. More than most would, I think. But it's not enough. If my gut's right, it's not nearly enough. Shit." Just down the street, a shop door opened and a young woman stepped outside. Petite, pretty, 20-something, her black hair cut to a pixie cut and topped by a dark gray beret. Black tights, short, pleated gray skirt. Fashionable. She turned his way, an umbrella in hand. He smiled at her and stepped out into the rain as they crossed paths so she wouldn't have to. "Mister?" she called out. He was just returning to the shelter of the eaves. "What is it?" "Here," she said. She had her wallet out and handed him a 10-pound note. He glanced at her. Taking the note, he said, "Thank you." "You're very welcome." He gave her a funny look. She was looking him in the eyes. "Usually I get two types. Some give me the money and don't even give me a second glance. Those who do look at me are sure to lecture me on how to spend it. So feel free to wag your finger at me, tell me I shouldn't spend it on drugs, drinks, and fags. I'll understand. And I can look suitably ashamed." "Spend it however you need," she said. She had a trace of a French accent. "Circumstances might be hard enough that maybe you need to find the little comforts, even if they aren't good for you." "Too true. Rest assured, I feed Duke first, feed myself, then I buy the little comforts, as you put it. I admit I do like a fag when I can get my hands on one." "Glad to hear it," she said, smiling. "Hello, Duke." "He's a good boy, but I wouldn't advise petting him." She withdrew her hand. "Not fleas or anything like that. I keep him healthy. But he's a working mutt. Watches my back when I need watching. We take care of each other. So he might be protective of me, not keen on someone getting too close, too soon." "Did you name him?" she asked. When he nodded, she asked, "Any reason for Duke?" "Thought long and hard about it. Duke seemed fitting. Highest rank of our United Kingdom, just beneath the king in status. Fitting for the dog that serves the most powerful man in the world." He was looking her in the eyes when he said it, saw the sadness in her expression. "The most powerful man in the world?" "It's true. Don't think I didn't see that. You don't believe me." "It's a grand claim, mister." Kevin Norton. And don't mind my rambling." "Lisette," she said, extending a hand. He shook it. Even with the moisture of the downpour, her hand was warm. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Hmm?" He perked up, withdrawing his hand. "You had a look on your face." "Just wondering when the last time I had contact with another person was. Might have been a few years ago. Pastor gave me a hug as I left his shelter." "That sounds so lonely, Kevin. Years without human contact?" "Not so lonely. I've got one friend," he said, scratching Duke's head. Lisette nodded. "But you shouldn't forget the little stuff. Even a handshake? That's something special, meaningful. Value it, even if you get it every day." "I'll keep that in mind," she smiled. "Can't tell you how grateful I am," Kevin said. "Taking the time for me, it means the world to me. Might be the push I need." "For what?" "I'm going back, and I haven't looked back in a long while. Visiting home, so to speak. Thinking about stuff I haven't even told Duke about these past 12 years. You've given me a bump of morale at the time I needed it. Thank you." "I'm glad. I hope you can make peace with it." "Heavy burden, mine. I don't suppose you have a little while? Would you walk with me for a few minutes?" She glanced over her shoulder in the direction she had been headed. "My train—" "I understand if you don't want to, but if you indulge this old man, it'll make all the difference in me facing this today. A few minutes." "You're not that old." She paused. "I suppose I could." "Come then. It isn't far. You might want to open that umbrella." She gave him a dubious glance. He shook his head. "No, not expecting you to share. Haven't washed my clothes too recently. Wouldn't want to inflict that on you. And Duke might get jealous." She nodded, and then followed alongside him as he headed on his way. He didn't miss the wide berth she gave him, staying several paces away, hanging back just enough that she could keep an eye on him, as though ready to run if he did something. "She might be a kind person, but she isn't stupid." "I was in my early 20s when I started out," he said. "Born in London, had nobody left after my parents died in my teens. Moved up here to York, met a girl, moved into her flat. I won't say it was the cause of this predicament of mine. I'm willing to take the blame for being where I'm at, but it started me on that road." "What happened?" "Too many mistakes altogether. She wasn't the right girl, for one. Our relationship progressed, and I realized I didn't like women." "Oh," Lisette said. "A little late, but I'd gotten that far by doing what I thought I was supposed to be doing, and dating a girl is one of those things. Am I bothering you? Boring you?" "No, not at all." "Well, I was a young, stupid 20-year-old boy. I'd moved in without anything, putting my name on the lease, and without holding on to any money to move out. She realized we weren't going to work out, threatened to kick me out, and I begged to stay, nowhere to go. Thought I could save up enough to get a place if I stuck it out and dealt with the anger. She started hitting me. I was never the type to hit back. It got bad." "I'm sorry." "There's battered women's shelters, but none for battered men, as far as I know. People somehow imagine a woman couldn't ever strike a man." "You left?" "And I've wondered for a long time if I made the right decision," Kevin said. "Here we are." The road ended and they reached a narrow stream that fed into the river Ouse. A small, quaint bridge extended the cobblestone footpath over the stream. Benches stood out on a stone patio, and the younger trees had been planted in soil bordered by a circle of stones. "This is the home you haven't returned to?" Lisette asked. "Closest to home I ever had." Kevin stepped away from the umbrella shelter, approached the bridge. They changed it. "Used to be I could sleep under here. It's where I came when I left the apartment and that girl." "And you've been on the streets ever since?" "Some stays in shelters when it got too cold, and when they take Duke in as well. Have to make some concessions to make it as long as I have. Thank you, by the way, for coming. I know you missed your train. I don't know if I would have been brave enough to go through with this, even with Duke at my side. I've started and stopped more times than I can count. It's appreciated." She gave him a funny look. "It's all right. Take your time." Kevin nodded. "Would you take Duke, just for a minute?" She took the offered leash, a rope cord that had carefully knotted into a harness for Duke, extending from his shoulder. It was barely necessary. Duke never pulled. Kevin approached the bridge, traced his fingers over the rounded stones that made up the bridge, the rain-worn gargoyle space that stood up from the pillar at the bottom. The rain streamed off the stone's face, poured off and through his clothes, soaking him to his core. It seemed almost fitting. There wasn't much point, given the rain, but he knelt by the water's edge, where the surface frothed with both current and the downpour. Washed his hands. He took a deep breath, taking in the faint but familiar smells of the river water, a natural smell. Memories came flooding back. Kevin pushed his hair out of the way of his face, cupped water in his hands, and splashed his face. He stood, then stopped, frozen. A sigh passed through his lips, drowned out by the noise of the pounding rain. Between the nearest patio and the tree, the golden man floated, only inches above the ground, luminescent in gloom and pouring rain. The light reflected off the falling raindrops, scintillating, cast eerie reflections in the river, in the water that streamed between the cobblestones. Kevin put his hands in his pockets to warm them, glanced at Lisette and Duke. Duke hadn't budged an inch, but his ears were flat against his head. Lisette had her hands to her mouth, eyes wide. The umbrella had fallen to the ground, forgotten. Kevin studied the man. Ageless, the golden man hadn't changed in the slightest. His hair was the same length, as was his short beard. Every part of him burnished gold, even his eyes. He didn't breathe, didn't blink as he stared. The water ran off the golden man's body, but he wasn't getting wet. His hair barely moved as the rain struck it. His costume absorbed the moisture, but it dried just as fast. The water simply wicked off his skin and hair, leaving him untouched. It was the same effect that kept the costume clean, a simple white bodysuit extending to biceps and toes. It had been soiled countless times by everything under the sun. The golden radiance the man gave off pushed away the particles, slowly and surely cleaning it, as it was doing with the water. The suit might as well have been part of him, now. "Hello, old friend," Kevin said. The only answer was pouring rain. The golden man didn't speak. "Wondered if I would see you here," Kevin continued. "Been a long time. I'd nearly convinced myself I'd imagined you. That old dog over there, he wasn't even born when I left. He's on his last legs now, 12 years old." The golden man only stared. Kevin turned away from the superhero. Walking briskly, he caught up with Lisette's umbrella, picked it up and shook off the collected water. He handed the umbrella to her. "Scion," she whispered. "No," Kevin said. "That was never his name." "I don't understand." "Come closer." She hesitated, but approached until she was a short distance from the golden man. The pupilless eyes had never left Kevin. "Said I was the most powerful man in the world. Wasn't lying," Kevin said. "See?" The golden man didn't react. "You control him?" Lisette asked. "No, not really. Yes. Not like you're thinking." "I don't understand." Time was, this golden man spent his time wandering, floating here and there, observing but never doing anything, in a daze, naked as the day he was born. Everyone had different ideas on who he was. Some thought he might be an angel, others thought he was a fallen angel, and still more thought there were scientific explanations. Only thing they ever agreed on was that he looked sad. "He does." Lisette was staring, but the golden man was only looking at Kevin. "He doesn't," Kevin said. "Don't buy it. He doesn't look anything. That expression never changes, but whatever's underneath, that's what's giving me that feeling. He looks sad because he is sad, except to take the looks part out of it." "That doesn't make sense." "He bloody well flies, and fights a giant continent-shattering lizard with golden laser beams. Nothing about him makes sense." The golden man turned his eyes away from the pair, examining one of the recently planted trees, eyes fixated on a leaf. "What's he doing?" "Getting around to that. It was pure chance, but he stopped somewhere near here, dead of night. Happened around the time I was still new to this life, when I was still feeling so sorry for myself I couldn't look anyone in the eyes. I saw him, realized this was the same golden man I'd heard about on the news. I was mad with depression, ran up and pounded my hands on his chest, yelled at him, swore, called him every name in the book." "Why?" because he dared to be more miserable than me, or because people were putting all these hopes on him who wasn't doing a fucking thing other than being some world-wandering nobody who happened to be able to fly. Don't know. A lot of it was me shouting at myself. I said something about not being miserable and not being a waste, and maybe if he helped in the soup kitchen or something, he'd feel better about himself. A soup kitchen? I didn't really expect him to go work in a soup kitchen. I eventually did, but that's beside the point. I told him to go do something, go help people, and he did. He has ever since. Just like that? Look at it, there's nothing in there. Whatever happened to him, whatever made him this way, it broke the man, broke his mind. Might be why he was wandering, looking for answers, trying to figure out what's going on. The golden man continued staring at the leaves. He doesn't get offended? Lisette asked. When you talk about him like he can't understand? He understands. He hears. I've never heard him speak. Barely ever get him to look at me while I'm talking. Doesn't show emotion. Maybe he doesn't understand it. It's almost like he's autistic, Lisette said. How's that? Kevin asked. Too connected, Lisette said. Too much in the way of stimuli, drowning out everything else. Enhanced hearing, hearing the whole city at once? Maybe. Or maybe he senses things we don't, she said. The most powerful person in the world, and looking at him now, he looks like a child. Yeah, and unless something's changed, Kevin said. The only person he listens to is me. He'd come when I was alone, when the weather is bad, or in the dead of night, and however he comes, nobody ever followed him here. They can't follow him with cameras or satellite, I heard. Have to rely on eyewitnesses and global communication to track him. Oh, might be it, Kevin said. Surprised he came with you here. I almost hoped he wouldn't, because I had you along. It made me feel better. Why? Why avoid him? Kevin didn't take his eyes off the golden man. He scares me. He chose me to listen to, of all people. I'm the most powerful person in the world just because of that. Because I can tell the strongest, most capable man in the world what to do. I'm the most powerful person in the world just because of that. I can tell the strongest, most capable man in the world what to do. And you ran? It took me a while to realize what I'd set in motion. I started hearing about him. Word on the street, newspapers, radio. The Golden Man saves a small island from disaster. The Golden Man interrupts a burgeoning war. But it wasn't until that damned clip began playing in the news before I realized what I'd gotten into. I don't understand. He'd visit regular, right? Stop by like he was checking if I had anything else to say. Maybe I'd tell him to be more gentle with people and saving them from a car crash. Or after that horned bastard came climbing out of the ground and the Golden Man flew right past it to visit me, I told him he needed to help next time, to fight that monster or anything like it. But sometimes I didn't have anything to say. It's not like he obeys every instruction down to the last detail, so sometimes he'd just hang out here at 4:30 in the goddamn morning and I couldn't get rid of him, so I'd just talk. Talk? About whatever. A book I'd gotten my hands on, current events, the generosity of strangers. Or I'd fix him up some clothes so he could look decent and talk about the clothes. He fell silent, watching the Golden Man. What happened? He never responded, barely paid any attention whenever I opened my mouth to ramble about whatever. But he was following the general orders I gave him. Help people, do this more, do that less. But I'm in the middle of talking to him about my childhood and my home when he latches onto something. Head turns, eye contact. Scares the shit out of me. I go over it all again, but it was 5 in the bloody morning and I couldn't remember exactly what I'd said. That is, I couldn't until 3 days later. I happened to be in the right time and place and see a television in a store playing this clip that's cropping up on the news. The Golden Man says something for the first and last time. Everyone seems to think he said Scion, and they latch onto it. They're wrong, but it sticks. And the word appears on t-shirts and music, and people are talking about it here, where I live. All because of one thing I said in some ramble of mine. The whole world changes. That's what scared you? It was the wake-up call. Stupid, isn't it? Trivial. No, nothing's trivial when you're talking about him. The Golden Man had turned his eyes towards the river, his back to them. What did you say, if the word wasn't Scion? Lisette asked. Only realized later. Was talking about home, religion, and family. Talking about the memory from my childhood. Don't remember it that well now, but the word he paid attention to was Zion. That's Hebrew, isn't it? Kevin nodded. Don't know the language. It was something to do with a cousin of mine that was getting in trouble when we were 13. Don't know why he fixated on it, but he did. And around the same time that clip started playing, they were talking about the things he had done. How he was still the most powerful person out there. It's terrifying, because all that power was at my command. Mine to order around. Because a filthy, do-nothing loser like me can change the world with a word. You're not a loser. You told him to help people. Kevin nodded grimly. Her expression changed. You're not going to change that, are you? He shook his head. Golden Man! The Golden Man floated around to face him square on. I've screwed up, waited so long to talk to you, but I'm here now and there's two things we've got to discuss. There was no response, only the motionless stare. This is a hard one because I really want to be wrong here. If this works, then it means my stupidity and my cowardice cost people big. It means I could have fixed something much sooner. It was only about the spring before last I got a chance to use that newfangled internet. It took me some time to learn, but I read up on you, saw a video of how you were fighting. Kevin? Lisette asked. Those Endbringer motherfuckers. I told you you needed to stop them, that you need to fight and protect people, and you have been. He clenched his hands, stared down at the ground. And God help me, maybe I wasn't specific enough. Maybe I didn't realize you'd interpret me literally. We need you to kill the things. Destroy every last trace of them. Throw them into space. I don't know. But fight to kill. Don't just... God, I hope I'm wrong here. That I'm just remembering the words I chose all wrong, and that you didn't hear my suggestion and take it to mean that you should fight for fighting's sake, or fight to stop them, but not to stop them for good. You understand? Don't just stop them from doing what they were doing. Stop them permanently. The Golden Man hovered in place. So still it looked like he was frozen in time, standing in the air. My God, Golden Man, I'm praying you understand. It took me a year to get up the courage to do this because I was afraid of this. If this is the problem, and you kill one of those bastards, then I just saved countless people, and the blood of every person they've killed in the meantime is on my hands. Kevin, Lisette spoke, her voice quiet. Her hand settled on Kevin's shoulders. He ignored her. The other important topic? I run out of time. Middle-aged and my liver's done in. Never really drank because I had to feed that dog over there. Never did any drugs besides smoking fags. But I got the hepatitis somehow. Bad blood in the hospital or someone else's infected blood got mingled with mine on a night some kids decided to pick on a homeless man and I fought back. Running into you the way I did, Golden Man, and having you stop to listen to me, that was a one in a gazillion chance. Getting this disease was another one, might be. Meeting you was the best and scariest part of my life. Maybe it's the same with the disease, a blessing in disguise. Maybe it was, aside from this young lady's help, the only reason I was able to find the balls to come here. The rain wasn't as violent or as heavy as it had been. It made for an audible change in the patter of water on stone and water on water. Kevin sighed. I'm here to get my affairs in order. And you're the most important after Duke. I'm going to keep doing what you're doing. Help people. Try to communicate with the good guys more. I told you to do that before and you didn't listen, but you should. And if there's a problem and you need someone to listen to, someone to visit from time to time, look for this young lady, Lisette, because she's good people. Maybe she's a better person than I am. Braver. Has to be braver. If she's stopping to talk to a homeless motherfucker like me, following him someplace. No, Lisette said. I couldn't. Shitty thing for me to be doing, Kevin said, turning over shoulder to look at her. This burden. But I somehow feel better about this than sending him to obey you than telling him to go listen to and obey the suits, the Protectorate, or the Red Gauntlet, or whoever. You think about it, and figure out what you need to do. Decide what he needs to be told. You think he will? He'll come to me? Lisette asked. Her eyes were wide. Don't know, but I think he might. Don't know why he picked me to listen to, but he did. I could have reminded him of someone he used to know. Or he just up and decided we were friends, maybe. With luck, he can be your friend, too. Kevin sighed. You two got it? You're partners now. Lisette couldn't bring herself to speak. The Golden Man didn't respond either. Didn't even move to glance at Lisette. The Golden Man hovered in place for long, silent seconds, and took off, faster than the eye could see. Only a golden trail of light was left in his wake, quickly fading. In mere seconds, Zion was gone. We have to tell someone, Lisette said. You can try. They'll look at you the way you looked at me, like you've lost your mind. But... Yeah, Kevin said. Not so easy, is it? Maybe if you're lucky, he'll show up when others are around, and they'll believe you when you talk about it. He sighed. Come on, Duke. Lisette didn't resist as he grabbed Duke's leash. Kevin started walking away. I don't understand, Lisette called after him. Kevin didn't turn around or stop walking as he raised his voice to respond over the sound of the pouring rain. Good deal, isn't it? 10 pounds to become the most powerful person in the world.
Miss Militia didn't respond. She stared down the length of her gun at Tattletale. I could believe that if we gave her cause, any of the rest of us were an instant away from getting shot. We had bulletproof armor, but there wasn't anything saying she wasn't using the fanciest armor-piercing rounds. Her power supplied whatever hardware she wanted. We didn't take Vista, I told her. It doesn't make sense, Tattletale said. We'd take her, do that sort of damage, and then come back? Approach you guys peacefully? I'm beginning to see why Armsmaster was so frustrated with you, Undersiders. Every time we run into you, we're left in the dark. Vast amounts of information missing from the overall picture. There's always surprises, so I'm paying very close attention to what you're saying. Case in point, you say Vista was taken and not murdered. I don't think she was killed, I said. Tattletale nodded. That's good to know, Miss Militia said. She sighed. When you're going on the offensive, there's nothing held back. You don't pull any punches, short of murder. And you apparently came damn close with Triumph, Skidder. Triumph folded his arms. She continued. If you're not trying to kill us, you're approaching us with open arms, asking for help, putting us in a situation where we can't accept without breaking our rules. But refusal comes at a cost. It's that second bit, Imp said. Some of the heroes wheeled around to find her standing on the opposite side of her group. I managed to hide my own surprise. Imp added, We were here because we need help. This is a nasty one, too. Miss Militia turned back to me, and her voice was a little harder. I thought so. It's your pattern. Except there's always information missing. Information withheld. You say you were indirectly responsible for this? You caught that, Tattletale said. She looked at me. Should we dish out the dirt? Yeah, I said. Have to anyways. Full disclosure, Tattletale said. We were working for Coil. The Travelers were too. Miss Militia didn't move a centimeter. Some of the other heroes did. He's dead, in case you weren't aware, Tattletale said. And the Travelers are a little upset because they were counting on him to help them out. I could imagine Tattletale smiling. She's misdirecting them. They think he died at the debate, but she's talking about the real death, the death at my hands. Miss Militia shook her head. I doubt this was Travelers. We heard howling, and this wasn't Genesis. Analysis of her file by some of our top guys suggested she has limits to the strength of whatever forms she's chosen. Strong, yes, but not enough to tear half the wall off the front of the building in the time the witnesses described. I would, however, believe Hellhound's dogs could do it. Besides, Genesis has never been on record shape-shifting to resemble someone or something. Never? I thought. She crafted her bodies in a dream state. I knew she'd make a body that resembled her real self, but the rest? Did it take too much effort to get the aesthetics details exactly right, to the point that cost her in other departments? When the Slaughterhouse 9 attacked, I said, do you remember who they targeted? Armsmaster, Regent, Hookwolf, Panacea, 2 more, with the appearances Mannequin and Burnscar made in the boardwalk. We belatedly discovered Hellhound was another, and we were theorizing you were the last of them, Skidder. I got in their way too many times, I said. But they didn't want me. But the last one was Noelle. Her gun shifted a fraction towards me. I wasn't sure she was aware she was doing it. Noelle? Tattletale spoke up. The Travelers have 2 other members who don't see much action. Oliver handles their day-to-day stuff, finds and prepares places for them to settle down, gets food, looks after Noelle. Noelle... Miss New York, Miss Militia interrupted. She's the only one that's responsible for the disappearance of those 40 people. I wouldn't be surprised, Tattletale said. The reason the Travelers have been operating like they are, I told Miss Militia, going for the quick and easy cash grabs and constantly moving. It's been for her sake. Trying to find someone who can help. They found Coil, or Coil found them, and they thought they had the answer they needed. Except now Coil's dead. Noelle snapped, and it's very possible Vista was her first captive. What does she... Triumph started. He stopped as Miss Militia raised one hand. You're good at this, Undersiders, she said. But I do learn my lesson. I won't get caught up in your story. I know you'll have to give me the details, if this situation is as serious as you say. But let's postpone that for a minute. Why don't you start off by explaining how you're indirectly responsible for this? I turned to Tattletale. She gave her head a small shake. What aren't you telling us? Miss Militia asked. Stuff, Tattletale said. Surrounding the circumstances of Coil's death, but getting into the particulars would create more problems than it solves. For you guys, and for us. I don't know, Assault said, from behind Miss Militia. I doubt staying quiet is going to help you much. Did you have something to do with the explosion at the town hall? Miss Militia asked. And there was a note of anger in her voice. The way things went wrong, the death of those reporters, the injuries sustained by the retired director and the candidates? No, I said. I swear on everything I stand for that we, didn't play any part in planning or settling on that motion. You can understand if we don't take you at face value on that, nice as it sounds, Assault said. If it helps, Tattletale said, get your hands on the evidence from the scene, some of the blood and bits of the bodies. Send them out of town, discreetly. Get another lab to run the DNA tests. Why? Tattletale shrugged. It's pig meat. Almost all of it. Glued together with transglutamize. Human bone and human blood, probably, but if you look for it, you'll find antifreeze. Antifreeze? Glycerol. It's how they store it at blood banks. You're saying it was staged? Miss Militia said, despite the fact that we had wards on scene, innumerable witnesses? Despite that. Miss Militia straightened a fraction. And of course, we can't check it now, so you're expecting us to work with you in the meantime, help you with whatever problem you're suggesting you're partially to blame for, setting in motion? And when the lab tests come in, along after the situation's resolved, we'll find you're lying. Assault added, and somehow, conveniently, you come out ahead when all's said and done, and handful more of your enemies injured or dead. There was a hint of emotion punctuating the end of the sentence. Battery. Telling the truth, Tattletale said. This situation's serious, I told Miss Militia, and if you do what we're suggesting, I can assure you, we don't wind up in a better position at the end of this. Why's that? Miss Militia asked. It was Gru who answered her, breaking his silence with his deep, eerie voice. Because we're recommending you call in the big guns. Call in everyone. Class S threat, Tattletale said. Or damn near. The tip of Miss Militia's gun wavered as she started to react, and then stopped herself. Neither she nor any of the heroes moved or spoke for long seconds. When she did speak, she said, There's 6 Class S threats active in the world at large. The Endbringers make up 3 of them. The Slaughterhouse 9 as a group are 4th. You're saying this Noelle is on par with one of them? She's an Ascent, Endbringer, I said. Bullshit, Triumph shouted, not a half second after I'd said it. Fuck me, one of the wards said. It was only after he opened his mouth again that I saw it was wheeled. Please, tell me this is another one of Tattletale's mind games. Explain, Miss Militia demanded. She's maybe an Ascent Endbringer, Tattletale said. It's one theory. Her powers are transforming her, and she's getting less human, getting tougher and more desperate every day. Coil was keeping her contained, with heavy vault doors and promises of a fix. Now she's free, And she's pissed. And this hypothetical individual has Vista? Clockblocker asked. It's very likely she has Vista, Tattletale confirmed. Coil's precog said she wouldn't cause any real damage until dawn. That's 1 hour and 29 minutes from now. I guess this kind of incident doesn't count as anything serious. You have Coil's precog in your custody? Miss Militia asked. Dinah Alcott? I took her home, I said. Her powers are currently disabled, so resist the urge to go to her and ask her for help with this situation. Everything she's been through, she deserves some peace. Assault, Miss Militia said. Let's get some confirmation that at least some of what they said is true. Get in touch with the Alcotts. On it, he said. He drew a rugged smartphone from his belt and put it to his ear. I think it's time you guys offer the particulars on this Endbringer, Miss Militia said. She's as strong as Leviathan, physically, Tattletale said. She's not as tough, based on what I've seen. Have you read the notes on what I told Alexandria after Leviathan's attack, about the density of Leviathan's body? Miss Militia nodded. Higher density as you penetrate deeper to the core, to the point that it bends the rules of how molecules and atoms should work. It makes sense. Arms Master had a molecule-severing weapon that couldn't cut through all of Leviathan's hand, and it explains why nearly all of the damage we do is superficial. Noelle doesn't have that yet. I'm not sure if she ever will. We don't know if she'll really become an Endbringer or not. What I've seen of her is only partial, a camera feed with dim lighting on the other end, Tattletale said. But everything she eats gets added to her biomass, and I think she'll probably reach a critical point and stop growing. Start fortifying what's already there instead. She's big? Weald asked. She's big, Tattletale said. And if she gets her hands on you, she'll eat you whole, spit you out along with a copy. Copies with powers like yours, stronger, tougher, meaner. Understand? When this fight starts, it starts for real. She duplicates people, Miss Militia stated. And the duplicates aren't on our side, Tattletale replied. You're going to have to call for backup at some point. It's just a question of whether you do it before shit goes down or after. When you do get in touch with the PRT heads and get the A-OK to call a red alert, or whatever it is you do, you're going to want to be very careful about the kind of cape you request, because we might end up fighting them. Assault had finished his phone call and was waiting for Tattletale to finish talking. Miss Militia turned her attention to him, and he said, Story checks out. Kids at the hospital recovering from a long stint of drug abuse. The situation they're describing is too dangerous to be ignored. We'll move forward with this. Tentative cooperation, Miss Militia announced. In exchange for our trust and our assistance, the Undersiders will give us one hostage. How about me? Imp offered. Her tone was light, joking. Someone we can keep track of, Miss Militia said. Rachel Lint. Hellhound. If you'd please step into the van. Fuck that, Rachel replied. That's a disaster waiting to happen, Gru said. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. You, along with Skitter, are problematic due to the sheer amount of damage you could do in the enclosed space of a van. Tattletale's more damaging in other ways. It would help if we knew exactly what her powers were, Miss Militia trailed off, inviting a response. Not sharing, Tattletale said. And I just had my turn at being hostage. Not sharing the details on that either, for the record. Regent's too dangerous? We don't know exactly how long it takes for him to achieve full control, and our records suggest he can regain control instantly. Even if we assume it takes an hour or more, we can't trust that we won't end up in a crisis situation where Regent's being kept in custody for an extended period and gets the opportunity to use his power on someone, not to mention the possibility that he could call Shadowbird to his location. Separated from her dogs, Rachel Lint is the least threatening and most valuable member of your team, the optimal hostage, if you will. And she won't accept being separated from her dogs or being kept in custody, I said. I will. I can hand you my weapons and send my bugs away. Skidder, Gru said. No. Miss Militia folded her arms, unconvinced. I reached over my shoulder, slowly, and unbuckled my utility compartment. Tattletale grabbed it for me as it came free, and the straps fed out through the rings beneath the shoulder panels. She handed it to me, and I drove away the bugs I'd gathered inside. When they were gone, I'd sent away the bugs that were nestled in the midst of my hair, beneath each of my other armor panels, and the skirt of my armor, where it covered the scorched leggings of my costume. So many fucking bugs, Clockblocker said. They have to weigh as much as she does. Not as much as you think, I said. I turned to Miss Militia. Satisfied? She extended a hand for the concave spade-shaped piece of armor, her gun turning into a handgun in the meantime. Triumph, pat her down. Everyone else, get ready to mobilize. Assault, you'll be riding my bike. I'll sit in the van. Wheeled, Clockblocker, Fletchit, and Kidwin with me. I waited while Triumph roughly patted me down, running his fingers into the folds and crevices of my armor and beneath my belt. He found the 2 pieces of paper I'd folded and tucked inside, shook them out as there might be a powder inside, unfolded them, read them, then put them back the way they'd been. I felt like saying something to him, but wasn't sure what. Sorry for attacking your family and nearly murdering you? It sounded almost taunting. Miss Militia led the way to a containment van, and I followed, feeling oddly lightweight. She opened the back, indicating we should gather inside. They arranged themselves with Clockblocker and Wheeled sat to either side of me. Miss Militia, Fletchit, and Kidwin opposite me. The door slammed shut as Kidwin got himself seated. I only had a few bugs in place to get a sense of their positions, few enough that I might have lost track of who was who if I wasn't careful. Using one of these bugs, I did a minor peripheral sweep. They didn't have weapons pointed my way, but Fletchit and Kidwin did have weapons in their laps, a crossbow and a laser blaster. You're shorter, looking at you like this, Clockblocker said. Tall for a girl, but not tall. Sorry, I said. You didn't get rid of all your bugs, Clockblocker commented as the truck started moving. He was looking in the direction of the patrolling mosquitoes, and no Siams. He noticed. Not all, I agreed. Why not? Because I'm blind and utterly helpless if you take all the bugs away, I thought. Too much of it's automatic, I said. I got in the habit of using my power to survey the situation, and now it happens even without my thinking about it. Thinker one, Wheeled said, because your bugs let you sense things to the point that you might be a short-range clairvoyant. That's about what the director said, I replied. I heard a click, and Bugs moved to the sources of the noise to investigate. Miss Militia had my utility compartment in her lap, and she was holding a handgun. Mine. Only one shot remaining. 2 reasons that might be the case, she said. Saving it for yourself, or it was used and you haven't reloaded. The latter, I replied. Who have you been shooting? Your director. Mannequin, and shot through some boards so I could break them. Oh? Long story, I haven't really thought to reload it. I don't use a gun much. Obviously, she said, but she didn't elaborate. String? Can you leave stuff where it is? I asked. I'm curious why you have coiled string in your backpack here, she said. It's a utility compartment, not a backpack, so I don't have to have the spiders make it in the middle of a fight. Spider silk. Kidwin spoke his realization aloud. Miss Militia continued. Pepper spray, change purse with cotton swabs. I see. It's to mask the rattle of spare change and smelling salts. Needles. Please leave everything where it is, I said, a little firmer. I'd collected a few bugs on the various objects she'd withdrawn from the interior of the compartment. I sensed her putting things back, watched to make sure she was putting everything back properly and in the right place. Clockblocker, though, leaned across the back of the van and picked up the baton. You've got stuff like this that's high quality, but then the other stuff's so mundane, Clockblocker commented. Odd for someone half the nation's paying attention to. I wouldn't know, I said, not really watching TV these days. You guys took over the city, which is something that's usually limited to psychos like Nilbog or the third world nations. I guess with Coilgun, you're queen of the local underworld. Or is it Tattletale who's taken that position? We're partners. You sound so matter-of-fact about it, Clockblocker said. You're not ashamed, guilty, or proud? Stand down, Clockblocker. She was gracious enough to be our guest. Don't provoke her, Miss Militia ordered. I'm not bothered, I said. I'm more annoyed at you picking through my equipment. And I don't feel anything about being in charge. It's what it is. And you're not afraid at all being a hostage? He asked. Should I be? You violated the code by association when you took control of someone. The same someone who you saw unmasked. You violated the code again when you attacked Triumph's family. So what's stopping us from tearing off your mask right now? The same code you've disrespected and broken? Look me in the eye, I told Clockblocker, turning my head to face him, and tell me you don't think Shadowstalker was deeply damaged, broken person before we ever got our hands on her. He faced me square on. She was also a hero. She was a hero because the other choice was Juvie, I said. In the months leading up to our kidnapping her, she was using real crossbow bolts, shooting them at people, Gru included. If I remember right, she wasn't supposed to have or be using any lethal ammo on penalty of jail time. Do you have evidence? Miss Militia asked. Would it matter? Does it matter? Judging by what I saw in the limited interaction with her, she was pretty psychotic. There's no way you guys spent all that time with her without something crossing your radar. The night we took her, I baited her out, and she tried to cut my throat. I understand where you're coming from, Miss Militia said, but again, I have to ask for evidence. I can't take you at your word. There's procedures to be followed. Procedures that tie your hands, I said. And they protect us at the same time. If you're looking for a reason why we're in charge, I said, turning towards Clockblocker, that'd be a good place to start. You guys knew you had someone bloodthirsty and fucked up working beside you. You accepted it, probably accommodated her, probably cut her slack in other areas, because I doubt she was an angel outside of costume either. I let that sit with them for a moment. Yeah, I said. I shifted positions on the bench. We aren't limited by oversight or bureaucracy. And we don't pretend our lunatics are kid-friendly. And without that oversight, you're free to kidnap people like her and subject her to torture, Clockblocker said. That's enough, Miss Militia said. She wasn't quite as sharp as before, but her words were somehow more effective. We rode on in silence for a few long moments. You smell like smoke, Clockblocker said. Clockblocker, Miss Militia said. I reserve every right to adjust your patrol schedule if you won't stop engaging Skitter. I'm really okay, I told her, keeping calm. If I'm ever going to shake the idea of Skitter being this unpredictable, dangerous felon, it's now. I'm not going to flip out and hurt somebody, because I don't like what they're saying. When I said I shot some boards, it was to escape a burning building. Coil wasn't lying when he said he set your headquarters on fire, Wild commented. He was, I replied. This was something different. Fuck it. Give me ship patrols, Clockblocker said. I'm not just going to sit by and obey orders when I have the chance to get answers. Clockblocker, Miss Militia said, the name in a warning tone. That's the kind of attitude I'm talking about, I muttered, recognizing when the bureaucracy is hindering more than helping, pushing against it. I can respect that. Don't you compare me to you, Clockblocker said. Okay, I said, smiling a little behind my mask. I won't. I'm wondering how the fuck you can justify doing any of the shit you've pulled and act high and mighty. I won't deny I've done stuff, I said, but I somehow doubt it's the same stuff you're thinking about. But I had reasons for everything I did. If you want to tell me what you think I've done, I can try my hand at explaining myself, provided you're willing to hear me out. Clockblocker, Kidwin said, listen to Miss Militia. This is the kind of stuff that goes on your record. Clockblocker shook his head. Fuck my record. Let's start with the takeover. Justify that. It put me in a position to help people. Visit my territory. People there are healthier, happier, safer, because of what I've done. Except the ones Mannequin and Burnscar killed. I didn't have a ready reply to that. No comment. I tried, I said. I did what I could to help the people in my territory. Maybe my being there did more harm than good. I don't know, but I tried to help. Let's call that one a draw, then. What about how things turned out with Panacea and Glory Girl? I already quizzed her on this, Flechette said. I want to hear it for myself. That was Jack, not me, I said. Flechette nodded. Snorted just loud enough that she knew I'd hear it. It was I thought she'd say that. But you were one of the last people seen with Glory Girl. You were sighted in Panacea's company, Clockblocker said. I tried to help her, talk to her. We invited her to join the Undersiders because she was in a bad headspace. She needed other perspectives beyond her own. But she finished giving Glory Girl medical care after Crawler's spittle had burned through half her body. She refused our offers to help and refused Tattletale's suggestion that she fix what she'd already done to Glory Girl's head. Tattletale knows the full story there, though I have suspicions. The next time I saw her, she was talking to Jack, and he was getting to her, fucking with her head. Stuff happened. I went after him, and it was the last time I saw her. She had a freak out, you know, Clockblocker said. She was in a bad headspace, sure, but she was a good person. Healed people I really care about when she didn't have to. That's why I'm pressing you on this stuff. No matter what Miss Militia might put on my record or do to my patrol schedule, because Amy deserves to have someone stand up for her in her absence. I'm sorry she freaked, but it wasn't my fault. It was bad. She took Glory Girl with her. You know, when Galliant died, Vista saw the body. When Aegis was smashed into a literal pulp by Leviathan, to the point that he couldn't function anymore when he died despite his power, I got to see the remains to verify for myself. But Victoria Dolan was still alive and they didn't let us see her. A select few adults and family members got to see her. They carted her off to a parahuman asylum, and none of the rest of us got to say goodbye because the end result was that fucked up. I didn't know, I'm sorry, I said, but that wasn't my fault. Fine. I'll concede a point to you then. You tried, maybe. One not. What about Battery? I was with Jack and Bonesaw, affected by the miasma, thought they were my friends. Battery was giving chase. Around the time I figured out what was happening, she got attacked by the mechanical spiders. She was fine when I left her. Assault blames you. Probably why Miss Militia didn't have him riding in the van with us. Okay, if I'd been in a better headspace, I would have backed her up. But there was the possibility Jack would get away with a miasma. It fucked with us all. Fine, let's call that another draw. Can't judge you either way with that stuff in play. Triumph. His family. Didn't know he was Triumph until we were in the thick of it, I said. But I did it for Dinah. It doesn't excuse it, but I did it for her. How's that work? To get into a position where I could free her, I had to get close to Coil. He'd already clued in to the fact that I was planning on betraying him if he didn't let her go. Put the screws to me, basically. Forced me to do what I normally wouldn't. It had nothing to do with keeping control of the city? I hesitated. I didn't say that. I could try to justify it, explain how I really felt like I was doing more good than harm, and what all that meant. But it would take too long, cover too many details I'm not willing to share. And I'm not 100% convinced I'd buy it myself. I'll concede that one to you. Not in a position to defend or explain it. 1-1 then. Let's talk Shadowstalker. We're back to that? I asked. She was an asshole, dangerous. Didn't even like her, but she was still a teammate of mine. Some of your teammates might fall into that camp, so maybe you know how I feel. Maybe, but like I said, we weren't holding ourselves up as paragons of virtue. You guys were. Our focus right now is you. You, who drove Shadowstalker into a corner, to the point where she flipped out on her mom and tried to hang herself with an electrical cord. What? I'm not sure how to respond to that, I said. Do you feel bad about it? I'm genuinely curious. I feel less bad than I should, I said, but yeah, it isn't nice to hear. Because of what happened, because she was still reeling from the time she spent as your meat puppet, she attacked her mom, who called the authorities. They caught up just in time to catch her in her room, electrical cord around her neck. Cost Shadowstalker her probation, meaning she got stuck in some parahuman detention center until she's 18. And word is, her mom doesn't want her back when she's finished the 3-year sentence. Last straw and everything. Her life put on hold, her family shattered. Maybe she was damaged like you said, but you took her captive and tormented her until she went off the deep end. I'm not happy she was pushed that far, I said. That's ugly, you're right. But getting her off the streets? Yeah, that's worth it at least. What I don't get is, why? Was the data from that computer really so important? Coil needed it, and I needed Coil happy. Either he'd like my work enough to free her on my request, or he'd trust me enough that I could catch him off guard and help her escape some other way. I'm sure Dinah would be thrilled to hear that, Clockblocker said. Some other girl's life ruined for her sake. How does a supervillain warlord react to that sort of news, by the way? Finding out a heroine tried to hang herself. Do you sit in your swivel chair, stroking your tarantula, and pull off your best maniacal laugh? One more enemy out of the way? I didn't know, I said. Not until you told me what happened to her. That seems to be a recurring theme, he commented. You do stuff. You have reasons. Like your apparent feeling that, oh, it's okay because she was a violent personality, or you don't pay attention to the ending. To everything that comes after. A whole lot of people have been screwed up and hurt in your wake, Skitter. I react like you see me reacting. I don't enjoy it. No maniacal laughing here. But you plan to continue doing what you're doing. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing in the future, I said, aside from stopping Noelle. That's a good point to end this particular discussion, Miss Militia cut in. I will be adjusting your patrol route and noting this minor infraction in your record, Clockblocker. I hope you're more or less satisfied with this discussion. More or less, Clockblocker said, handing the combat baton to Miss Militia. Unless our local supervillainess-in-chief wants to pursue further debate, I think I was ahead by 2-1. No, that's fine, I said. I left it at that. No, I'm not entirely sure I want to hear the full details on any of the other stuff. Quit while I'm only a little behind. If he knew me a little better, I wondered just how targeted those questions could get. I'd killed a man, and I still didn't feel bad about it. Didn't feel anything in particular when I thought about it. In a way, I'd taken the perspective that I didn't feel bad about it because it wasn't wrong. He was a bad person, irredeemable, and it had been the only option. Except in Clockblocker's words, it was his tone that was resonating with me, and I was left just a little less confident about the conclusions I'd come to. In terms of the stuff we discussed and all the little events that had added up over time, I'd made peace with who I was and who I was becoming, in part because my peers were limited to other villains and civilians who I could dismiss because they didn't have the full perspective of life on the battlefield. My dad was among those civilians. It almost pained me to admit. I wasn't entirely certain I felt so peaceful now. Most things, I couldn't imagine I'd really do them differently, given the circumstances and the knowledge I had at the time, but the decisions weren't sitting quite so easily as they had been. It was several minutes before the van stopped. Assault was the one who opened the door, and Clockblocker held the front door of the PRT offices open for me in a very ironic manner. My team was already waiting in the lobby. I'd entered once as a prisoner and thief, once as an invader and kidnapper. It was an eerie thing to be entering as ally to the good guys when I'd never felt further from being one. We had to take the elevator in 2 trips, due to the size of our group, and that meant splitting us up. The heroes were too wary to leave any number of us unsupervised, whether it was on the ground floor or upstairs. I entered the elevator in the company of Parian, Regent, Bitch, Bastard, and Bentley, Miss Militia, Wield, Clockblocker, and Triumph. It seemed to be an advanced design, the elevator offering so smooth a ride that I might not have been able to tell it was in motion if it weren't for the bugs elsewhere in the building. We exited at the 3rd floor. I could use the bugs that had gathered near the waste bins or in the walls to try and get a sense of who and what was around me. I recognized the area as the site where I'd entered via Trickster's teleportation. Desks, cubicles, computers, and paperwork. I could sense some people heading into back rooms to rouse people who were sleeping in the office, on benches and in chairs. All of the officers and out-of-uniform PRT operatives were gathering to look. One of them stepped forward from the rest of the crowd. "Deputy Director," Miss Militia said, standing straighter. "I'm too cynical to think this is an arrest, or to hope that it's anything more than another ruse," the Deputy Director said, "and I can't help but note that these villains aren't in restraints." "It's not an arrest, and I hope it's a trick," Miss Militia replied. "You hope it's a trick?" the Deputy Director asked. "Because I like the truth even less. A new Class S threat." Every officer in the room reacted, a general murmur punctuated with swearing and exclamations. "Who?" "An unknown, possibly a 4th Endbringer, not yet fully grown. I'd like to get in contact with PRT thinkers to verify." "Waits," the Deputy Director called out, over the noise from the gathered police. "Doyen, get on the phone. Patch them through to me as soon as you get hold of someone." "We should wake people up," Miss Militia said. She glanced at the nearest clock. "It's 4:24 in the morning. If this is real, we want the heaviest hitters ready to deploy at a moment's notice. There's a chance this may be our one chance to kill her." "You're killing her?" I asked, quiet. "No," Miss Militia said. "Nothing's set in stone, but there's a chance it may be our only opportunity and our only option. If we're going to do it, I want to do it successfully." "No word from Director Calvert?" the Deputy Director asked. One of the guys in plain clothes spoke up. "He's gone silent, sir." I didn't miss the fact that nearly a third of the local officers glanced my way. We were apparently the prime suspects, which wasn't wrong, per se. The Deputy Director ordered, "Militia, join me in the Director's office. Triumph, see to it that the villains are detained and separated. Interview rooms 1 and 2 for Regent and Skitter. Conference room for Hellhound." I could sense Rachel's shifting position. "If I may make a suggestion, sir," Miss Militia cut in, "I think we should put Skitter in the conference room. She and Tattletale are our main sources of information." "Not complaining," I said, "but Bitch, or Hellhound, if you want to call her that, may be more comfortable in my company. Her dogs are their normal size. If she uses her power, you'll be able to see. Miss Militia already saw to it that I was disarmed." This sounds like you're positioning people for a maneuver, the deputy director said. No, just trying to keep things as copacetic as possible, I said. I'd okay it, Miss Militia said. Fine. Hellhound and Skitter in the conference room. The deputy director paused as the elevator opened with nearly all of Brockton Bay's remaining parahumans. Tattletale to the conference room, Parian in the legal room, Gru and Imp in interview room 2. Put police tape and a sign on the door with a notice of Imp's stranger classification to remind people why it's shut and staying shut. Hey! Relax, Imp, Gru said. You want to confirm this is all right, Skitter? So long as my teammates go free when trouble starts, I said. But yeah, I understand the paranoia. And I think we could break out if we had to, I thought. I didn't say that part. This sucks, Imp commented. Suck it up, Gru responded. Come on. We split up, with Rachel, Tattletale, and I settling in the conference room at the end of the furthest from the door. Triumph stood watch, and the blinds were left open, leaving us visible to the countless officers who were now on their computers and phones. There wasn't one of them who wasn't casting us suspicious glances every minute or so, or peering through the windows of the interview rooms at Regent, Gru, and Imp. I also noted the fact that there were nearly a dozen PRT officers fully suited up in their combat gear, complete with full-faced helmets, the chainmail mesh-covered body armor, and containment phone sprayers. They kept out of the way. If I was using my eyes and didn't have my swarm sense, I wouldn't have known they were there. Sorry, by the way, I told Triumph. The fuck you apologizing for? Rachel grumbled. She'd settled into a chair, feet on the table, Bastard curled up in her lap. One hand dangled, resting on Bentley's head. I attacked his home, remember? Didn't know it was him, but Trickster threatened his family. A fight broke out, and I nearly killed Triumph. They know? Triumph asked. You shared the details already? More or less, I said. Bitch doesn't care and isn't the type to use it against you, and Tattletale would have figured it out anyways. Tattletale nodded. Fuck, Triumph swore. Wilder's right. Anyways, I said. There were better ways to do it, so I am sorry. Didn't need doing in the first place, Triumph said, sighing. I was prepared to risk my life the day I graduated from the wards. Knew what I'd be getting into. Week I had clearance, I watched all the video we have of the Class S threats. Leviathan, Submerge, Behemoth, Slaughterhouse 9, Nilbog, Sleeper. I knew what I was getting into, so I'm not shocked or horrified at the attempt on my life. What gets me is what you did to my dad. Set his career back years, if it's even recoverable, by forcing him to take that stance. The whole thing start to finish was unnecessary. He'll recover, Tattletale said. I'd argue his career was already pretty fucked after the way things went down here. Not saying he was to blame, or that he wasn't, but it's hard to graduate from mayor to governor when your legacy is a flooded ruin of our city. It's not that bad, I said. Tattletale shrugged. Not if you're here. But the photographers and reporters who are getting pictures and video footage of Brockton Bay aren't going to take pictures of the barely affected areas. They're going to get the beaches, the south end, and the crater, because that's what sells. The people outside the city only see the worst bits. When we're talking public perception, it's not what is, it's the picture that's painted. And the picture is of a handful of scary and powerful supervillains running a fucked up city, Triumph said. Which is about to get more fucked up if you aren't pulling our legs. So yeah, not a good legacy for my dad. We have no reason to pull your leg, I said. Getting access to something else that's confidential, covering your kidnapping of Visa so you're clear to use Regent's power on her later. Why would we want her? Rachel asked. She's strong. Bitch's question's a good one, Tattletale said. Yes, Beast is strong, but why would we want her? It'd be putting ourselves at risk for no particular gain. If we wanted raw power, we'd have kept your cousin. There's nothing left in the city that we need or want. So it's not like we really need her assistance to get a job done. We have money, we have resources, and anything that's worth anything is destroyed or taken by now. Then what do you want? Triumph asked. Security. We all have the basics. Shelter, food, warmth, companionship, money. Anything we do from here on out is going to involve better securing ourselves where we're at. We want to stop visiting villains from getting a footing anywhere in the city unless they're joining us. Keep the peace so we keep you guys off our backs. I wouldn't mind a system like Yakuza's of Japan's yesteryear, where we support and involve ourselves in local business, legally, to the point that nobody will be able to shake us. It's terrifying, Triumph said. Why? Because we're bad? Ooh, spooky. Tattletale waggled her fingers at him. If we do it right, we won't have to extort anything from the locals. We can do more to stop the drug trade than any of your guys. Then we disappear into the background, make enough money off the side benefits of our powers and investments to live a life of comfort. Mobilize only if and when there's a new threat. Build trust with you guys. Ensure that any new power humans go to either your group, go to ours, or they get dealt with in some other way. Ensure that anyone like Hellhound who needs more elbow room or freedom is somewhere they're comfortable, where they won't do any real harm. And she's okay with that? Triumph asked. Being benched? Give me my dogs. Don't bother me. Don't get in my face. I'm okay with whatever, Rachel said. Her arm was moving. It took me a second to realize she was scratching Bastard. Calmer than you were a week and a half ago, if that's the case, Triumph said. Don't know, Rachel replied. That was then, this is now, Triumph sighed. Weald and Clockblocker joined us. Clockblocker handed Triumph a can of Coke or something like that. They behavin'? Clockblocker asked. Pretty much. Tattletale mentioned Dinah, but it wasn't to fuck with me. We're all talking about their master plan, if you can call it that. Not much else. Clockblocker looked at me. Skitter and I had a discussion on the way over. And you won't have another, Miss Militia cut in. She stepped out of the director's office next door and into the doorway. We're not here to socialize. We got in touch with some thinkers. 11th R says he gets an 8. Appraisers, Reed says, we're purple. Rule for any pre-situ call is we get 3 points of reference. Going by thinkers alone, that makes a third thinker. The first they were able to get in touch with was Hunch, your old teammate, Weald. Didn't think he rated yet, Weald said. Chief Director Costa Brown gave him the A-OK, and Hunch says it's bad. Altogether, we're calling this a threat level A. No shit, the Undersiders are for real? Triumph asked. Tattletale didn't wait for him to get an answer. That's threat level S. S-class. The Chief Director of the PRT determined it was an A-class threat. Bullshit, Tattletale said. S-class. I know Appraiser offered a purple velvet diagnosis for his previous ratings on Endbringer attacks, though that's not even the reason it's so low. 11's score of 8 has to be above the 75% mark, and an answer as vague as Hunch's is going to be a 75% exact, as per Section 976, Article 71. That's 3 values that have to be above the threshold for declaring a threat level S situation. How the hell do you know all that? Weald asked. Tattletale waved him off. The Chief Director made the call. We're standing by it, Miss Militia said. We're talking Class S. Even if you ignore pre-situation verification, Section 975, Article 57, classifying high-level duplicators and villains who operate to any exponential degree, Nilbog and Submerge both count, and Noelle does too. If the powers generate more instances of power generation or reoccurring effect in an epidemic pattern, she's not a self-duplicator, Miss Militia said. And yes, she's creating powers, but there's copies of other people's powers. They're not exponential or self-recursive. In effect, you're splitting hairs. And, Miss Militia said, she doesn't create more powers on her own. She has an intrinsic requirement of needing contact and time to absorb. She doesn't meet the criteria as they stand. Still splitting those hairs, Tattletale said. Her threat level zooms up to an S as soon as she gets her hand on anyone who can enable something like that. Like, say, any tinker. I don't know why we're even discussing this, when you seem to have our operations manual memorized and you're capable of realizing it for yourself, Miss Militia said. But it doesn't bear dwelling on. The difference in our response to a Class A crisis and a Class S one is minor at best. Some territory protocols change. We won't necessarily have Alexandria, Legend, or Adolan assisting, and there's no penalties for anyone who's subscribed to the critical situation roster if they sit this one out. Which they will, Tattletale said. You're ignoring the fact that people are inherently selfish. It takes something to shake them from that reality, and that's not common. I think you're underestimating the inherent goodness of people who dedicate their lives to heroism. I know for a fact we have ample volunteers ready, informed on the situation. They're en route. If heroes aren't showing in full force, others won't either, Tattletale said. And there's no epidemic protocols with a Class A. We have one tinker, Miss Militia said. Kidwin. Armsmaster is no longer on the premises. We have no duplicators. The risk is one we can control, either through the organization of our forces or turning any combatants with problematic interactions away. Epidemic protocols are unnecessary. Armsmaster escaped, you mean? Tattletale said. And it won't be that easy. Maybe not, but that's the word from above. I'm not interested in debating this further, Tattletale, Miss Militia said. She turned her head slightly toward me, clearly expecting me to comment along the lines of what I'd said in the containment van, about authority tying one's hands. When I didn't rise to the challenge, she said, We're having a strategy meeting in a matter of minutes. The first phase of the response will be teleporting in momentarily, but our best mass teleporter died in the Leviathan attack, and the process is slow. I'll be releasing the rest of the Undersiders to join you soon. As soon as you have enough extra bodies to watch us, Tattletale commented. Yes, Miss Militia said terse. She looked at the 3 young heroes who had gathered at the wall by the door. Be good. Excuses or no excuses. It looked bad when we had the last incident with the break in the truce. Don't let Tattletale provoke you. Don't provoke them. You can't blame them if they get emotional, Tattletale sighed. It's only natural. 3 young men, 3 young women. A possibility of Capulet Montague forbidden love between hero and villain. My warning goes to you, Tattletale. I already instructed Triumph to shout at the first sign of trouble. I'll be angelic, Tattletale said. Good. You should also know that Parian is leaving. She asked me to tell you, and to let you know she'll be at her territory. Parian was gone? Shit! I wouldn't have let her go, I said, for a lot of reasons. It's unfortunate, I agree, Miss Militia said, but we're not in a position to stop her, short of fighting her. She was adamant about not wanting to participate in this fight. Fletchett is escorting her back. And however Noelle found Vista, she might find Parian and Fletchett, and target them the same way, Tattletale said. Maybe. They both have devices to alert us. In the worst-case scenario, they can inform us if something's happened. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare. Miss Militia didn't wait for a response. She was already striding down the hall, gesturing to get someone's attention. Someone too small and too young to be a cop. The 3 boys at the other end of the long table started talking among themselves. This is falling apart before it begins, Tattletale commented. I get the impression Miss Militia's spooked, I said. She's tense. Anyone would be, Tattletale replied. Doesn't help that the last Endbringer fight ended her predecessor's career. I nodded. Our muscles are going to suffer in this fight, Tattletale said. Your bugs. Bitch's dogs. They can't hurt her if she absorbs things on contact. Not unless we want clones of Bitch's dogs running rampant. The heroes have long-ranged fire, I replied. Kidwin, Miss Militia, Triumph. So Bitch and I adopt a support rule. The dogs get our key players around the battlefield, if Bitch is willing. Rachel grunted something that could have been agreement. I might be able to tie Noelle up without the bugs touching her. Gru can slow her down. Regent could do the same, I finished. Regent couldn't use his power against Leviathan. Can you imagine him getting Leviathan under control? I'd rather not, I admitted. There's a sweet spot as far as rep goes. Having a pet Endbringer puts us in the too scary to be allowed to live category. We'd have to do what the Slaughterhouse 9 do, win frequently enough against high odds that people can't afford the losses. Would mean we have to go mobile, I said, so we have time to recuperate while the enemy tries to track us down. Anyways, enough what if. Let's get back on topic. Tattletale nodded. Imp? For this coming fight, rescue, I said. The enemy won't target her. They might target anyone she can get in contact with. Fallen allies, captives. Imp gets them to safety. Tattletale nodded. The tone in her voice shifted fractionally as she said, You guys can chime in at any point here. The young heroes had stopped talking and were listening in. I don't know what you want us to add, Clockblocker said. Interactions, I said. Maybe we pitch you on Bentley's back. We won't have to kill Noelle, but you can tag her. We'll be able to keep her frozen long enough for us to erect some form of containment. Me? On the dog? You're scared? Rachel asked. I think anyone would be scared. You can't tell me they aren't a little intimidating. Your power nullifies any threat they could pose, I said. If it closes its teeth around my arm, the fraction of a second it takes my power to kick in is going to buy it time to dig in just a little. Jaws clamped on my arm. I freeze it, sure. But then every time it unfreezes, it closes a little more before I can freeze it again. No thank you. He's scared, Rachel said. She scratched the top of Bastard's head, and I realized she was talking to the wolf cub that was sleeping on her lap. You're the stuff of nightmares. Clockblocker snorted, then got caught up in a murmured conversation with Weald and Triumph. They were facing our way as they talked. I tried to ignore them, focused on taking deep breaths, controlling the intake so I wouldn't start coughing, and humiliate myself in front of the local heroes. You okay? Tattletale asked. Coughing less. I feel like I maybe got the worst of it out of my lungs and throat. I mean you. You've been quiet. You weren't saying as much as you normally might when I was talking to Miss Militia. Thinking. Important you keep doing that, she said. But not if it's getting you like this, unless you're putting together a master plan. I shook my head. No plan, just fatigue and... I stopped. Each and every officer in the next room was turning their heads. I used my bugs to feel out the subject. A hood, with the warmth of the faint natural glow from beneath. With the same effect around his hands, with his loose sleeves. I noted that a glass helm, like the one Clockblocker wore, fit over his face beneath the hood. People went out of their way to clear out his path, to such an extent that I might have thought they were in front of an elephant and not a man. Edolian entered the conference room and grabbed the seat just to the right of the one at the far end of the table. He swept his cape to one side before he sat down. Didn't think you were coming, Tattletale said, with it being just a Class A threat. The infamous Undersiders, Edolian spoke, his voice reverberating slightly, in an effect similar to Gru's. And the famous Edolian, Tattletale retorted. While we're doing the reverse introductions, I thought I told Miss Militia that we shouldn't bring in anyone we can't beat in a fight. Don't concern yourself over it, Edolian said. I can render myself immune. We won't know until it happens, she replied. There was a pause. Tattletale, are you looking for a chink in the armor? You can't blame me, can you? If we wind up having to fight you, then it might be all over, so I'm gathering intel. Idolian didn't reply. Okay, sure, fine. Tattletale raised her hands in surrender. It's cool. Idolian turned away to follow the murmured conversation between Wheeled, Triumph, and Clockblocker. Tattletale rested her elbows on the table, rubbed at her eyes. Tired? I asked. Exhausted. But using my power all night. My head's throbbing, and this whole business with Noelle hasn't even started. Take a nap, I suggested. No time, and I do want to make sure I have some ideas in advance, for anyone we might have to face. Noelle is going to target Idolian. If we fight him, we'll have to use his weakness against him. Tattletale, Idolian caught off Clockblocker mid-sentence, his voice carrying across the room. Could you elaborate? Don't worry, she said. No weaknesses you don't already know about. Is that so? You're losing your powers, she said. Not fast enough that it matters today, but enough that the difference is appreciable. It was hard to read Idolian's body language, with the few bugs I'd permitted myself. He was leaning forward slightly, and his upper arms pressed against the fabric of his costume as he flexed or clenched his fist. And how would you know this, if it were true? Because any other day, with you heroes being as short on teleporters as you are, you'd be helping bring people in. You're conserving your strength. It might even be long-term fear, like you've only got so much power to use over your lifetime before it's all spent. Candle that burns twice as hot, or something. Simple deduction. Did you consider that I am not teleporting people because there's a shortage of volunteers? That would contradict what Miss Militia said, and she wasn't lying. And it doesn't fit the overall picture. Alexandria. Idolian slapped his hand down against the table. A force field expanded from the impact site, forcing Rachel and I out of our chairs and against the wall. I slumped down to the ground, grabbed my rib, and coughed painfully. The force field had kept Rachel and I out, but Tattletale was inside with Idolian. The sounds from within were muffled, but I had bugs on both Idolian and Tattletale, and I could almost make out their words. Tattletale was speaking. Reason you. The situation, a Class A threat, isn't because it doesn't fit. Did it this because Alexandria wanted an excuse not? You came because you needed to prove something to yourself. Test. Measure of your power in a situation. Work best when danger. This is best challenge you'll have. Treading dangerous waters, Idolian spoke. There was no growl in his voice, no anger, irritation, or emotion at all, only calm. It made him easier to understand. Can live with danger. It's interesting. Awfully interesting. Why Alexandria is not coming. Me? Secret. Idolian said something, but his tone had changed and I wasn't able to switch mental gears fast enough. You? Tattletale asked. Years. The fuck? Rachel snarled. Bentley growled as if to accompany her words. He was already growling. Relax, I said before I started coughing again. They aren't fighting. He knocked me over! I could see Miss Militia and Assault at the other end of the room, but the force field bubble was blocking us. What happened? Miss Militia shouted. I tried to respond, coughed instead. My voice was weak with the fresh rawness of my throat, as I did manage to utter a reply. Idolian flipped. Idolian attacked, Rachel yelled. Did she provoke him? Miss Militia asked. Her gun was raised. No, I managed only a whisper. The force field winked out. Idolian was still sitting. He hadn't moved except to slap the table with his hand, but Tattletale was standing. Just wanted to have a private conversation, Idolian said. I'm sorry, I'll be getting some fresh air. With that, he stood and strode out of the room. He made his way to the stairwell, and I could track him moving to the roof. I picked up my chair and sat, still coughing intermittently. Rachel was still standing, and her dogs were still growing. I gestured for her to sit. She just glared across the room. I gestured again, but the force of the motion made my chest hurt, and I started coughing. Before I recovered, Rachel sat with an audible thud. She kicked her boot against the edge of the table hard and left it there. "What did you do?" Miss Militia asked. She was facing Tattletale. I could see the other Undersiders behind her. "I was just commenting that it seemed odd he wasn't helping you guys out with teleporting people in," Tattletale said. "You said more than that," Wield noted. "I'm tired. He's tired. We talked it out. All copacetic," Tattletale said. She leaned back and stretched. "I'm not so sure," Miss Militia said. "Skitter, are you all right?" "Recent injury," I managed. "We'll be fine in a minute." Miss Militia nodded. Not much sympathy, but I couldn't blame her. "Then let's get things underway. Everyone, please get seated or find space to stand." Gru, Regent, and Imp joined us, and Gru set his hands on my shoulders as he stood behind me. He rubbed my exposed back where the armor panel was missing as I coughed hoarsely once or twice. I counted the people in costume with my swarm. It wasn't nearly as many reinforcements as we had against Leviathan. I saw Chevalier and Midrin, but didn't recognize anyone else. There were wards and protectorate members from Brockton Bay, with perhaps 20 more. Tentative ratings based on what we know, we have her down as a Brute 8, a Charger 2, and a combination of Striker and Master with a rating of 10. "Too low," I heard Telltale murmur. I suppressed the cough, managed only a choke. It drew more attention to me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was already paying way too much attention. I was wearing my older costume, and somehow felt more juvenile, more exposed. I didn't have the covering of bugs over the exterior of my costume like I was used to, either. Her ability allows her to create clones of anyone she touches. The PRT office believes she's a Class A threat, but Tattletale's expectation is that this individual has the potential to become an Endbringer. We're moving forward with extreme caution. Our primary issue, at the moment, is that we can't yet locate her. She has one hostage, a young member of the wards. The girl was attacked en route to her home. Locating our target quickly is paramount, but we should be also careful to avoid giving her a chance to use her power on us. For the time being, we will be operating with the same protocols and plans that we employ against Hadush. Hit and run, maintain a safe distance as priority number 1, and employ continuous attacks. We'll be dividing you into teams. Miss Militia stopped short as an officer pushed his way through the people near the door, Chevalier included. He handed Miss Militia a phone. She turned around and pressed the button on the wall. The faux wooden panel separated to reveal a widescreen television. It flickered on. "Her?" Kidwin asked. "That's a Class S threat." "She's bigger than she looks," Tattletale commented. I was disappointed I couldn't see. I tried looking at the screen with my bugs, but they only saw a rectangular glow. "Quiet," Miss Militia said. "It's a webcam feed. I'm settling in, so we'll be transmitting audio only." "Hello, Noelle." "Who is this?" Noelle asked. "She talks," I heard someone whisper. "Miss Militia," Miss Militia said louder. "The gun woman. Who else is there?" "Other local heroes," Miss Militia replied. "Oh, there aren't more? The Undersiders didn't get in touch with you?" Noelle sounded funny. Her voice was hollowed, almost disappointed. "It's just us right now." "Because I smell more," Noelle said, "which makes it hard to believe you. But you can lie if you have to." "You can smell us?" "Not you, but it doesn't matter." Noelle's voice broke. She stopped. "Are you there?" Miss Militia asked. "I'm here. I was just telling you it doesn't matter. I only called because I killed her. The Space Warper. I'm so bad with the names. So many names for you capes. I only ever paid attention to the powers." "You killed Vista?" Miss Militia said. "Why?" "Because I could, because I was hungry, and I'd already used her up, see?" There was a brief pause, then a number of gasps and breathless words all at once. One of my bugs caught a noise from Cockblocker deep in his throat. Gru leaned in close, whispered in my ear, 5 Vistas. All but one of them had faces more like masks than skin and muscle, hard, rigid, wearing borrowed clothes, not costumes. The fifth one might be taller than I am, and her bones looked curved. I nodded. There was a thump from the microphone on Noelle's end. Presumably, she had turned the camera back to herself. Just wanted to let you know that. I'm sorry. This isn't like me. It's the stuff that's growing on me. I have my memories, and when I think, it's always my thoughts, but it feels like it's taking over my subconscious. And when it wants something, the hormones and adrenaline flood into my body and my brain, so I feel what it feels, twists the way I think. Why Vista? She was alone, and I could smell how strong she was. Read about her, online too. Internet was all I had for a long time. Now I've got them. They're pretty obedient, and it's nice to have company. I haven't had any physical contact with anyone for a while, and they like giving me hugs. Except the sixth. Sixth? Miss Militia said. Not as obedient. She ran off, gibbering something about killing her family. Miss Militia thrust her index finger toward the door, and the words were gone in a flash, running for the stairwell. Can we negotiate? Miss Militia asked, her voice oddly calm given the ferocity of the gesture and the threat against one of her colleagues' families. Not really a negotiation, but I can offer you a deal. What's the deal? Kill the Undersiders, or hand them to me so I can torment them before I kill them. You can do it any time you want to. Just knock them out, or hurt them, or find a way to tell me where they are. If it's a choice between hurting you or hurting one of them, I'll hurt them, I promise. If I've taken someone hostage, you probably have a little while before the hostage is dead. Just know that I'll trade you any of my hostages for any Undersider, any time, any situation. When the Undersiders are all dealt with, I'll sniff out and kill all of the clones I've made. Then I'll let you try and kill me, or imprison me, do whatever. I don't care anymore because I don't think I'll be me much longer. I don't think I'm even me right now. Not the me I was. I'm rambling. They took away my only chance to get well. Until they paid for that, I'm going to make this hard on you heroes. I don't think I can die, and I don't think I'm that easy to stop in other ways. I'll hunt you down. I'll copy you until you're all used up. Let your copies ruin your reputations and your lives. And then I'll eat you. I'll do it to each of you, one by one, until you realize it's easier to go after the Undersiders than to come after me. Give me my revenge, and this ends.
Arc 18, Interlude 2. Water torture, Justin said. It's what the CIA uses. No, please. Justin shook his head. What good is begging going to do? There's hardly a point to torture if you want it. The victim can aspirate water during water torture, Dorothy commented, as though she were commenting on paint shades. But I could have been doing it wrong. Burning, then. Start on the back, chest, and stomach, work our way to the extremities. They say a burn hurts worse than any other pain, inch for inch, Justin said. By the time we work our way to the face, the armpits, or the soles of the feet. Oh, God. Scarring, Jeff said, looking up from his newspaper. Chance of infection. He'd be facing as much risk as he would with the water torture. It might even be harder to treat. Harder to explain if we had to go to a doctor. Razors? Justin suggested. Razors could work, Dorothy said. I'm good with a razor. Hear that? Justin asked. She's good with a razor. Please, there has to be another way. There are a number of other ways, Dorothy said. Tearing out your teeth, fingernails, and toenails is one. Castration, force-feeding, breaking bones, rats, flaying. I meant besides torture. Psychological methods, Justin suggested. Isolation, Dorothy offered. Sensory deprivation, intoxicants. Would you like cream in your coffee, Jeff? No, thank you, dear. The bacon is done. Why don't you two come and eat? Dorothy offered. Justin sighed. Come, Theo. The boy gave them wary looks as he stood from the armchair and crossed the length of their hotel room. Dorothy had laid out a veritable feast. Bacon, eggs, English muffins, toast, French toast, a bowl of strawberries, a bowl of blueberries, and a bowl of fruit salad. There was orange juice and pots of both coffee and tea. She was just setting down a plate of bacon, leaving barely enough room for anyone's plates. It would have been too much for 8 people to eat, but she didn't seem to realize that. She smiled as Justin ushered Theo to the table and sat down. Her clothes were more fit for a job interview than for a fugitive, with a knee-length dress, heels, earrings, and makeup. Jeff, like his wife, was too well dressed for the occasion, wearing a button-up shirt beneath a tan blazer, his hair oiled and combed back neatly. They can't act, Justin thought. They follow their routines like bad actors following a script. A housewife preparing a meal for her family, the husband at the table. He'd known that the pair started every day with the same routine, like clockwork. Wake, don bathrobe, and collect a newspaper. Jeff would step into the shower as Dorothy stepped out, and she would be done grooming by the time he was through. Once they were both dressed, they'd head to the kitchen, and Jeff would read the paper while Dorothy cooked. But always, the details would be off. Things any ordinary person would take for granted were forgotten or exaggerated. Dorothy inevitably prepared too much, because it was harder for her to consider how hungry everyone was, and adjust accordingly. Only 2 days ago, Justin had noted that Jeff would take a few minutes to read the front page of the paper, turn the page, and stop. Now he couldn't help but notice. It was the same thing every day. For the 20 or 30 minutes it took Dorothy to put everything together and set it on the table, Jeff would stare at the second and third pages of the newspaper. Justin had asked about the headlines and the articles. Jeff never remembered because he wasn't reading. He could read, but he didn't. He spent nearly 40 minutes in total every day like clockwork, doing little more than staring into space, pretending to read. Put the paper away. It's time to eat, Justin thought. Yes, dear. Smells delicious. Put the paper away. It's time to eat, Dorothy said. She was holding the coffee pot, stepped behind Jeff, putting a hand on his shoulder, and bent down to kiss him on the top of his head. Automatic, without affection. Yes, dear, Jeff said, smiling up at his wife. Smells delicious. Jesus, fuck, they scare me, Justin thought. But he plastered a fake smile of his own onto his face, grabbed one of the oven-warmed plates, and served himself. Theo did much the same at the other side of the table, minus the smile. Kaden emerged from one of the bedrooms, her hair still tangled from sleep, wearing a bathrobe. Mousy, shorter than average, looking exceedingly human, she was Dorothy Schmidt's antithesis. Aster slept well last night, Justin commented. Didn't hear her crying. She slept through the night. We just have to maintain a routine as we keep moving, Caden said. We were just discussing ways to force Theo's trigger event. It'll come on its own, she said. We have 2 years. 1 year and 11 months, Theo said. Caden glanced at him, but didn't respond. It should have happened already, Justin pointed out. It's easier for children with inherited powers, and Theo's the son of Kaiser, who is the son of Allfather, third generation. Maybe I didn't get powers, Theo said, not looking up from his plate. Or maybe you've lived a sheltered enough life that you haven't had a reason to trigger, Justin retorted. I don't want to get tortured, physically or psychologically. There has to be another way. Torture? Caden asked. It's one line of thought, Justin said, trying to mask his annoyance. He'd purposefully brought it up while Caden was out of the room. We were trying to think of methods that wouldn't leave him unable to fight Jack when the time came. No torture. Theo's right. We can find another way. Justin frowned. Every day we wait is a day we don't have for training his abilities, and he'll need all of the training he can get. Because I have to fight the Slaughterhouse 9 and Jack Slash, and he'll kill 1,000 people if I don't, Theo said. Me and Aster, too. Justin glanced at the boy, saw the white-knuckle grip he had on his knife and fork, looked at Caden, who had French toast speared on her fork but wasn't raising it to her mouth. She stared off into space as the maple syrup slowly dripped down to the plate below. She doesn't know what to do any more than we do. You come from a good pedigree, Justin commented. Kaiser was strong enough to rule over the better part of Brockton Bay, as Allfather did before him. Which doesn't do us any good if I don't get powers, Theo mumbled. If worst comes to worst, Caden said, we fight the Slaughterhouse 9. Night, Fog, Crusader, and I. Okay? Justin frowned, but he didn't speak. Theo voiced half the doubts that Justin was keeping silent. You didn't fight them last time. I'm not saying you were wrong to leave, but... But we didn't fight them then. You're right, Caden said. I'd hoped the others would stop them. The heroes, the Undersiders, Hookwolf. And they didn't, Justin said. Which means we have to assume Jack's going to follow through. That gives us a time limit. Theo needs powers. He needs training. We need to find the 9, and we need to stop them. What if we went to the Jesselschafft? Caden glanced at the other two who were sitting at the table, Dorothy and Jeff. Neither of the two had reacted to the name of the organization that had created them. Or, at least, they hadn't reacted outwardly. I'm more concerned that they'd help the Slaughterhouse 9 if it meant killing 1,000 Americans, she said. And I'm not sure I want Theo to receive the kind of power they offer. If we contacted them through Krieg... Justin trailed off. What? Caden asked. She let her knife and fork drop to her plate with a loud clatter. You think they'd give us assistance with no strings attached? That we could call in a favor with Krieg and they'd give Theo powers, without the follow-up attention? No, I suppose not. They turn people into weapons, Caden said. Then they decide where those weapons are best positioned for the cause. There's 2 good reasons why they wouldn't have given fresh orders to Night and Fog since the Empire collapsed. Either they can't get in touch with us. I somehow doubt that. Or Night and Fog are forgotten, presumed dead or ignored. Caden finished. In which case, we don't want to remind them that we're still around. I somehow doubt that as well, Justin said. They have to know we're alive. Then what? Why leave these 2 in my care? Because it serves their agenda, Justin answered. He finished off his plate, spooned some blueberries onto the side, and poured himself some orange juice. What agenda? The Empire fell. The Chosen fell. Only Caden Anders and her Pure remain. If they hope to retain any foothold in the Americas, it'll be through you. I don't want to give them a foothold in the Americas. By the sole fact that you exist, you're giving it to them. Your reputation, your success. It gives the Gesellschaft the opportunity to say their cause is being furthered in the West, even if your goals and theirs are only aligned in abstract. So they leave Night and Fog in your care because it keeps you dangerous. It helps ensure your success, and maybe because it gives them a way to strike at you if they decide you're a danger to the cause. Caden glanced at Dorothy, studying Knight's civilian appearance. More coffee? Dorothy asked, smiling. God, yes, Caden muttered. She held out her cup for a refill. What about you? Theo asked. Justin turned to look at the boy. Who, me? Where do you stand with the cause? Theo asked. Justin didn't miss the inflection at the end. I'm a simple man, Justin said, smiling. I like steak and potatoes. I like a good fight, a serious game of baseball or football. American football. I like a good woman's company. Caden cleared her throat. When Justin met her eyes, she was glaring at him. Not jealousy, more of a mother bear protecting her cub. Justin smiled a little, more with one side of his mouth than the other. And I believe that they are fucking things up out there, and the rest of the world's letting them. People with different colored skin. People with differences, Justin said. Faggots, gimps, mongoloids. Kaiser got that. I talked to him one-on-one, and he had the right ideas. He got that America is ours, that they're polluting it over time, letting these people in. But he was too focused on the big picture, and he was working with the Gesellschaft, which was way too big picture for my tastes. Still, birds of a feather. I worked under him because I wasn't about to find others elsewhere, and I didn't feel like going it alone. Then he introduced me to Purity. Theo glanced at his one-time stepmother. And I think we're more in sync, Caden and I, Justin said. If Kaiser was the visionary, the guy on top, the guy with the dream, working to achieve something over decades, then Purity is the detective working the streets. And that's the kind of simple thinking I can get behind. So you don't support the Gesellschaft? Theo asked. I can't support what I don't understand, Justin said. And what I do understand is that we need to give you your trigger event before it's too late. Because Jack and his gang of psychopaths are the sort of freaks I can't stand. And I'll be fucked if we let him beat you on this count. They don't get to beat us, and you're one of us. Theo drew in a deep breath, as if he was going to say something, and then heaved it out as a sigh, slow and heavy. "Whether you like it or not," Justin added, just under his breath. Theo glanced at him. He hadn't missed the comment. At a normal volume, Justin said, "You're vetoing the torture, where we'd be trying to get him to a trigger state in a safe, controlled environment. We need another game plan." Caden sighed. "For now, we'll let Dorothy clean up. Have you two done your morning sparring?" Justin shook his head. "Give Theo some training while I shower. Then you two can wash up. Get dressed to go out. I have one idea regarding Theo's trigger event." Justin stood with a plate in hand, but Dorothy was already walking around the table, her heels clicking on the tile. She took the plate from him, smiling. "Come on, then," Justin urged the boy. "Let's see how much of it's sinking in." "Not much," Theo said. "Probably not," Justin replied. He reached for his power and stepped out of his body, a spiritual mitosis. A ghostly image of himself, wearing the same clothes, crossed the living room of the space the hotel had given them. He created 2 more replicas of himself, one walking until its legs were sticking through the couch. 4 against 1? Theo asked. "You think the 9 are going to play fair? Now, do you remember priority 1? Self-defense. Protection comes first, always. The core of any martial art or self-defense. Perception second. Know what's going on, because it'll help you protect yourself, and it'll help you identify the right moment to strike. Arms up. Let's see your stance." Theo raised his arms in the ready position, positioned his feet further apart. Justin looked the boy over. He'd lost a little weight, though he wouldn't look much skinnier if he kept exercising like he was. He'd put on muscle and looked just as bulky, at least for a while. But that stance. Justin suppressed a sigh. Those 1,000 people are fucked. "Harvard," Justin said. "This way," Caden said. She had Aster in a harness, the baby's head resting against her chest. "You know your way around Harvard?" Color me impressed. "I looked it up online. This way. I'd rather not spend too much time in public." Justin noted the crowd of older teenagers and 20-somethings. It was summer, but the school wasn't empty. With the warmth of summer, the students were wearing shorts and short sleeves, as well as short dresses. Justin smiled at a group of girls as they passed by. One of them looked over her shoulder at him, gave him a glance that roved from head to toe and back up again. "Justin?" Caden said, raising her voice. "Coming," he said. Damn. They made their way across the campus. Dorothy and Jeff had stayed behind, leaving Caden, Justin, and Theo to carry out the errand with Aster in tow. They reached a tower built to match the other buildings of the campus. Justin held the door for Caden and Theo, pausing to note the lettering across the entrance. Department of Parahuman Studies. Fitting. Caden's plan was clear now. They entered the elevator, and Caden checked a slip of paper, hit the button for the 9th floor. She tucked it into a pocket behind Aster's back, then kissed her sleeping daughter on the forehead as the doors closed. "We should get in and out fast," Justin commented. Caden pursed her lips. "Always have to consider that someone made us, and that they're calling the authorities." I know, she said. Fuck Coil, Justin snarled. Caden glared at him, and her eyes and hair both glowed with a trace of light. Some free strands of hair lifted as the light touched them, as if they were buoyant, or as if Caden was underwater and slowly sinking. Watch your language around Aster. She doesn't understand. But she will one day. Get in the habit now. Justin sighed. Will do. We going in hard or soft? You could rephrase that, but this is a soft entry. Right. They departed the elevator as it reached the 9th floor. Caden double-checked the slip of paper, and they began the process of figuring out where the room was. It wasn't intuitive, as the rooms didn't seem to be numbered sequentially. They stopped at one door that was labeled 914, with a nameplate below reading Dr. Wysocki. What the hell kind of name is Wysocki? Pollock? He's one of the top researchers on parahumans, Caden said. The best in the Massachusetts area. You're the boss and it's your call, Justin said, shrugging. Just saying I pointed it out in advance. What difference is it going to make? Theo asked. Doesn't make any difference to his ability to do his job. So cute, Justin said. He gave Theo a pat on the cheek, and the boy pushed his hand away in irritation. Caden knocked, and the door swung partially open. A young man no older than 25 hopped out of his swivel chair, pulling earbuds from his ears. Ah, hi? We had a few questions, Caden said. I've never had a student bring their family before. We're not students, Caden said. She strode into the room, and Justin gave Theo a push on the shoulder to prod him forward. When everyone was inside, he closed the door and stood with his back to it. Huh. I thought I recognized you. Would have been from class, the man said. We're not students, Justin echoed Caden's words. His tone didn't have the intimidating effect he'd hoped for. The young man's forehead was wrinkled in concerns of a different sort. You're not here for the office hours? Figures. I sit around for 3 hours twice a week. 5 straight weeks. Someone finally shows, and they aren't a student. You're Wysocki? Justin asked. No. The young man gave him a funny look. You're really not students. I'm the TA, filling in while he's at an event. Peter Gosley. He extended a hand, but nobody accepted it. Fuck, Justin said. This is a waste of time. If you have questions, Peter trailed off, letting his hand drop. Trigger events, Theo said, his voice quiet. Peter's eyes fell on the boy, widening slightly. You have powers? You just got them? I need them, Theo answered. Peter gave them a funny look. I'm not sure I understand. Tell us what you know about trigger events and perhaps we'll explain, Caden said. That's a broad field. What do you want to know? How to have one, Theo said. Trust me, there isn't a single government out there that isn't trying to pull it off. None have had much success with the various methods they've tried. Not to the point that anyone else has been able to copy their methodology. If anyone was succeeding, it'd be off the radar. Maybe the Protectorate. What methods have they tried? Justin asked. The government's. Anything? Everything. Drug-induced panic attacks, kidnappings, torture. Some with willing participants. Some even with participants in the dark. The Queensland trials. Stop, Caden said. Peter stopped. Participants in the dark? And nothing worked? It sometimes worked. A lot of stuff sometimes worked. The problem is, the act of getting a trigger event tends to throw a controlled situation into disarray. A government or organization pours hundreds of man-hours and $500,000 into identifying people who might be parahumans. By whatever metric they're using, tracking them, covertly acquiring them, and inducing the parahuman state. And it'd work 1 in 200 times. Half of those times, they'd wind up with the parahuman in an agitated state and things would fall apart. So a lot of the successes end up being failures of a different sort. But they haven't found a consistent way of getting people to trigger? Caden asked. No. Fact is, it's harder when you're trying to provoke a trigger event, even if the participant doesn't know you're trying it. Why? Caden asked. Peter shrugged. There's theories. There's the specific trigger theory, which suggests that each individual demands a particular kind of trigger event, so any attempts to force it are essentially attempting the wrong form of trigger. There's the specific circumstance theory, which is different, because it suggests that it's not just a particular type of trigger that's demanded, but the specific time or event. You're saying it's predestined, Justin said. Some scholars say it's predestined. I don't. Other theories. There's intelligent intervention. Phrase it in American fucking English, Justin said. There's no need for rudeness, Peter said. He adjusted his glasses and frowned at Justin. Please phrase it in American fucking English, Justin clarified. Please explain, Caden said, shooting Justin a look. It means there's someone or something that's deciding who gets powers and when. There's sub-theories, aesthetic analog, where they're saying the powers tend to relate to the trigger event somehow, so obviously someone's doing it on purpose. Intelligent powers, where they say the powers are sentient and they're making the call on their own. Ties into other areas of study, and it's a favorite of mine. There's the... This isn't helping us, Justin cut in. Quiet. Everything helps, Caden said. We're short on time. Peter gave him a funny look. Look, I'm not fully understanding what you're getting at. It's great that people are interested in this stuff, but this notion you have that because your son wants powers, you're somehow going to give him a trigger event? That's a little freaky. It's not really possible. And, it's borderline abuse, if not actual abuse. It's a complicated situation, Caden said. What else can you tell us about trigger events, beyond theories? The manner of trigger events seems to impact the powers. That's Frosh-level stuff. Physical pain, physical danger, physical powers. Mental pain, mental crisis, mentally driven powers. Justin frowned. And being the brother of a dying, half-blind, deaf retard of a girl who got all the attention, all of the gifts, the money, being made to get surgery for her sake, give up years of my lifespan so she might live, getting caught pulling the plug only for it to do little more than set alarms going? Was his power really a mental power? He'd always considered it more physical. He looked at Caden, studied her concerned expression. Peter was still talking, responding to something Caden had said. Drugs tend to create conditional powers. It's not hard and fast, but you get situations where the power is directly linked to one's physical, mental, or emotional state. We think it's because the power works off a template it builds as the powers first manifest. If someone is riding an emotional high as they trigger, their powers will always be looking for a similarly excited state to operate at peak efficiency, often an emotion or drugs. When people were caught trying to fabricate trigger events, sometimes they were intending to use this so the subject would be more easily controlled. I wonder if lack of food and water could create similarly conditional powers, Caden commented. Are you talking about starving him? Peter's eyes were wide now. Not at all. I'm speculating. Justin could follow her train of thought. He'd heard the story through the Empire's grapevine once. A 16-year-old girl, driving for the first time down a side road, getting in an accident where her car rolled off the road, out of sight of anyone passing by. Trapped. Starving. Dying of thirst. Getting powers that fed off and required other resources. Light. He glanced at her, and she offered him a curt nod. Without speaking, they'd come to a mutual agreement that this Peter knew what he was talking about. What's the impact of being the child of a parahuman? She asked. I love that you're interested, and yeah, I wasn't really doing anything, but maybe if you have this many questions, you should take a class? He's the son of a parahuman, Caden said, pointing at Theo. Cat's out of the bag now. No kidding. Wow. Who? Kaiser, Caden said. Peter's eyes widened as he looked at Theo. Then something seemed to click, and he looked up at Caden and Justin with a note of alarm in his expression. Yeah, Justin said. Smart man, and you're only figuring it out now? I saw the stuff on the news. Thought I recognized you. Purity, and Crusader. So maybe now you understand we're serious, and how we're not interested in taking a class, Justin said. If he's Kaiser's son, and Kaiser's Allfather's son, he's third generation. And he doesn't have powers, Caden said. It's crucial that we fix that. I don't really know. It's supposed to be 10 times easier to get powers if you're second generation. But we don't have research on third generations yet. It's only pretty recently that we had the first third generation cape on record. The baby in Toronto. Didn't hear about that, Caden said. She frowned. A baby? Peter's eyes fell on Aster. Oh, wow. Is she third generation too? Pay attention, Justin said. Yeah. Each successive generation seems to produce younger capes by lowering the barrier to entry, the severity of the requisite trigger event. So why haven't I triggered? Theo asked. I don't know. There's a lot we don't know. Maybe you don't have powers. I have to. It's a question of luck. You don't understand, If I don't get powers, a lot of people will die. I'm not sure I follow. It doesn't matter, Justin said. Give us all the information you have, every way you've heard about people trying to trigger and how well they worked. That's a 6-month lecture series unto itself. Talk fast, Justin said. There's meditation, either to tap into your deeper psyche or to tear down the walls between yourself and your worst fears. There's theories that the powers themselves are intelligent, and they're worked into the host's head, before or after the trigger event. Sometimes the meditation's related to that, but it's usually people trying to have a second trigger event. That's not relevant to the boy, is it? Justin asked. The research is related. There's a lot of research into second trigger events because it's a lot easier to find willing parahumans than it is to find potential parahumans. The methods that people try tend to be similar too. It's just, a lot of the time they fail for opposite reasons. Opposite? Caden asked. It's not confirmed, it's just an idea, but the idea the powers are sentient? Well, either the second trigger event opens up communication, frees the powers to act on their own more, or if you don't buy that stuff, it breaks down the mental barriers between the altered part of the brain that controls the powers and the part that doesn't. At least, that's going by the patterns we've seen. Except, well, we think sometimes the reason people can't have a second trigger event is because they've already had one. You can't really distinguish a single trigger event from having two in quick succession. Like a multiple orgasm, Justin commented. Caden glared at him. More or less. There's more parallels than that, but yeah. Crusader is right. This isn't helping him, Caden said. What kind of trigger events did Kaiser and Allfather have? Caden and Justin exchanged glances. No idea, Caden said, frowning. Peter frowned. That would have helped. At least we know they both had similar powers. Allfather could conjure iron weapons from the air immediately around himself, send them flying. Kaiser could call metal out of any solid surface. Both are the kind of powers you'd see from almost purely mental trauma. If the trend continues... He trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging. Theo would probably require mental trauma to trigger. Hard to imagine Kaiser having mental trauma. He seemed so confident, Caden said. His dad was Allfather. Not so hard to imagine. Justin replied, absently. He thought of the college girls and stepped over to the window, curious if he'd be able to make out any from this high up. He froze. Caden? He said. What? Cops. And containment vans. Someone made us? Caden asked. And saw us enter the building, Justin finished. They're surrounding us on the ground. Shit! Caden swore. Aster whimpered, then started crying. Didn't you tell me to watch my language in front of Aster? Justin thought. Theo was sitting in a swivel chair, hands clasped in his lap, his eyes watching Caden, waiting for her cue. Justin noted the tension of Theo's grip, the way he seemed to retreat into himself. The fat little boy who was nothing like Kaiser. Maybe he hadn't inherited powers at all because he wasn't his father's son. If his mother had cheated on Kaiser, gave birth to this pudgy blob, it would explain why he didn't have powers. It would mean he wasn't a second-generation cape, let alone a third. Justin watched more PRT vans arrive. They were spreading out, clearly anticipating Caden's artillery-level attacks, and they had the damn foam bead nets they used for dealing with flyers. Theo, who's your mom? Heath. Justin sighed. Heath was Fenya and Menya's cousin and guardian, Kaiser's first wife, killed in a turf war with the Teeth, back in the old days of Brockton Bay. She has powers after all. Somehow, all of this would be easier if he could believe that Theo was illegitimate. Crusader, Caden said. Can you stall them? We have more questions. He nodded, shut his eyes, and drew on his power. It was simple as stepping forward while staying in the same place. A ghostly phantom appeared, followed by another, and another. One headed for the elevator shaft, while the other headed for the stairwell. He directed the remainder to sink through the floor. What else can you tell us? Something we can use, Caden said. If the authorities are here, I don't know if I should say. You should, Justin said, because we'll hurt you if you don't. Don't, Theo said. Justin gave the boy his best dispassionate look. He's been helpful, Theo said. He hasn't solved your problem, Justin said. He was dimly aware of his other selves engaging with the enemy as they moved into the building. One fought them in the stairwell, immune to any strike or bullet, yet fully capable of pushing a man down the stairs, into the people behind him, fully capable of strangling a man. Peter shifted positions nervously. His voice rose in pitch as he spoke. I don't know what you want. I can't give you an answer because there aren't any. Think, Justin suggested. You expect me to do in 5 minutes what the best scholars in the world haven't figured out in 30 years? Well put, Justin said. More clones were still splitting off, breaking away from himself to sink through the floor. Some had moved beyond the building to attack the men who were manning the turrets on top of the van. With luck, he and Caden would be free to fly to safety with the children. This is insane. What am I supposed to tell you? I've outlined some of the best theories we have. If it helps, Justin said, leaning towards Peter. I'm going to kill you if I don't leave here satisfied. Think about that. Caden, Theo said. You're not going to let him, are you? Crusader, Caden said. Is that really necessary? I can't even think straight under this pressure, Peter cried. I imagine you feel very similar to someone about to have a trigger event, Justin said. Maybe that will inspire something, or fill in the blanks for some half-baked idea you had once. There's isolation. An isolation chamber? Justin asked. Peter shook his head. No, more basic. It's a common trend. People who have trigger events, they don't usually have a good support system. Their family, their friends, they tend to fail them, or be the cause of the problem. I wrote a paper a while back about how masters tend to have loneliness as part of their trigger events, and how maybe that was why masters tend to be villains. Because you need support and social pressure to be more of a good guy. My professor then, the guy who I work for now, Dr. Wysocki, he tore me to pieces. Too many other parahumans have it as part of their history. Isolation. It wasn't enough to suggest a correlation. He said you could call it a common theme for nearly all of the trigger events out there. Justin was in the middle of creating another ethereal copy of himself when he stopped. It snapped back into place. He thought back to something earlier in the day. Caden, let's go. What? I've got our answer. Let's go. Are you sure? Justin nodded. To the roof? She asked. As fast as you can move with the baby. Caden rose into the air, her hair and eyes lighting up. Come on, Theo, Justin said. I'll carry you. He spawned a ghostly replica as Caden left the office. Theo hesitated as the replica got closer. What's wrong? Justin asked. What he just said. You're going to leave me. Isolate me. Yeah, Justin said. His ghost self lunged, and Theo threw himself back with such force that he fell over in the chair. The ghost was on him in a second, pinning him down to the floor with one hand around his throat. Don't! You heard what he said! If you force it, it won't happen! Theo protested, his voice barely above a wheeze with the hold the ghost had on his neck. I'm willing to take that chance. In the worst-case scenario, you're their problem, not ours. The heroes can look after you and figure out what to do with you. Justin! Crusader! Theo managed a strangled scream, but Justin was already in the doorway, not even pausing or hesitating at his words. It won't work if you try to make it happen. Justin left Theo behind, stepped into the stairwell, noting a gap between the stairs that was big enough to fly between. He created a clone and left it overlapping his body, using its flight to lift himself into the air. Caden hadn't flown for safety yet. She was waiting on the rooftop, Aster writhing in the harness, screaming bitterly. Fly, he said. Where's Theo? Would you believe me if I said he was coming? He could see her expression shift in time with the realization. You didn't. I did, and you won't go back for him. Like hell I won't. He saved Aster when Jack was going to kill her. He might have saved me in the process. I owe him. And we're paying him back by leaving him. No, we aren't. He's one of our own. Kind of. I get that. But he was never going to help the cause. The cause! Caden spat the word. Purifying the world, cutting out the rot, becoming a symbol of better things. It's not him. He's my stepson. And isn't that the problem? Remember this morning at breakfast? He was worried he wouldn't get powers, that he wouldn't be able to stop Jack. And how did you respond? You reassured him. You told him we'd fight the 9 if he couldn't. Caden only glared, eyes shining with painful brightness. When you said that, part of me, I thought, we didn't fight the 9 then, how could we 2 years from now? Theo said it outright. He's sharper than he looks sometimes. Sharper than he acts. But here's the thing. At the same time, a part of me felt like I'd realized something, and it took me until now to get it sorted in my head. What? You're reassuring him, when that's the last thing we want. When there's a crisis, he looks to you. The most basic requirement for a trigger event is you get to a point where you can't go anywhere. Push to your limit, and then pushed further. He can't get there so long as we're there as a safety net, as a support system. So we're supposed to abandon him. We just did, Crusader said. The authorities are just getting to the 9th floor now. My clones are letting him by. By the time we got there, they'd have him secured, and they'd be ready to spray us with that foam. You could use your power. Disable them without any risk. I could, but I won't. Caden flared with light, and for a second, he thought she was going to shoot him. The blast of solid light didn't come. Just inside. He'll be hurt, he'll be pissed, and he'll be alone. They'll quiz him on us, get every detail they can, and if I know him at all, it'll tear him up. Because he might not like us, but we're the closest thing he's got to family. Caden glanced towards the door. And that's the best thing we can do for him right now. He finished. I was never the mom he needed, Caden said. Well, it's too late now. She walked over to the roof's edge, peered down. Any net launchers? Nobody to aim them now. Everyone's fighting my doubles. She glanced back toward the door, absently cooed for Aster to stop crying. There was a flash of light. By the time it cleared away, she was merely a glinting speck in the distance. He glanced at the door, then flew after her. Up to you, and you alone now, boy, he thought.
The television screen went dark. Transmission over. Damage done. Well, Tattletale said, funny thing is, that was only the second worst thing she could have done to screw us over. That's so, asked one male cape I couldn't identify. Oh yeah. I was worried she'd disappear for a few days or weeks, leave us to go looking for help. Then we'd look crazy when she didn't show, and whatever concessions we'd made to get you on board would cost us. Like how you've got us in custody right now. Either she's not as smart as ballistic implied, or she's feeling some kind of pressure. I'd lay odds she's losing her inner struggle for self-control. Someone slammed his hand down on the end of the table, interrupting her. I sent bugs in that direction to identify the speaker. Does it fucking matter? My bugs traced his armor. Assault. It matters, Miss Militia said. This monster killed one of the good guys, one of our best. We let it slide when the Undersiders took Shadowstalker. We accepted it when the 9 got to Glory Girl and Panacea. When they killed Battery. We let the Undersiders take the Director, and they have taken the man who's replacing her. Are we really going to ignore the most obvious option here? You're saying you want to turn the Undersiders in? They broke the code. They'll break it again. And now we're effectively on trial, Tattletale said, when we should be hunting her down. Which may be exactly what she wanted, Gru added. You may be giving her too much credit, someone said. I was having trouble keeping track of who was talking. There were too many people in the room, and gathering more bugs would potentially give someone cause to think I was massing a swarm in anticipation of a fight. Not to say I wasn't. I'd been collecting a swarm, hiding them in shadows and beneath cars. I drew them closer to the building, as surreptitiously as possible. It was strange to have more awareness of the world beyond the local PRT headquarters that I had of the room I was currently in. Did you miss the part where there were 6 Vistas? Tattletale asked. She's a pain to deal with, trust me. If anything, you're underestimating Noelle. I'm forced to agree. Let's not underestimate any opponent, Miss Militia said. I'm going to put in my recommendation right here, with full knowledge that there are several people present who outrank me, and I will extend my full cooperation if they should decide on a different route. I think we should put old issues aside and accept any assistance the Undersiders are willing to offer. With what happened with Vista, it's all too apparent how the situation could get out of control, with each of us fighting friends. She paused and nobody cut in. Miss Militia continued. We treat this situation as we would an Endbringer attack. Our side is smaller than we might hope for, but our enemy is more vulnerable. She looked to one man, and I realized she was checking with the deputy director, her superior, so to speak. He offered a single nod. I agree, Triumph said. My bugs were still on him from earlier. But we need you on board, Assault. Assault was standing, hands still on the table. He didn't respond. We can't get the Undersiders on board, if they're wondering if we'll backstab them, Triumph said calm. He wasn't someone I'd anticipated as an ally here. You mean like they backstabbed us during the Leviathan attack? Assault asked, his voice a growl. Broke the truce? What? I couldn't stop myself. My voice sounded so small and feeble between the recent spell of coughing and the lack of bugs to augment it. I wish I could have conveyed more of a presence, how to word it so it didn't sound like a feeble protest. I think you've been grossly misinformed. Fuck me, I sounded like Coil. Would Battery want you to put your feelings and prejudices before duty and the safety of the city? Assault slowly turned to Miss Militia. You want to play that card? I'll play it, and if the Undersiders decide to play it fast and loose with the rules again, I'll be right there beside you, ready to see them answer for it. We've talked about that before. Nothing came of it, Assault said. This time, Miss Militia said, given precedents, the stakes, and the dangers posed by villains unwilling to follow the written and unwritten rules of the Cape community, I'd be willing to argue and testify for a kill order. I felt a chill. A kill order? It was what they had in place for the Slaughterhouse 9. No holds barred. Official heroes would be allowed to shoot us on sight. Any villain or vigilante that came after us would be allowed to go free, with only a brief questioning for the paperwork after killing one of us. To top it off, anyone would be able to donate or post amounts for our heads. Amounts would be added to running totals. We'd be winning jackpots for any bounty hunter or assassin looking for a big score. I wondered if any of Coil's wealthier investors or contacts would hold a grudge. There were any number of arguments against her statement. Beach done good. Even Clockblocker had been willing to argue that the calls I'd made weren't entirely without merit. I could have pointed out that any number of people in my territory would argue I was a force for good, and that it was ludicrous that we were the ones being held to this standard, when they'd been at fault for Armsmaster's breaking of the truce. Armsmaster, who had gone free because of hero prerogative. But that same bias meant things had been twisted around, and apparently popular sentiment held us at fault for the breaking of the truce. It was an unpleasant surprise. Hell, to give us the one last chance line, with a situation where there was every possibility of friendly fire, it was tying our hands, putting us at mortal risk one way or another. I'm willing to accept that, I said, suppressing every argument and every bit of indignation I was feeling. I looked in the general direction of my teammates. If my team is. You're the boss, Tattletale said. She was quick enough in the draw that I suspected there was a reason she'd said it. Yeah, Gru said. My bugs caught Imp and Regent nodding. Rachel's response was last. Whatever. Well then, Tattletale said, now that that's settled, in the spirit of being allies, I have some good news. News? One of the unfamiliar capes asked, a woman with a deeper voice. Good news? Oh, it's terrible news, Tattletale said. Noelle's lying. About what? Miss Militia asked. About Vista being dead. That's terrible news. Is she in danger? Triumph asked. I sensed him leaning forward to get a better view of Tattletale, past the crush of bodies at the end of the room. No, I can't say how Vista's doing because I don't know the specifics on Noelle's power, but she was trying to mislead us, talking about how she'd used us up too much stress on it. If she'd only said it the first time, I'd be more inclined to think it was part of her stream of consciousness. But then she hammered it in, used it to threaten us. It felt forced. Didn't ring true. Can we believe her? This, from another unfamiliar cape. A man. It was apparently directed at Miss Militia. She's frequently correct, Miss Militia said. Vista's alive, and Noelle's trying to keep that secret? What's so terrible about it? Tramp asked. Because it means she's capable of producing more clones. She's capable of keeping Vista captive somewhere, continually producing agents to sow destruction and apply the kind of pressure she was talking about. And she's lucid enough to recognize that fact. How the hell do you keep Vista captive? People, Tattletale said. Then let's wrap this up fast. Essential details only, Miss Militia said. Any objection to me taking point? Adolian's not usually comfortable with it, and I'm the ranking para-human in Brockton Bay. There was no dissent. Then, we're splitting up into teams. Stick with the teams you arrived with. Best to fight alongside people you know. Standard stranger countermeasures are in effect with the clones. I'll assume they retain the memories of the original, based on what she said about the clone going after Vista's family. They do, Tattletale said. Then we're restricted to visual ID checks only. No passwords. I already got in contact with Dragon. She's on a mission, and will only deploy here if it's absolutely essential. I caught a sigh from Tattletale. But she's set the armbands up for the coming conflict. They'll display a green screen up until you remove them, and the screens will flash and identify other armband wearers at a range of 50 meters. Be vigilant. Keep track of every one of your teammates. Maintain a visual. No splitting up. Chevalier, take your team. Follow after my wards. If she can detect capes, we'll need to assign her a thinker classification, and we'll need to assume that any isolated groups are at risk. Undersiders, take Mydrin's wards and pursue Fletchett and Parian. Ensure they aren't intercepted. The rest of us will track down Noelle. Any indications about her location from the video? Yes, but there's no point, Tattletale said. You know her location? I know her location as of the time of the call, but she'll be moving already. Where? The West End, by the mountains. She went from just east to downtown to the West End? Miss Militia asked. I'd stake money on it, but again, it's no use. It doesn't make sense in terms of timeline, someone said. He sounded slightly nasal. The distance covered. Think about it, Tattletale said. Vista, Miss Militia replied. She had Vista's powers, and she will have that power at her disposal for the duration of this conflict. And Noelle's fast, Tattletale said. Put those points together and she's highly mobile. Ergo, she isn't going to be anywhere near where she was. Good intel. In the interest of finding her, I'd like you to accompany my group, Tattletale. No can do. No? I was just about to say I was wanting to stop by my headquarters. I have a few theories on how we could handle this situation, and one off-the-wall idea is that needs some verification before I do anything about it. Nothing that puts us at risk. No, mostly involves the other travelers, but I think it's worth pursuing. If she comes after you? Tattletale cut her off. She will. I'll join the Undersiders and the Chicago wards as far as going to Ballistics territory to fill him in. Ensure he knows that she may come after him. I'll see if I can bribe him into coming with me. It'll be a narrow window of time where it's just me, him, and hopefully his flunkies. You make a high-value target, I said, especially with Ballistic in tow. She wants you dead, and she wants his power. I have ideas. Don't worry about me. Tattletale turned. Miss Militia, I'll be in touch by phone, so you know where you're going. Fine. I'm ordering more capes to patrol the area around you then, if you're sure you'll be a target. Are there any other isolated parahumans in the city that we aren't aware of? Scrub, I said. He's working under Ballistic, Tattletale said. I'll get him on board by any means. He's one of the few people short of Fletchet who can deal guaranteed damage to an Endbringer, or Endbringer Light. And I have ideas about him and how I could use him. Scrub? One of the visiting capes asked, the deeper-voiced woman. Uncontrolled matter annihilation bursts in his immediate vicinity, I said. Ex-member of the Merchants, a local gang of jailers and users. Blaster 8, easy, if it's not a straight 10, despite his relatively short range, Tattletale supplied. But I'm not sure he does what Skitter thinks he does, and that's why I want to talk to him. See to it, Miss Militia said. Anyone else? Circus, Leet, Uber, Gru said. They were leaving, but they're dead, Assault said. They were very much alive, Tattletale retorted, and they would have gone west to leave the city, the same direction Noelle went after targeting Vista. I think that speaks for itself. Miss Militia nodded. It does. If anyone has any questions, communicate them while on the move. Go. The capes began flowing out of the room. We had seated ourselves at the furthest point from the door, so we were stuck inside until the way was clear. A small group of younger capes hung back. Miss Militia had left us a contingent of out-of-town wards. I couldn't get much of a sense of them, just with what my bugs could give me on their costumes. They probably weren't a full team from a city as big as Chicago. They'd be limited to the ones who'd agree to fight an unknown, A-class threat. 3 boys and a girl. They were watching us, and I couldn't even guess at their expressions without the ability to see or feel things out with my bugs. I was getting tired of this, and my fatigue was wearing on my already thin patience. Bitch, I said, do me a favor and clear that window. She didn't respond, but she didn't hesitate either. She was on her feet as soon as she'd lifted Bastard off her lap, and kicked the plywood free from the frame before anyone could protest. I brought every bug I had outside the building into the room. They swirled around me, the Undersiders and the handful of capes on the far end of the room. I could sense 3 or 4 wards getting into fighting stances, noted how 2 of the boys and the girls shielded the one other boy, forming a loose triangle formation between him and us. The movements of the bugs gave me the ability to feel them out, drawing a complete map of what they were wearing and carrying. The boy in the very front, the tallest and the largest of them, would be a tinker. The rods that supported his heavy gauntlets were oiled, suggesting they were pistons, and I noted the presence of the blunt-tipped spikes inside his gauntlets. The setup wasn't unlike the blades of Mannequin's arms, but these weren't extending into his body, and I somehow got the impression that they were intended for something very different. His armor was heavy, supported more by engineering than his own strength, and his helmet covered his face, but not the back of his head, with a single lens on a telescoping nozzle dead center. The other boy in front was narrower, with flowing clothes. He sported a surprising lack of equipment and weaponry. It gave me the sense of someone who thought of their body as a weapon. The girl was similar, but I did note that her gloves were reinforced for striking, a framework of some sort of metal, with rivet-like bumps over each knuckle, each etched with fine design I could make out a metal filigree feathers at the edge. She had padding with a similar design and near-identical feathers. The one in the back wasn't in a fighting stance. He stood with his legs together, heels touching, back straight, one palm extended towards us. He wore a mask that covered one eye and put an oversized lens in front of the other, with spikes radiating from it like the rays of the sun. His costume was a very lightweight covering of layered and interlocking metal plates, more stylized than functional, but there was a coat-tail length of cloth extending behind the back, hanging to his knees. I was careful in how I condensed the bugs around me. I kept my team obscured as I pulled the bugs away from the 4 wards, leaving enough bugs on them that I could comfortably follow their movements. They hadn't been stung or bitten, and they didn't have a clear shot as the bugs moved away from them. It meant, at least, that they'd get a chance to realize they weren't under attack. The bugs filled the necessary pockets of my costume. then carpeted the exterior, including my mask. They connected to the ends of my hair and moved beneath it, giving it more volume and helping it to come alive again. The ends moving in the absence of wind. Where I had excess, they trailed several feet behind me like the hem of a royal gown. "That's better," I said, augmenting my voice a touch. "It is." It felt more centered, more secure and confident with the bugs close. I'd just alarmed the people we'd been working with, but a small show of power would help ensure we got respect and cooperation. "Your names and powers?" Tattletale asked the Chicago wards. She gestured toward the door, and we started walking briskly toward the exit. "Tecton," said the power armor wearer. He had to raise his voice to be heard over his heavy footfalls and the rattle of furniture around him. He indicated the boy to his right, then the girl. "This is Wanton and Grace. Our ranged attacker here is Raymancer." "Isn't Wonton a type of noodle?" Regent asked. "And Raymancer?" Imp asked. "They're really running out of stuff to call superheroes." "Play nice," Greer warned. "Yeah," Tattletale said. "A wonton is a kind of dumpling, not a noodle. Get it right." "Wanton," Tecton said, stressing the pronunciation, "is a breaker stranger, class cape. He can turn into a localized telekinetic storm. Raymancer is our long-range fighter. The three of us are more close combat types, but Raymancer manages to make it work. Grace is a martial artist. She got a power spread, faster perception of time, enhanced agility, and a striker-class enhancement for select body parts at a time, invulnerability to both powers and general harm, as well as increased effect on contact." "And you, Tinker?" Guru said. "Tinker and Thinker both. Architecture and geology sense. Armor lets me ground kinetic energy like you might do with electricity. These are pile driver gauntlets," he patted one gauntlet, "for creating fissures, generating localized earthquakes, and other controlled demolition." "Having Tinkers against Noelle is probably our safest bet," Tattletale said. "Because she won't copy their gear," I said. Tattletale nodded. "Good. Thank you, by the way, for sharing." Greer spoke to the wards. Tecton nodded. Our groups had reached the door that led into the stairwell. There were officers handing out armbands, and the elevator was in use, forcing us to wait as people got their armbands and hurried downstairs. "You need our info?" "No," Grace said. Her voice was hard. "We know who you are." Imp cackled. "We're famous." I hung back a second as one officer held an armband and my armor compartment out to me. I gripped it, but he didn't let go. He wanted to play it that way? I let my bugs drift away from my armor to surround it. He acted as if I'd set it on fire, letting go and backing away. I handed it to Tattletale as we passed through the door to the stairs, then strapped on my armband. I spoke into it. Skitter. How had things gone with Leviathan? My username would appear. I held my armband to Tattletale and she pressed the button. "No trackers hidden in your stuff," she said. "Want help putting this on?" "Please, when we're at the bottom." We were at the tail end of the group, and consequently we were the last ones out the door. The dogs were already mostly grown, and we paused as Bitch increased Bentley's size to the point that we could ride him. "We have too many people and not enough dogs," Gru commented. "We'll drive," Tecton said. "Just need to requisition a van." "I'll ride," I said. "Rachel?" She nodded. She was up first, and she gave me a hand in getting up. I had to fight coughing for a minute. "Assault's going to try to screw us over if we cross paths," Tattletale said. "I suspected," I answered. "If this goes south, they will come after us. The bit Miss Militia said about Battery, that loses its cachet when people start to feel like the people of this city would be better protected if they turned us in than if we were helping. We're going to have to stay on top of this. Turn around. I'll help strap you on your armor." I nodded and turned around. I moved my bugs out of the way as she fiddled with the straps, threading them through the appropriate areas. I blinked a few times, looking towards the nearest light source to try and gauge if my vision was any better. No improvement. Short of a thorough check by an ophthalmologist, I wouldn't find out if I'd regain my sight, or how much I'd recover if I did. Everything I'd been put through, and I got the long-term injury as a civilian. Within 2 minutes, the wards had pulled a containment van up beside us, with Tecton behind the wheel and Raymancer sitting in the passenger side window, holding the headrest of the chair inside to help maintain his position. The back popped open, and Imp, Regent, Tattletale, and Gru climbed in. Ballistic as our first stop, then Parian. I winced at the pain in my side as Bentley started running, and maybe collect Atlas while we're in this area of town. Tattletale was right. The situation being classified as a level A situation instead of a class S situation wasn't doing us any favors. I just had to note how things were different from Leviathan's attack. There were no air raid sirens. People weren't being evacuated. Helicopters flew overhead. I could hear them, even if my bugs didn't reach that high. I knew Miss Militia had assigned us capes for the inevitable event of Noelle sniffing us out and coming after us. I didn't sense them on the ground, so I could only assume they were in the air. Was it better that people weren't being evacuated? They weren't on the streets, in the line of fire, if the Psycho Vistas or Noelle came after them. It meant we didn't need to deal with unpowered clones. But it also meant that there were that many more people here if things went south. There was a potential kill order on our heads, and there were innumerable heroes in the city who had reason to throw us to the wolves, or to Noelle, if they thought the situation called for it. The stakes were higher, and there was a lot more room to fail. Noelle just needed one lucky maneuver to go from Class A to Class S threat in moments, and we weren't getting half the backup this situation deserved. Not to mention that I was worn out, physically, emotionally. I felt like I'd been pushed to the limit, wrung out, and then pushed to the limit all over again. And that was just dealing with Coil and rescuing Dinah in the past 24 hours. If I got into the past few months, or how the very way I thought had changed, I felt a touch dizzy just thinking about it. No, it wasn't dizziness. My surroundings were off-kilter. The buildings around us and ahead of us were stretching and shifting en masse. Trouble, I informed Bitch. I used my bugs to notify the others in the containment van. Vistas. I had to sweep my bugs over the area before I could find any of them. One was perched on a rooftop, 1 block ahead. She wasn't in costume. It had been dumb of me to expect them to be in costume. I hadn't even considered it, but Noelle wouldn't spit out anything but the people themselves. The bugs noted the hardness of her face, more like a mask than flesh, her angular, most artificial chin, and the thin hair on top of her head. The others, too many places to check. I found another, 3 blocks over, making a beeline towards us. Noelle had ordered them to space out, to catch us if we crossed her perimeter. Bastard yelped to my left, skidded to a stop. Rachel seemed to read something in his response because she pulled Bentley to a hard left, veering straight into the van's path. Was she going to hit it? I had to adjust my grip, lifting my leg out of the way before she could follow through and have Bentley body-check the vehicle. I sensed Raymancer dropping from the window to his seat as the dog hit, only an inch away from serious injury. The van turned and skidded to a stop, and I fell, rolling. A block ahead of us, a building toppled. I ducked my head low and covered it as dust and debris rolled over us, as a thick cloud. The building wouldn't have hit us, but the debris and dust might have left us incapacitated long enough for the Vistas to act. We'd ground to a halt, and sure enough, the pseudo-Visto on the rooftop was slowly starting to work on the buildings around us, thinning walls and twisting supports. She was spreading out the work and laying the groundwork for future collapses, I realized. The second Psycho Vista, busy trying to close the distance by folding the space between us and her and stepping across the shortened distance, was raising the street between 2 buildings, creating a steep incline that even Bitch's dogs would struggle to climb, cutting off one avenue of retreat. And I was aware of a third one, the tall vista Gru had described, She stretched like taffy, her bones curving to the point that each one was more crescent than straight. Narrow, so thin it felt like she'd break, with a face twisted into a perpetual distorted screen. She was picking her way through the rubble of the fallen building. Her power was twisting the largest pieces of rubble around her until they were wisps, chunks of concrete slowly corkscrewing in space until they were nothing more than dust. 3 of them. And Noelle nowhere to be seen. Not in my power's range of 4-ish city blocks. She'd be going for the others. For ballistic or Parian. These troops were only to slow us down. Buy her time to make another move. Find another set of powers. Fuck me. Noelle was employing the same basic tactics I did. Sensing the opposition. Strategically deploying the offensive troops. Acting as the heavy hitter and the problem solver in the center of the chaos her minions generated. Working towards complementary or wholly different goals than the swarm. Worse, she was better at it than I was. She was faster, her senses reached further, and the individual at the center of her army was a nightmarish force unto herself. We couldn't afford to get caught fighting. Not while Noelle hit our other allies. Still flat on the ground, I choked back the next spell of coughs and touched the button on my armband. We need reinforcements. Fast. Help is on the way. Miss Malicia's voice came over the armband. 3 vistas, I said, and Noelle is probably north of our location, going after... Skitter, Tattletale shouted, interrupting me. Lose it. What? The armband. Toss it. I pulled at the straps. As I gathered bugs onto the armband to get a better sense of what I needed to do with the straps, I could tell that the entire thing was swelling, distorting. I could hear the screen crack. I pulled it free and threw it, simultaneously climbing to my feet and scrambling away. Gru, cover it, Tattletale shouted. Use your power on anything that one breaks down. Gru threw out a stream of darkness, then dissolved the darkness that wasn't covering the area where the armband had been. Without the ability to see, I had only my bug sense to go by, but I could track where he'd laid down the darkness by the way the air seemed thicker. From Tattletale's words, I expected an explosion, but it simply twisted away into wisps of thick smoke. It's radioactive, Tattletale intoned. Everything she's dissolving like that. Unless I cover it, Gru asked. Unless you cover it, should cancel out the effects, but you did want me to let you know when I'm making an educated guess. This is one of them, Tattletale said. I hope I'm right. We could win this fight and still end up dying in a hospital bed a few years from now because we got too close to that stuff dissolved. Oh shit. Doesn't matter, does it? Regent said. World's ending in a few years anyways. Let's avoid the extreme radiation poisoning, I said. Regardless of whether the world's ending or not. The other Undersiders and the Chicago wards were out of the van, and we were collectively backing away from the Negavistas. More specifically, we were retreating from the one who was creating the radioactive dust. The first one I'd noticed was still on the rooftop, spreading out her efforts, thinning walls and twisting supports. Her progress was slow, but I was willing to bet that half of the city block would be collapsing on us in a matter of minutes, if not sooner. If I had to guess, her power operated in a different manner than the original vistas. It affected a wider area, it was slower, and she didn't seem to be suffering for our presence. The bugs that I was sending her way were having a hard time approaching. They kept veering around, so they flew clockwise around her instead of straight. I had only a few bugs attacking her, but the same effect that I'd seen with her face had hardened her skin, and there weren't many places left to attack. Her mouth was still little more than a lipless slit across the lower half of her face, firmly closed, and only the smallest bugs could get at her eyes. She barely flinched at the bites and stings my swarm was delivering. Meagre as my efforts were, they still should have left her blind, filling her eye sockets with ants and nociums, but her power was still steadily working on the buildings around us. Another peculiarity of her abilities. The ability to sense the layout of whatever structures she was affecting, Did that extend to sensing us? The second one had arrived, creating footholds and handholds to ascend the section of road she'd raised into a vertical wall, 12 feet high. She was now perched on top, crouching. In the time that it had taken me to lose the armband, she had started to work on cutting off our best avenue of retreat. The road we travelled on to get here was rising behind us, bulging upward into a similar barrier. As far as I could tell, her powers were most in line with a regular Vista, and she seemed to be reacting most to the bites and stings. I wished that it would make me feel more confident about these circumstances. That left the freakishly tall one, the Vista with limbs that zigzagged, who was apparently turning matter into radioactive dust. She'd climbed past the wreckage of fallen building, and now stood on the solid ground again, facing us. "We off the radioactive one first?" Tecton suggested. "No," I said. I used my bugs to draw an arrow in the air. "Priority's the one on the roof. Over there." "There's a third one?" he asked. Apparently he hadn't caught my message to Miss Militia. "She's going to bring down more buildings if we don't take her first," I said. "Raymancer," Tecton ordered. "Handle it." Raymancer stood like he had before, feet together, one arm extended. I didn't sense any energy blast or ray from his hand. The Vista didn't act as though she'd been shot either. "She bends light?" Wonton asked. "She's bending space," Tattletale said. "You won't get a straight shot." "Don't need one," Raymancer said. His second shot left a shallow crater in the Vista's chest. She sprawled onto the roof, hands pressed to the injury. The thinning of the walls didn't stop. "How the fuck does that work?" Regent asked. "The laser didn't even—" "She's still alive," I called out, interrupting him. There was a small explosion as Raymancer directed a shot at the radioactive Vista and missed. I could sense how the barrier behind us abruptly stopped growing, and how the space to one side of her warped to let her evade more easily. "Vista, to our 3 o'clock, is assisting her," I said. "Grace," Tecton shouted. "Leaving rooftop to you. Launch." Grace leapt towards him, onto the back of one outstretched hand. She had no trouble maintaining her balance as she placed the other foot on the back of his other gauntlet. She bent her knees and extended them to jump. In the same instant, the piledriver attachments on the gauntlets extended, with explosive force. Most of the bugs I placed on her were torn free by the force of the wind ripping past her, as she turned into a human projectile. She had to have used her selective invincibility to augment her feet and legs so they weren't annihilated by the piledrivers, and she would be using her enhanced agility to ensure she stuck the landing. Except the landing wasn't going to happen as planned. If I'd understood what they'd planned, I would have warned her. Her trajectory shifted as she ran into the rooftop Vista's powers. Grace fell short of reaching the rooftop. Very short. She hit the ground with both feet together, arms spread, and left a shallow crater around her impact site, a half block away from the building. Grace was running towards her target, a heartbeat later, unhurt. Some of the flying capes that had been assigned to watch over us were targeting the Vista on the rooftop, and I saw that as an excuse enough to focus on other, more immediate problems. Rachel and her dogs went for the Vista to our right, with Regent doing what he could to hamper their target's movements, forcing her to use her power to maintain the distance from the beasts, which left the rest of us to face off against the radioactive one. "One on the rooftop's occupied," I said. "Now we can fight her." She extended her hand towards us, and the ground between us and her bulged as though a cartoon mole had crawled beneath the pavement. Raymancer fired at her, clearly hoping to distract her, but each shot missed by a fair margin. My bugs were covering every inch of her skin, and I had them biting and tearing at her flesh. Her skin was hard, gnarled, and calloused, but I did the damage where I could at the elbows, knees, and neck, drawing blood. I tried to tell myself that she was a monster, a mockery of a real person, and she was too dangerous to be allowed to live. With that kind of unhinged mental state, and her ability to irradiate people, I grit my teeth. No choice. Gru finished covering the bulging ground with darkness. Tall Vista didn't react. Her hand was still pointed at us. "It's a feint," Tattletale shouted. She spun around. "There!" My swarm moved in the direction Tattletale was looking. I found the bulge. A basketball-sized blister on the side of the containment van. Felt it erupting, a mere foot from Raymancer's head, a half-second before Gru's darkness covered it. Too late. Raymancer stumbled, coughing. Gru turned and extended a hand toward the tall Vista. With my swarm spread out around her, I could sense minuscule explosions appearing all around her, see the flashes of light with the bug's distorted vision. The individual detonations weren't much larger than golf balls, and even the direct impacts weren't enough to kill my larger bugs. "How the fuck do you use Raymancer's power?" Gru asked. "You copy powers?" Wonton asked. "Thought you guys read up on us," Tattletale quipped. "Gru, focus the beams with the lenses. The beam appears from the center, so line them up to refine the beam into something more effective. In case you haven't noticed, I've only got one lens there." Lenses? My bugs weren't sensing anything. Wonton was closing the distance, now that the other Vista was distracted, trying to avoid Bentley and Bastard, still hobbled by Regent's power. As he got halfway to her, the ground around her began to distort and twist into curls. Wonton disintegrated as he entered the area. For a heartbeat, I thought she'd use her power on him. When the debris, dust, and chunks of building began stirring and orbiting a central point that continued his general trajectory, I realized it was his power. Wonton didn't hesitate as radioactive dust exploded around and inside his new body. If anything, it proved an advantage, as the dust provided more material to work with, and the damage to the street let him pull up chunks of pavement. He closed the distance to our opponent and began thrashing her. One of her arms snapped and detangled as one large chunk struck her. Gru's attacks weren't terribly effective. There were only half the number of explosions, but they were sufficient to kill bugs if they happened to hit one. He abandoned Raymancer's power and cast out his darkness towards the Vista. A moment later, the ground under her feet was contorted, and the dust was rising around her. To our right, Rachel and Bastard were closing in on the Vista. Her foot was contorted by Regent's power, and her neck was craning in awkward angles, making it harder for her to focus on them and use her own abilities. She backed away, raised one good hand in their direction, and promptly bumped into Imp. Before the pseudo-Vista could react, she had a taser pressed to her neck. Rachel closed the distance. Bentley lopping forward. My bugs caught her voice, an order, not too hard to make out, not with the context. "Kill," Rachel said, her voice quiet. The bulldog picked up the Vista in his jaws and bit down until an audible series of cracks marked the breaking of a dozen major bones. He shook her like a rag doll, no doubt snapping her neck and aggravating every injury he'd just inflicted. The girl was dead in an instant. Rachel ordered him to drop the body, ordered Bastard to back away from the carcass, and then took hold of Bastard's chain. She started to wheel Bentley around to rejoin us, but I was already drawing arrows in the air. Wonton wasn't at risk from the radiation in his new form, apparently, but Rachel and her dogs were. There was nothing saying that any radiation wouldn't be able to penetrate the monstrous flesh and hit the dog nestled in the core. Kicking Bentley into an all-out run, she led Bastard in and all-out toward the one on the rooftop. No hesitation, no apparent remorse. Rachel and I had grown closer, to the point of maybe being friends, on top of being teammates. Whatever rifts had formed between us were largely mended, and she trusted me as a leader. With all that in mind, it was sometimes hard to remember that she was still Rachel, at the core of it. If her psychological wiring didn't give her any real empathy for her fellow human beings, it wasn't about to give her any for humanesque beings. Tecton slammed one gauntlet into the ground, creating a crack that rushed towards the taller Vista. It exploded in a geyser of debris and dust as it reached her. She staggered, then staggered again as Gru landed a shot with Raymancer's power. She tried to raise one hand to defend herself, but the thin, curved bone of her upper arm had been shattered. Her broken arm dangled in front of her. With the topographical map my swarm had provided, I noted the presence of thick veins standing out on her arm, where the weight of the dangling limb pulled the skin tight against the shattered bone. I barely thought about it, sending my bugs to the area, biting deep into the largest one, working together so that one hornet might pull one way and the beetle pulling another, to better rend the flesh or positioning it for a stronger bug to bite. She jerked in reaction, and blood began flowing, beads of it at first, but the skin was pulled tight and the bugs were relentless. It virtually tore between the combination of damage and strain, the small river of blood flowing intermittently spurting. That would be an artery, not a vein. Fuck me. I tried to suppress the quiet horror that took hold of me as my bugs tracked down the blood pouring down her arm, trickling off her fingertips in individual streams. Still fighting to avoid being brained by Wonton's telekinetic storm. The tall Vista let out a drawn-out half-moan, half-scream, equal parts despair and anger. It didn't sound exactly normal, but that didn't surprise me. What made my blood run cold was that she almost sounded like a young girl might. A little too close to reality for comfort. She went all out with her power. Aimless directions, street signs, mailboxes, piles of debris, walls and sections of road began twisting and bulging. Gru laid down a blanket of darkness all around us, aiming to dampen the spread of the radioactive particles. I wasn't sure how that worked, but Tattletale thought it did. And I wasn't about to complain. I'd settle for a white lie if it meant we were able to stay focused on fighting, rather than the cancer we'd get in 5 years from now. It took 10 seconds before the Vista collapsed. Only 10 seconds to bleed out to the point of unconsciousness. The blood continued pumping free, and nobody leapt forward to staunch the flow. I sensed some of the faster capes from Miss Melicia's group making their arrival on the scene. The wound the rooftop Vista had sustained from Raymancer was shallow, and the majority of it consisting of surface damage to her artificially smooth, thick skin and to her ribs. I'd only peripherally been aware I was doing it, but my bugs had seized on the opportunity to dig in and attack the more vulnerable flesh on the open wound. She barely seemed to care, focusing her efforts on diverting incoming fire and trying to distort the rooftop to force Grace to fall off. That changed when several bugs found a hole leading into an empty space surrounding her lungs. In that same moment, the Vista started trying to claw the bugs out of the shallow cavity. The distraction afforded one of the heroes a chance to catch her in the head with a goblet of foam, a smaller containment foam blaster. Flying capes closed the distance and settled around her. There was a brief dialogue that I couldn't make out with the unfamiliar voices. Someone said something about foam. There were a few words of argument from a pair, and one pressed a finger to their armband, saying something about a captive. It was Miss Militia who responded through the armband. She gave a curt order, and several capes turned away. One of the capes who hadn't took aim and shot the fallen girl between the eyes. The fight was over. The heroes were already moving north in pursuit of Noelle. I signaled for Rachel to return. That moan-scream that tall Vista had made was still ringing in my ears. It had been way too human for my tastes. There was no doubt she'd been going all out. Raymancer was on his knees, supported by Tecton. He'd taken a hit of dust straight to the face. If Tattletale was right, he'd just taken a lethal dose of radiation. The clone hadn't even flinched in delivering the attack. I had fights like this, dealing with the 9 that had been much the same, had demanded we hold back nothing, had involved enemies who didn't hesitate. The difference was that the 9 had demanded it because anything less wouldn't cut it. Fighting these clones, they were vulnerable. They only defended themselves, as they could keep causing damage. When I tried to hurt them, they got hurt. It sounded so lame when I framed it like that, but it shook me. Even knowing they were deranged, that Tattletale had confirmed they weren't really people, I couldn't ignore how brutal we'd been. My actions. The clones weren't innocent, but they were innocent, if that made any sense. I knew I'd have to do it all over again the next time we ran into a clone. Tattletale touched Gru's arm, and he banished the darkness around us. I'm going to die, Raymancer said, his voice barely above a whisper. There's a good chance. Yeah, Tattletale said. Hey, Tecton said. Don't be a bitch. She didn't respond. Instead, she touched her armband. Raymancer down. He needs immediate medical attention for acute radiation poisoning. Quarantine this location. You'll want stuff for radioactive decontamination, mobile showers, if you've got them. Oh, and Skitter's armband is out of commission. We need a replacement before someone mistakes her for a clone. Keep close to her, Tattletale, Miss Militia said, and we'll deliver one shortly. Quarantine. Civilian evacuation and decontamination are en route. We're moving back to check on ballistic. Your man can meet us there. If they can track us with the armband, they can follow us to his headquarters, Gru commented. He can move bases, I said. Finding him fast is a bigger priority. He won't like that, Gru said. Going from a well-set-up base of operations to someplace improvised. He didn't want to come today. He deals with the fallout, I said. I waved as Rachel approached. She was still holding Bastard's chain. Let's go. Tecton, Tattletale asked. I can't leave Raymancer here, Tecton said. Wonton can watch him, she said. I looked at Wonton. He was still in his telekinetic form. To my swarm sense, he gave me the impression of a miniature galaxy, with dust and various objects orbiting a central point. When he moved, the outer edges took longer to catch up than the bits closer to the center, almost like a jellyfish in water. Hey W, Tecton said. Fight's over. He can't change back, Tattletale said. If he does, that dust he drew into his TK body is going to settle, and then he'll be in the same shape Raymancer is. Maybe everyone in his facility will. But they can stick him in a decontamination shower, Tattletale said. Just needs to hold himself together long enough for that to happen. Not to worry. 15-minute decontamination and he's clean. Longest he's ever held that form was 12 minutes. Then he'll need to hold together for longer. But we've got to get ahead of Noel before the next trap is set up. We need you to come with us. You want me to leave my teammate? Tecton said. We could run into more Vistas. She still warps space, distorts architecture. If the next batch is organized enough to cut off all avenues of retreat while keeping their distance or drop more buildings on us, we need your help. Rachel's dogs aren't going to be able to get us free if Vista buries us, or if she traps us under some bubble of stretched building. Go, T, Raymancer said. But you... I'll get looked after, and I'll give Wonton the encouragement he needs to break his old record. Get Grace, and go. You heard the man, Tattletale said. You want to drive? You go ahead, Tecton said. Driving with the suit is a hassle. All the better, Tattletale said, cheery. Tecton didn't reply as he got into the van. I climbed onto Bentley's back. The van had to take a detour, given the 3 sections of road that had been raised as barriers, and the one fallen building. Bentley wasn't so disadvantaged. We crossed the ruins of the toppled building. I could smell the thick, metallic scent of blood in the same moments that his hot breath wafted past me. I wondered if I should be in the van. I could communicate with Tattletale and Gru, if I was. And it would mean I wasn't experiencing an agonizing pain in my side every time he set his feet down with too much force or leapt an obstacle. That said, I wasn't sure I wanted to turn Rachel away if she was being friendly. The van stopped to pick up Grace. They travelled down a different street, moving parallel to Rachel and I. So fast? Tecton asked. I couldn't make it all out. I caught the trail end of Tattletale's reply. A trap. I drew out letters on the dashboard with my bugs. Trouble? She shook her head. I didn't catch what she said. She repeated herself. Length of measure. Preemptive measure. She was picking up the speed, so any other enemies that were lying in wait would have less time to spring any surprises on us. I scattered the bugs, left a brief okay, and then removed those. I caught Tecton saying something, but I couldn't make it out. His mask didn't help. I redoubled my efforts to check our surroundings and find any possible clones of Vista, Uber, Leet, or Circus. We caught up to a group of the faster-moving heroes who'd flown ahead. They were dispatching another Vista. She was shorter, thicker in the arms and legs, with a neck as thick around as her head was. The space around her was twisted into jagged shapes, with some raised into points. 2 of the capes had been injured but were still fighting. We rode past in the van with the others gave chase. The flying capes weren't moving with purpose. They were roving the area, going west to east and back again, as they moved in a general northerly direction. We weren't nearly at Ballistic's base when a digitized voice surrounded over the armband. Not Miss Militia. Dragon's AI. We have sighting. All cooperating capes are ordered to stand down. Remain at your present coordinates until further notice. Stand down? I tapped Rachel on the shoulder, and she pulled Bentley to a stop. The armband buzzed again, but it was Miss Militia's voice this time. Idolian has found our primary target. He has requested that all capes in the area remain in position. I caught Tattletale pressing the button on her armband, and she asked, why? Whatever program was managing communications, it didn't seem fit to convey Tattletale's message. The van caught up to us. Tattletale rolled her window down and opened the back, and the others climbed out to join the conversation. Grace folded her arms and hung back. What's going on? I asked. Don't know, Tattletale said, but if Idolian is fighting Noelle. Regent finished her sentence for her. We might not have to worry about the end of the world happening in 2 years. Why is Miss Militia letting this slide? I asked. She has to know the risk. Everyone has to know the risk. She's letting this slide because Idolian outranks her and she has no choice, Tattletale said. And he's doing this because he's got an agenda. An agenda? Grace asked. Yeah. He's the top hero in the Protectorate. His agenda is doing the right thing. Is this what you guys do? You analyze the situation until you've twisted it into a scenario where you have just to do something? Yeah, Regent said. We're really good at it, too. Ha ha, Grace said without any humor. Look, I said. Fine. You guys are helping us, so you get a say. If you guys are willing to hear me out, and you decide that there's no merit to what I'm saying, we can all go along with what you want to do. Hear you out? Yeah, look, you can't deny that putting one of the most powerful people in the world in close quarters with someone who could turn Vista into those things is a fucking bad idea. Sure I can. Play nice, Grace, Tecton said. No! I'm going to make my arguments. He's not stupid. He knows what he can do, and he's heard what she can do. You don't get to be a member of the Triumvirate if you're an idiot. He's desperate, Tattletale said. He's losing his powers. He knows putting himself in dangerous situations makes his power stronger. Like how one of my teammates gets a little stronger when outraged, and another gets a little stronger when feeling protective. Fighting Noelle is nearly as dangerous as fighting Endbringers. Endbringers. When Leviathan had attacked, it had been destruction layered on top of more destruction. Noelle being pretty damn subtle for someone who could tear vault doors apart and generate an army of superpowered soldiers. Even in terms of the overall impact of her assault, as far as I knew, it had been limited to 1 fallen building, 2 injured capes, and 1 in critical condition. It felt like too little. Then again, the sun wasn't up. Dinah had said Noelle wouldn't do any real damage until dawn. Would things get worse? How long until sunrise? I asked, cutting Grace off as she started to voice a response. 9 minutes, Tattletale answered. Dinah said the situation doesn't start getting really bad until dawn. I trailed off. You think this is why the situation goes south? Grew said. It's a possibility. Tattletale pressed the button on her armband. This is really bad timing on Adolian's part, MM. Shit's due to go down at sunrise. Can you call him off? Remind him? There was no indication the message went through. Fucking computer, she said. Let's go. No, Grace said. You said it was our call. I don't buy the argument. We stay put. Tactin? I said. He was still in the passenger seat. I don't know. Are you willing to disobey the order and have Miss Militia okay a kill order on you? Try to okay a kill order on us, Imp said. Oh, well then, Texman said. That's not a problem. I thought about the possible scenarios that could unfold. Deranged beasties had been brutal enough. Deranged mutant Adolians? Yeah, I said. If it comes down to it, I'm willing. Be it on your heads, Tactin said. Get in if you're coming, Tattletale said. Get out if you're not. Tactin hesitated, but he stayed in his seat. Tactin? Grace asked. They believe it enough to go this far. They've either got an unhealthy amount of conviction, or they're insane. Or both, Imp said. Or both. If it's conviction, I can accept that they might know what they're doing. The same argument you made about Adolian being an upper Ecolian member of the Protectorate applies to them. They didn't get here by being terrible at what they do. They did get to the point where they're about to get kill orders put out on them. And you stand to get in trouble with the wards. What's the worst they could do? As a tinker, I'm a protected species. Not like they're going to fire me. If these guys are right, they might need our help. If they're wrong, maybe I'd get in a bit of trouble. I'm willing to take that bet. And if they're trying something, or if they are insane, then it's better I'm going along for the ride, isn't it? Grace didn't respond. Instead, she turned around and walked away. When she reached the back of the truck, she hopped in. You fucking owe me, Tech. She slammed one door closed, as if to punctuate her irritation with the situation, leaving the other open for my teammates. Tattletale dropped her armband out of the driver's side window. The rest of the Undersiders discarded theirs. There was a pause before Tactin and Grace followed suit, throwing theirs free of the van. That done, Tattletale put the van in gear. It was already starting to move by the time Imp and Regent had climbed in and slammed the doors behind them. With Tattletale's ability to identify Adolian's general location and my ability to narrow the result down with my bugs, it only took a few minutes to find them. The issue was that we had only a few minutes to begin with. Adolian was in the air, flying a safe distance above Noelle. And Noelle. I couldn't get a read on Noelle. My bugs disappeared into her as they made contact, their signal distorting and cutting off. It left me with a hazy picture. She was big. African elephant big. I didn't get much more than that. They were talking. Adolian had his hands folded into his sleeves like an ancient sensei, legs dangling, his costume billowing around him. His voice was calm, quiet, in stark contrast to the hot breath that billowed around Noelle as she panted with no less than 5 mouths. 4 of the mouths were considerably larger than the one owned by the rough human shape on top. I only caught 2 words as he spoke to her. Coil was one. Cauldron was another.
Interlude 18, Donation Bonus Number 3. Thursday, June 16th, 2011, 22:11 hours. Are you comfortable? Is there anything I can get you? Jessica Yamada asked.
Okay.
The staff employee said. What had been her name? Worthwhile? No, worth something? She was elderly and took more time than was necessary to go through the letters.
M. Okay. M. N. O. P. Q. R. S. T. U.
A. M. Stop, Jessica said. I can guess.
I have to continue.
The older woman said.
Patient's right to communicate. T. U. V. W. X. Y. Y. Third letter is Y.
We've been over this, Victoria, Jessica said. You know that's something I don't have any power to give you. Victoria blinked 3 times, the signal for the alphabet. The older woman started. As Victoria's right eye was the only one open, she started with the second half.
M. N. O. P. P. Okay.
Victoria switched eyes, closing one and opening the other. First half of the alphabet.
A. B. C. D. E. F. G. H.
Another blink.
H. Okay.
Phone, Jessica interrupted, before the reading started again. A blink. Affirmation. I've explained you can't phone her. She's gone to the birdcage. Jessica paused. Her own heart rate was climbing, her breathing involuntarily quickening. She felt a bead of sweat running down the back of her neck. The old woman had stepped out of her chair, backing away. Stop that, Jessica said, her voice firm. She'd managed to keep her voice from trembling. The sensation didn't fade. She went to the birdcage because she wanted to, Jessica said. And we let her because there were serious concerns about her unleashing an epidemic if she had another psychotic break. 3 blinks. To the old woman's credit, she stuck to doing her job.
A. B. C. D. E. F. G. H. I. Okay.
Victoria, Jessica said, and she wasn't able to hide the tremor this time. If you want to communicate with me, I'm going to insist that you turn your power off. Victoria reduced the effect of her power, scaling it down to a general sensation of unease. Thank you. Returning to our previous topic, Amy had to be contained somewhere. Everyone involved agreed on that point. There was too much danger, otherwise, with the possibility of the uncontrollable, incurable plagues that could eat through plastic or metal. Jessica waited patiently as the staff member went down the list. IDONTCARE. I don't care. Others do care, Victoria, Jessica Yamada informed her patient. Amy cared. She knew her own limits and her own potential for good or for ill. It wasn't an easy decision for her or for the authorities, but that decision was made with everyone's best interests at heart. Again, the letters. NOTMINE. Not mine. Not in my best interest. She didn't feel that she could fix you, or that it was right to use her power on you again. 2 blinks. Negation. That's not what you meant? Blink. Agreement. 3 blinks to signal for the board. ALONE. Not entirely, Victoria, Jessica said, her voice gentle. There are others who care about you. No blinks now. Long seconds passed. Back to my original question. Is there anything we can do to make you more comfortable? BATH. Excellent, Jessica said. We'll see what we can do. Anything else? 2 blinks. No. I'll be seeing you for a longer appointment next Tuesday then, she said. Tell any of the staff if you would like to get in touch with me before then. I'm on call 24/7. 1 blink. Jessica exited the room. The door sealed shut as it closed behind her.
Well?
The head nurse asked. Some headway, Jessica said. She took off her suit jacket and folded it over the nearest chair. Her back was drenched in sweat, shoulder blade to belt. Hard to endure.
She's upset, understandably.
I know, but I'll take her on as a patient, and hopefully we can get her in a better headspace. Thank you again for letting me overstep my duties. It helps me to open a dialogue if I can offer her something she wants or needs.
You can't offer her what she really wants.
But a bath is a good starting point. Is it doable?
Yes, we're well equipped for disabled patients. We'll lower her in with hoists.
She won't break or tear?
No, she's far more durable than she appears. For better or for worse, she retains her invincibility.
I see.
Who's the next patient on your caseload?
Sveta.
Garrett. I know you've heard the instructions about the protective safeguards 1,000 times.
Jessica sighed.
But I have to go over them anyways. There are regulations, Jessica, as you well know. You'll be wearing a Type C reinforced protective suit. The suit includes both an inner and outer layer. The inner layer
has a button in the palm. I can withdraw my fingers from the outer glove and press the button. At random intervals, you'll buzz me surreptitiously.
And we expect you to press the button to verify that you're okay. You can press it twice in the event of an emergency.
The damn thing has malfunctioned and interrupted 3 of my last 7 sessions with her.
It's what we have for the time being. If you don't verify your own safety, or if you signal an emergency, we'll employ containment foam through the sprinkler system.
And I'll be stuck here for another hour with another 4 pages of paperwork after the fact.
Is she your last patient for the day?
No, I'm scheduled to see Nicholas after.
Sad boy.
Jessica didn't correct the head nurse. She hated using the code names. It reinforced the idea of the patients being less than human. Yes, I'll see him, then I'm done for the day. I'm on rotation with the PRT for Friday, Saturday, and then I have Sunday all to myself.
Any plans?
The head nurse asked. I've learned not to make any. There's always a crisis of some sort. They reached the changing room, and Jessica pulled on the protective inner suit. The suit fit close to her body, smelled faintly of someone else's sweat, and consisted of a stretching mesh covered in a fine chain link. The entire thing was reinforced by a grid of metal bars, complete with oiled hinges at each joint, so that she had near full range of motion. Zipping it up, it went straight up to her neck, the bars running vertically down her throat. She couldn't look down without getting jabbed in the soft flesh beneath her jaw. It made it harder to get the outer suit on. The entire thing was one piece, like footy pajamas, and the fabric was heavy, with alternating layers of insulated fabric and more chain mesh. She liked to go into situations armed with knowledge. When she'd been new on the job, fearing her first week of work at the asylum, she'd researched all of the protective measurements, even running down the patents that were public access to see what they entailed. Odd as it might have sounded, she'd stopped doing that as of late. It wasn't due to a growing confidence, just the opposite. Now that she had a better grasp of what her patients were capable of, it was easier to hope the people designing the safeguards were doing everything they needed to. It was better than researching it and knowing they weren't. The heavy fabric of the exterior suit fit her like a hazardous materials gear, bulky, broad, leaving a great deal of empty space between her body and the fabric. Protective airbags of more reinforced cloth inflated to fill that space. She stepped into the dock, and the door behind her shut. The next door opened. The room was empty. The wall had a mural painted on it, ocean waves and beautiful architecture that Jessica couldn't place as belonging to any particular era or culture. There was a short, translucent table littered with painting and drawing supplies, and what looked like a cat's tiered scratching post extending floor to ceiling, secured bolted to both. Mirrors were fixed to the wall to show that the room's resident wasn't hiding behind it. "Come on out, Sveta," she said. She clenched her teeth and braced herself for an ambush. Sveta had been waiting above the door. Tendrils snaked around the neck of the protective suit and cinched tight in a moment. Even with her full knowledge of the suit's protective qualities, Jessica felt her heartbeat quicken. Deep breath. Her breathing caught in her chest as she heard the faintest, almost inaudible sound of metal creaking. More tendrils had caught her legs and arms and even lashed across the room to catch the only points available to hold, a 2-inch diameter bolts that held the scratching post bed to the ground.
So sorry,
Sveta whispered.
Sorry.
Jessica felt her arm jolt as one set of the tendrils lashed up the length of her right arm to catch her gloved finger. Each finger was pulled in a different direction, but the metal reinforcement in the outer glove held, and her hand wasn't crumpled like tissue paper. Relaxation exercises, Sveta. Don't try to fight the instincts all at once. Don't worry about me. Sveta convulsed, contorted, and every part of her drew tighter. Jessica heard something metal give way, felt a small component tap her shoulder, bouncing around the interior of the outer suit before settling in her boot. Calm. Sound calm. Just focus your extremities, flex them, release them, repeat. Another contortion. Jessica forced herself to take a deep breath, simultaneously cursing whoever had let this defective equipment go back into the changing room.
I'm so sorry,
Sveta said.
I'm trying, but it's making it worse.
Take your time, she replied, defying every instinct that was telling her to get out of this dangerous situation, to press the button, fight, or panic. Like Sveta's, her instincts weren't serving her best interests here. Unlike Sveta, she could fight them. Sveta contorted, and an airbag gave way in the suit's midsection.
Oh.
She'd noticed, and the realization coincided with further constriction.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Yamada. No.
It's fine, Jessica lied. Too many things were going wrong with this suit all at once. Why? There had to have been an altercation between another staff member and a violent patient. The only reason this many safeguards would be giving away would be if the suit had sustained recent damage. Except that it had gone unreported, and the suit had gone back on the shelf.
We should have done this through the glass,
Sveta moaned.
I'm sorry. I like you. I don't want you to die.
We're striving to socialize you, right? That's our goal. We can't do that without regular human contact.
I'm going to kill you. I don't want to, but I'm going to,
Hush, Jessica said, sounding far, far calmer than she felt. She nearly said, take a deep breath, but she corrected herself. A few seconds, and keep doing your relaxation exercises. Flex your extremities, relax them. Flex, relax. Steadily work your way up, inch by inch. Look at me. I'm not worried. I'm in this suit. I feel safe. Okay?
Oh, okay.
I want you to think of all the progress we've made since the start of the year.
But something popped in the suit just now.
We wear the same suits for multiple patients. That safeguard was to protect any patients that might collide with us. It's not meant for you. Don't worry. Jessica hated lying to her patients.
It's okay?
It's okay, Jessica soothed. You remembered our goal, right?
Christmas?
I think you're well on your way to your goal. That's what you think of when you're trying to be positive, right? You can celebrate Christmas with a few other patients, people who you can't hurt. I just met one of them, I think. A new patient of mine. She's someone who could use some friends. Like a dozen frogs' tongues, the tendrils snapped across the length of the room to the bed, encircling it. In another second, as though each tendril were elastic bands stretched to their limits, Sveta had shifted there, her tendrils gripping at the post as she hung from it. Jessica was free. Sveta was little more than a very pale face with thin tendrils streaming around it like hair. Small organs dangled from the largest of the tendrils that extended from the back of her face. A small symbol marked the girl's cheekbone, a stylized C in black. It took Sveta a second before she relaxed enough to let the tendrils uncoil from the post. The tendrils settled in the air, in a rough facsimile of where a person's limbs might be. She positioned herself so that the organs could rest on the shelves on the post.
I'm sorry,
Sveta said, eyes downcast. I'm fine, I understand, Jessica soothed. She shifted position, and one tendril snapped out to catch her leg, gripping it around the knee, squeezing and twisting it with a strength that could have torn every ligament in her knee and wrenched Jessica's calf from her upper leg. Sveta flinched, closed her eyes for a second, and the tendril moved back to the post. The suit had held. No damage done.
Can you tell me about her? The girl you just saw?
I can't talk to you about my patients, just like I couldn't tell them about you. Sveta clutched the pole harder.
I understand. Was she a bad guy, like me?
Do you think you were a bad guy?
I killed people, yes.
It wasn't you. It was your power.
I still killed people.
I think that's a good topic for today's session. But there's a few things I want to cover first before we get into the meat of it. So let's put a pin in that topic for now.
Okay.
She was a superhero. I can say that much without betraying any confidence. And you'll hear it from the staff sooner or later. Better to hear it from me. There may be wiggle room. Maybe I could convince one of the hospital staff to stop by, and she could tell you a bit about the new patient through the intercom, if the patient gives consent. Sveta's eyes lit up.
Yes, please.
I can't make any promises.
I understand.
Now, have you been keeping that journal? Sveta snatched a notebook off the small table with the art supplies, reaching out and bringing it to her faster than the eye could follow. She'd passed it to Jessica with just as much speed and force. Even with the airbags filling the void in the protective suit and offering a cushioning effect, Jessica had to take a step back to catch her balance. May I? Sveta nodded, bobbing the mask with a mass of tendrils behind it. The bedposts contorted into an S shape as the girl twined around it. It indicated some kind of negative emotion. Jessica paged through the recent entries. The letters of the words were exaggerated, and they got more so as the writer got agitated. Worries, daydreams about being human, the vividness of her imagination when she pictured places like she'd drawn in the mural, her day-long spell of depression after waking up from a dream where she'd been a human in bed with a boy. Jessica closed the book. None of this was so unusual, capable of explaining the sudden anxiety she saw now. Can I ask what's bothering you?
Why aren't you scared of me?
Because I have no reason to be, Jessica lied, meeting the girl's eyes. The truth is that it's because I've spent more time in the company of monsters than legend, she thought. Trust me, honey, you aren't the scariest thing I've run into. Not by half. Friday, June 17th, 2011, 10:15.
You're not the person that was here last week,
the red-headed boy said, shutting the door behind him. We rotate. The PRT doesn't want any therapist developing a bond to the point where they could manipulate a cape. By rotating through 3 or 4 in a given area, they can ensure that one therapist will be able to identify manipulations on the part of any of the others.
Doesn't that kind of defeat the point? Not letting us develop a bond? No trust?
Yes, Jessica thought, but she said, It's not my place to say. Is that what you're hoping to get here? A one-on-one relationship? A bond of trust?
And now it begins,
he said,
answering questions with questions.
An unfortunate fact of the job. Would you like to sit? The boy let himself sink into the chair. What should I call you? Jessica asked. I prefer to use real names whenever possible, but I understand if you'd prefer the confidentiality of a code name.
Clock blocker, Dennis, whatever. You get crucified, drawn, and quartered if you betray our secret identities, right?
Nothing that graphic, but the penalties are severe, and they include extensive jail time and forfeiting the credentials it took me 8 years to get. You strike me as someone who's paying a great deal of attention to the workings of the system, where people are, how they're operating.
I have to, don't I? You ignore that stuff, you get fucked.
Dennis said. That's the second time in 2 minutes you've brought up consequences. Is that something that concerns you? Consequences?
In the last 3 months, my dad's leukemia came back. Leviathan destroyed a third of my hometown. The Endbringer killed my best friend and teammate, and another of my teammates. The Undersiders abducted one of my teammates.
Shadowstalker.
Yeah.
I talked to her after that incident. Anyways, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm trying to frame it all in my head.
They left her so fucked up she went and broke her parole. It's all been unraveling. People I care about and rely on are getting knocked around, screwed over by dumb luck or because they let their guard down. Aegis, Gallant, Amy and Victoria, Battery, Shadowstalker.
Did you care about Shadowstalker?
She was a teammate.
I know. But the way your thoughts seem to connect here, it sounded like something more. Dennis shrugged.
It makes me sound like a sleazebag if I say it, but I can get away with that here, right?
She let herself smile a little. Yes.
She was hot. And when you spend 4 or 5 hours a day with the same people, and you're a guy, and the one girl in the group that's around your age is that good looking, maybe you look forward to seeing her.
That doesn't make you sound like a sleazebag. It makes it sound like a perfectly normal teenager with a mild crush.
Maybe? Not really. I couldn't stand her as a person. It still sucked balls, hearing what I did about her going to juvie on top of everything else.
Did you see yourself in her shoes at all?
What do you mean?
You're very mindful of consequences and the dangers you're facing. Are you afraid you'll suffer a similar fate?
I don't know. No. If I'm worried about anything like that, it's that there's a worse fate waiting out there for me.
A worse fate?
With all the stuff the capes bring to the table, there's 100 bad endings that are possible that wouldn't have been possible 30 years ago. You hear about what happened to Victoria and Amy Dallin?
Victoria. The vivid mental picture disconcerted her briefly. Yes, I have.
Case in point.
Dennis shrugged.
And there's all the stuff that went down with the Slaughterhouse 9, too.
Scary business. Dennis shrugged. Are you sleeping well?
Way I've been working, sleep isn't a problem. Head hits the pillow, I'm out.
And the stress of all this, it's not affecting your diet?
No. I mean, my diet's not great, but that's just trying to work around shift schedules and crap, you know?
I know. Jessica smiled. Work makes it hard on me, too. I was going to walk you through some coping methods for anxiety, but it seems like you're getting by.
Too busy to think, really. I prefer it that way. I don't know if anxiety's the right word.
No? What word would you choose? He paused.
I don't know.
Take your time. It's not a big deal if you can't come up with one.
I feel like there's probably a word in another language, but English doesn't have it. Not despair, but that feeling you get when you're losing.
You feel as though you're losing? Dennis nodded, leaned back in the leather chair.
We're fighting a war. The consequences don't seem to hit the bad guys as hard. We fight Leviathan, and people act like we won, because the casualty rates were lower than they've been in 9 years. Slaughterhouse 9 come, and again, there's a lot of people who act like it was a victory because only half of them made it out of the city. Nobody but me seems to notice that, hey, those guys still lived. They escaped.
Maybe they share the same thoughts you do, but they don't want to face the reality because it scares them.
Maybe.
There was a long pause. Looking at the general notes from your last appointment, you gave the A-OK for him to mention that you were working on some coping mechanisms for your anger.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep working on that, or do you feel like it's more under control?
It's pretty much under control. My dad was dying then. Amy healed him.
I see.
I regret this.
Regret what?
Joining the wards. The rules, the bureaucracy, it's... Fuck, I mean, I appreciate having the resources. Guys to make the costume, even this.
Talking to me?
Sure. making sure my head's screwed on right. But at the same time, being stuck in a classroom after Leviathan attacks because the rules say I have to be in school a certain number of hours a day, it's fucked. I wonder if the villains are winning because they don't have to worry about that stuff.
Could be.
I don't get it. I almost think I could be okay with things if I understood them. Why the fuck do they get away with this shit?
I can't give you the answers you want, and I'm afraid that answers to the questions of that magnitude aren't going to appear nearly as fast as we want them to.
I know.
But you're very observant, Dennis. I've already said as much. I find that we often find what we're looking for the moment we stop actively searching for them. Perhaps spend less time looking for the answer and keep an eye out for opportunities to learn the answer.
Psychobabble,
he said, smiling a little. Sorry, she said, returning the smile with one of her own. Friday, June 17th, 2011, 13:01.
Jessica?
Weld asked, peeking his head into the door. Come in, she said. It's good to see you, Weld. It's been a little while. Weld closed the door and settled in the reinforced chair she'd brought into her office in anticipation of the appointment. Have you picked a name? She asked. He chuckled lightly.
I'm Weld. That's it for now.
She nodded, studied him at ease in his chair, hands folded across his stomach. So, a lot's happened, she said.
Endbringer, Slaughterhouse 9, losing control of the city. Did you come from out of town?
Yes.
Was it on the news? What's been going on here?
It has been. I try to catch the 11 o'clock news, and it seems there's a new story every night detailing recent events in Brockton Bay.
What kind of picture does it paint?
Of
the city. Of us? The villains?
Things look worse than they are. If you go by what's on the television, it paints a positive picture of the local heroes, I have to say. Not entirely undeserved, if you ask me.
Thanks for saying so.
Weld said. You don't sound convinced.
I'm not. It's only been 5 days since the Slaughterhouse 9 fled. Smoke's clearing, and I'm not liking where we're at.
Where are you at?
Villains who took territory before everything went to hell are still holding territory after. Us? We're not in good shape. We lost battery.
I heard. I'm sorry.
We got hit harder, and while they're picking up the pieces, nobody's jumping to help us.
No?
Flechette's going back to New York before too long. Nobody's replacing her, or any of the ones who died. Maybe they think we're cursed, or maybe it's career suicide to try to help a city that can't be helped.
Does that matter to you? Career?
Some. There was mention of me maybe climbing the ranks. I'm marketable, but I'm a freak, too.
She thought of Sveta. It sounds like you're being unfairly harsh on yourself.
It's how it was explained to me.
I see. That's unfortunate that a colleague would make you out to be a freak.
Water off my back. Honest, it doesn't bother me.
Is there anything... She stopped as his phone rang.
Sorry.
He looked genuinely guilty as he reached for the phone.
Way things are.
I totally understand. Please, go ahead. He answered.
Weld here. Yes. Skitter? With Parian. I understand. No, I get it. We'll see if we can track her.
He was already out of her seat.
If it's okay...
Go. You have a team to lead.
Flechette said the local villains in power just made a move on a rogue friend of hers. Could I wrangle a longer session next week?
That could be arranged. Go, she said. He was at the door when she called after him. And Weld, I want you to pick a proper name. Friday, June 17th, 2011, 18:01.
Fuck them! Fuck her.
Lily?
Fuck, fuck, fuck!
Lily paced. Lily, please, could you sit? Jessica asked. Lily stopped, resting her hands on the back of the armchair. It's clear something happened, Jessica said. You can ask me to come, and that's totally 100% okay, but I can't do anything to help you until you explain what happened.
They got her!
Jessica felt her heart sink. Who?
Parian! Skitter got to her!
The rogue your teammate mentioned. Was she hurt, or killed, or...
Turned.
Turned?
She changed sides, ran into Skitter with ballistic wreaking havoc in the background, knew something was up. Tattletale fucking with their heads or something. Then Skitter goes into this good cop, bad cop routine, but she's using ballistic as the bad cop. The idea that if we don't go along with her plans, he'll try to kill us. Makes Parian an offer she can't refuse.
Power, money.
Money. $200,000. So that Parian's friends and family who were mutilated by the Slaughterhouse 9 could pay for surgery. So that Parian could go to school.
A lot of money.
And she asks Parian to leave, and it rips my heart out because she's one of my good friends here. Because she's more I can't remember if I've talked to you about it. You PRT therapists all sort of blend into each other.
We've talked about it. You had feelings for her. Lily folded her arms on the back of the chair and rested her forehead against her wrists. Did you tell her about those feelings?
No. No, I didn't. I was thinking about it, but now I can't ever, because if it pushes her away, she'll be totally, completely beyond my reach. Completely on their side.
Do you think she reciprocated?
I don't know. Sometimes I thought yes. Other times I thought yes, but not nearly as much as I had feelings for her. And then there were other times I thought definitely no. But I couldn't ask, because by the time I got up the courage, the Slaughterhouse 9 had murdered most of her family and her friends. And the ones who weren't dead were altered. Fuck, my feelings weren't even on the 3rd page of the list of priorities there. It was about taking care of her, helping her. It's what you do for friends.
It is. It sounds like she was lucky to have you.
And then Skitter waltzes in, and it's like she slithers right past your defenses.
How's that?
I can't even put it into words. You run into her, and you can't even look straight at her without feeling your skin crawl. Like when someone's got something wrong with their eyes and your own eyes start watering. Only with her it's because of the bugs.
Okay.
And then she talks, and she sounds so idealistic and naive. I don't know how you sound idealistic and naive with a swarm of cockroaches and bees crawling over your face, but she does, and so you let your guard down. And then she starts making sense, and that was the point where Parian started lapping it up.
Did she make sense to you? Jessica asked.
I had a feeling for what was happening, said as much. Now I don't know. There's only 2 good answers for it.
Lily walked over to the door and picked up the satchel she'd brought into the office. She returned to the chair and sat, plopping the satchel down on the coffee table. What is it? Jessica asked.
The thing that lets me know which of the 2 it was.
And what are those 2 answers?
Either my gut was right and Skitter was just feeding us into that tattletale prepared just to fuck with us, or Skitter was right.
And this satchel contains the answer?
It does.
May I? Jessica leaned forward.
No.
Jessica stopped.
I can say no, right? You don't have the right to search through my things.
You can, Jessica said, leaning back, and I won't touch it. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Lily said. Her eyes were damp.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't change what happened with Parian. Won't change the choice she made.
A tear fell free, and Lily wiped it away with her sleeve.
Fuck, so stupid. I go up against Leviathan, go up against the Slaughterhouse 9, and this is what fucks with my head. This is the moment I want nothing more than to go home. To go home and just crawl under the covers.
You could.
Can't. It'd mean I couldn't do the costume thing again. Not the same way. Gotta tough it out.
Lily didn't look tough, Jessica observed. She looked like a heartbroken, homesick teenager. She couldn't say that, though. Jessica stood from her chair and approached the girl. When Lily realized what Jessica was doing, she gratefully accepted the offer of a shoulder to cry on. Lily's cell phone rang. She pulled away, breaking the hug, but she didn't answer the phone.
Never fucking ends. Didn't think it would be like this.
Are you going to answer? Jessica asked.
Can't. Not like this.
May I? I'm not sure if it's against the rules, but...
Yes, please. But...
Lily paused. The cell phone rang again before she spoke.
Don't mention I was there. With Harrion. I wasn't supposed to be.
Jessica nodded and answered. Mrs. Yamada, answering for Flechette.
Miss Militia here. Could you please inform Flechette that Triumph has been hospitalized?
Which hospital?
Oh, God,
Lily said, eyes growing wide.
The one attached to the PRT headquarters. Flechette knows where.
We're in the building, Jessica said. I understand if you're busy, but could you contact me in my office when you have a free moment?
I will.
Jessica hung up the cell phone. The hospital is in this building. It's Triumph. Lily stood, pocketing the phone.
What happened?
Anaphylactic shock, Jessica answered.
Skitter?
Jessica didn't answer. Lily wiped tears from her face. She drew in a deep breath and then let it out slowly. Her expression hardened, her shoulders squaring. There wasn't a trace of emotion she'd shown just moments before.
Do I look okay? Presentable?
Jessica nodded.
Thank you.
Lily was already moving, snatching the satchel from the table, striding for the door. It slammed shut behind her. Jessica sat in her chair and tried not to dwell on just why it bothered her that Lily had been able to switch personas so easily. Did the career demand it? Why couldn't a teenager just be allowed to be vulnerable at a time they felt vulnerable? The phone rang 5 minutes later.
It's Miss Militia. You wanted me to contact you?
Yes, I've seen half of your wards today. They aren't doing well.
I know.
Miss Militia said. They're losing faith.
I know.
Saturday, June 18th, 1901. There was a knock at the door. Come in?
Hi, I'm Kidwin.
The boy said. He wasn't in his suit, though. He looked like he'd just come from the shower. His brown hair was still damp. He extended a hand, and Jessica shook it.
Clockbunker said we had a different therapist this week.
Protocols. Can I ask how Triumph's doing?
He's okay. Recovered. Sultan and some of the others are more upset over it. We're calling in the big guns.
That must be a relief. To have others pick up the slack. To deferring some responsibility after having a heavy burden on your shoulders for some time. Kid Wynn shrugged.
Don't know. I am excited to see Dragon stuff.
I can imagine. A silence stretched on. Jessica tried to get a grasp on this boy, reconcile him with the one filled with self-doubt that she'd read about in Mr. Camden's files.
I still don't really get what we're supposed to do here.
Kid Wynn said. We talk. It's safe territory, a place where you can vent about your own issues.
I kind of prefer to work through problems on my own.
It's very common for tinkers to be introverts, but sometimes we all need a person to bounce ideas off of. Non-tinker ideas. Sorry, it's a rule I have. Kid Wynn smiled sheepishly.
I kind of subjected Mr. Kyles to a rant about types of modular equipment a few days ago. I think he needed therapy by the time I was done.
Do you have any ideas you want to bounce off me? It's been a rough month. Kid Wynn shook his head. Nothing?
I don't know if this is me.
If what's you?
Needing to bounce ideas off people? Needing therapy? All my problems so far, they've stemmed from me trying to fit myself into everyone else's mold. It's only when I broke away from that, started thinking on my own, that things started to make sense. All the pieces of the machine working in unison.
Given your tinker background, I'm not sure I can tell. Is that a metaphor or a literal machine?
Metaphor.
Okay. Your life didn't start making sense until you stopped worrying about what others think. I'm not being judgmental, and I don't intend to change your mind about anything. I don't want to make you conform.
I still don't know if I want the therapy.
Kid Wynn said.
Can I opt out?
I'm afraid not. Why don't you want it?
I'm more comfortable going the other route. I'd rather walk my own path and be a little screwed up than walk everyone else's path. I'm okay with thinking in a way that's outside of the norm. I've been happier since I started down that road.
How does that impact your duties with the wards?
It doesn't. I mean, I stick to the rules.
Kidwin said with a measure of confidence.
Funny how it's easier for me to do that when I'm being more unconventional.
I'm still not sure I understand. Can you give me an example of what you mean by unconventional?
It's like, if I did this therapy thing, and I mentioned how I'm not bummed and pissed off about what's going on with the villains and all that, if I talked about how I'm actually happier now when everyone else is miserable and stressed, I feel like you'd talk me out of it.
I don't want to do anything like that.
If you ask me a question,
he asked,
do I have to answer?
You wouldn't get into trouble, no. Is there a particular question you don't want to answer?
It's not that. I guess I'm saying I'm done here.
He reached into his pocket and withdrew a pair of headphones.
No offense, but I feel like having 30 minutes to kick back and take some notes on stuff is going to be a hell of a lot better for my mental health than talking. No offense.
She was offended, but she didn't say so. Saturday, June 18th, 11:06.
Hi?
Please come in. Would you rather me call you Vista or Missy?
Vista.
Vista it is. Nice to meet you. Vista sat down in the armchair. It took her a second to get comfortable. Her feet didn't touch the ground if she sat all the way back, and she was forced to sit awkwardly upright if she couldn't lean her back against the chair. I heard they called in the big guns.
Dragon.
Pretty big as guns go, Jessica said.
Are you doing that on purpose?
What?
Talking down to me.
No, I didn't think I was talking down to you.
Sounded condescending.
Jessica took a deep breath. What can I do for you, Vista? Is there anything you want to share?
Have you been here?
The non sequitur caught Jessica off guard. I'm not sure I follow.
Have you been in Brockton Bay since this all started?
No, I travel for work and stay in hotels. On the weekends, or when I'm not working, I stay in Boston.
How are you supposed to help when you don't understand?
The question might have sounded accusatory, but it rang as more curious instead. Why do you ask?
Because I've been trying to help the others, and a lot of time I can't. So how can you do it when you don't even know? When you have no idea what we're talking about?
I went to school for a long time.
Does that teach you how to talk to someone when their mentor's just been attacked?
Are you talking about Triumph?
So why you ask a lot of questions? Because you don't know?
I ask questions, Jessica said, because only you can give your own perspective on things. I know a lot's happened, some from research, some from your colleagues, but the only opinion and viewpoint that matters to me when you're in that chair is yours.
Huh.
Vista huffed. Where do you stand? Jessica asked. What's your view on things? Summing it all up?
Sucks,
Vista said. I can believe it.
When I go on patrol, I can't go alone, not until I'm 14. So I spend the most time with everyone. I hear what they say and we talk about everything.
If there are doctors and field medics, maybe you're the equivalent of a field therapist, Jessica suggested. Vista wasn't amused in the slightest.
Don't be condescending.
I'm talking the same way I would with anyone else, I promise. There was a pause. Jessica sat quietly, letting it stretch on. In a pinch, a resounding silence could prompt a patient to open up. Vista finally said,
Weld said I'm the team's heart.
I can imagine him saying it. Vista gave her a dirty look.
I couldn't help Shadowstalk her, but Weld said she was beyond helping.
Jessica nodded.
But I think I got through to Clockblocker. For a while I thought he'd fly off the handle at Weld.
Jessica almost replied, but kept her mouth shut.
I feel like there's two ideas and they're playing tug-of-war with my head.
Vista confessed. She gave Jessica a look, as though she were daring her to say something.
Yeah. One part of me, it's like, I want us all to stay together. Aegis died. Gallant died. Battery died. Velocity died. Dauntless died. Browbeat left. Armsmaster retired and Shadowstalker went to jail. And now, even after it's all over, Triumph gets hurt.
I think I'd feel pretty spooked after all that, Jessica said. It's a lot of people to be losing in the space of a month.
I want to do what I can to keep us together. Keep people fighting, but...
But what?
The other part of me, the colder part that's being very logical, very rational, says it won't happen. We won't stay together. Can't. One by one, horrible things will happen to us. My friends will die, and if they're lucky, they'll die fighting. And I'm somehow okay with it. What does it really matter when the world's supposed to end in 2 years?
I've heard about that. It's pretty strictly limited to the PRT, though, and there hasn't been any strict confirmation.
We don't have very good precogs,
Vista said.
Not ones that can see that far ahead and still make sense of it all.
Are you bothered, looking at things that way, thinking that your friends will die violently, that the world will end?
No, I'm very okay with it when I think about it clinically. It's the way things are, isn't it? The way the world works.
I don't think so, Jessica confessed.
The part of me that feels like that, it's telling me I'm gonna die. It's inevitable, it's soon, and it'll be horrible.
Vista said.
Therapy that.
Was she serious, or was it a challenge? Okay, Jessica said somber. I'll try.
Just like that.
Vista's eyes widened a little. Just like that. Believe it or not, I've handled worse things than a young woman torn between fatalism and wanting to help her friends stick together. I can't tell you anything about your teammates, but I can arm you with some tools, so your field therapy is more effective. If that part of you is better equipped, maybe it'll get a bit of an edge in the tug of war that's going on inside your head. Sound good? Vista nodded. Sunday, June 19th, 1739. Jessica fumbled to find the ringing phone. She had to move the pizza box and the bag of chips to reach it, reclined back on her bed the second she hit the call button, muting the television. The pants she put on only long enough to answer the door and pay the delivery guy slipped to the floor. Yeah, she said, suppressing a sigh. No, I'm not busy. Isn't he Richmond's patient, though? He's away. Fuck me. Okay, I'll be there in an hour. Monday, June 20th, 12:50. Jessica paced back and forth in her office. Somehow, when she'd left after seeing the wards on Saturday morning, she'd let herself believe that things were largely resolved. Dragon had been en route, not just one suit either. When she'd heard on Sunday that the suits had left the city, unsuccessful in their mission, she'd allowed herself to believe that things, at least, hadn't gotten worse. She'd seen Clock Blocker in the morning. There had been a shift conflict with Weld having to watch Vista on her shift, and he'd rescheduled for the afternoon. Now this. She never felt more useless. The wards had intervened to stop a mad villain from attacking the local debate, and it had all gone tragically wrong. They hadn't finished tallying the dead. The wards were okay at least. Physically. Nobody came to her office all day. Too much to be done. Waiting nervously, restless in her inability to offer any assistance at all in a crisis like this, she headed up to the roof and bummed a cigarette from one of the interns, smoking for the first time since grad school. Tuesday, June 21st, 6:10. Jessica sat on the edge of the roof, legs dangling. She was on her 5th cigarette.
Mrs. Yamada.
The voice startled her, because it didn't sound quite human. She turned around. Oh, wow. Eidolon.
Could I ask for a few moments of your time?
He asked. Yes, I should warn you, I predominantly work with juveniles.
I know. I'm not looking for therapy.
Oh. He didn't say anything as he crossed the rooftop. Somewhere downstairs, the local heroes were gathering. The Undersiders were present as well. Another threat. Fléchette had been right. It didn't end. She felt a pang of sympathy for her wards. Vista had asked her how she could dispense advice when she didn't experience it for herself. The response that Jessica had been unable to frame was just this. If she found herself under that same pressure, she wouldn't have had the objectivity. Besides, if she was unbalanced, how could she hope to offer any aid to another person? It was a bittersweet thing that nobody had asked her to. She wanted to help, but she was glad she didn't have to, because she wasn't sure of her own emotions now. Except Eidolon was asking, one of the most powerful men in the world. He sat down beside her. He pulled his hood back, letting it fall around his shoulders, then undid the clasp for his mask. He set the glowing mask down on the edge of the roof, beside her cell phone and cigarettes. He looked so average. Heavy cheeks, thinning hair, a big nose, thick brows, more ugly than attractive, but not so much that he'd draw attention walking down the street. And still she felt like it was hard to breathe, as though his very presence sucked the air away. She felt like she might if someone had had a gun to her head, with no intention of pulling the trigger. It was there, devastating power that could end her existence in a heartbeat. The fact that he didn't plan to use it didn't matter. This, Sveta, she thought, is why I can be around you and be so calm. Because I've been around monsters like this.
I wanted to talk to you.
Eidolon said, sounding very normal.
Because there are few I can trust to listen. I might have found a priest, but it's late, and there are so few good ones out there. I've used psychometry to view the past few days of your life. You'll do what I need you to do.
How am I supposed to respond to that? Okay.
I'm losing my powers. Slowly, but surely. If this goes much farther, mankind may lose this war.
I don't understand.
Against the Endbringers, there are really only 2 individuals who can stop them, drive them away. Scion is one, I'm another. Each of us is worth 100 other capes, if not more. I'm not boasting when I say this, but my powers are getting weaker every day, little by little. Whatever vast, improbably deep well parahumans tap in to use abilities, I suspect mine is running dry.
And only Scion will be able to stop them after you lost your powers? I'm sorry, I'm thinking slowly tonight. Been awake for a really long time.
That's fine. You're exactly right. They really only need 2 or 3 critical victories, and it all ends. And they'll win more without me there.
Jessica nodded. I can't process all this right now.
When I fight, Mrs. Yamada, I feel as though my lost power is somehow within reach. Reserves I've not yet touched, maybe, or a fresh well. It is something, but it is there. The problem is that I rarely get to truly fight. Do you understand?
Yes, I think so.
I hope that tonight is one of those moments. I hope to fight seriously. With the information we have about this threat, I can feel confident that the situation would be salvageable if I fail. Even in the worst-case scenario, this could be ended with a strategic missile strike. In my absence, the heroes would have weeks to adjust, to change their battle plans and compensate before the next Endbringer arrived.
You're talking about dying.
Here, at least, I can fight this monster. And where I might never make the gamble against an Endbringer, I hope to fight this thing to the death. Hers or mine.
To the death. He continued.
If I can find that untapped well of power, then it will be worth it. If I can't, then there's no point to me existing anyways.
Surely you have something else to live for. He gave her a look that was both incredulous and pitying. She felt a pang of sympathy for Vista, and how she reacted when she felt like she was being condescended to. Maybe life doesn't offer anything suitably interesting or profound to a man who's been as powerful as Eidolon, she thought. Jessica said, why me? What am I doing?
You know now. If I die, you can explain what happened. But I've read you, And I don't think you will tell the others until the fight is over. And you won't tell the others what I planned if I succeed tonight.
She stared at him.
If you were a priest,
he said,
I'd have you say a prayer and bless my endeavor tonight. I'll settle for having you wish me luck.
Good. She had to get her words in order. Good luck. He nodded. Then he took off.
He's talking to her about Cauldron, I said, and Coil. I'd signalled the others to exit the van, and we were gathering around Bentley and Bastard. Cauldron? Texton said. Cauldron worked out a formula that could give people powers, and the caves with monstrous features are the failed results, I said. The case 53s, Grace said. Tattletale nodded. I raised my finger to my lips, to where my lips were behind my mask, really. I wound up sliding my hands beneath the sides of my mask to plug my ears. I'd hoped to shut out the other sounds and allow myself to focus. It wasn't too helpful. Tattletale murmured something to Gru, and he surrounded us with darkness, leaving a clearing so we could communicate. It would take me a second to realize why. Were he and Tattletale hoping to mask us from Noelle's other senses? Rachel's dogs could smell through the darkness, couldn't they? It wouldn't stop Noelle if she was really smelling us. Saying he knew them, Noelle said. Is that a question? I was having trouble discerning tone. Saying exactly that, Noelle, Adolian replied. Very beginning. Coil involved. People who made you like this. I don't believe... No. Adolian just said Coil was involved with Cauldron, and that Cauldron is responsible for Noelle, and informed the others. Another of Coil's schemes? Gru asked. But why would he make Noelle? What does that serve, really? He didn't make her, Tattletale said, but the rest is very possible. I'd spoken because I was worried. I wouldn't get a chance later. Between fatigue affecting my memory and the possibility of an imminent fight, I'd missed some of what Adolian said in the process. Help you? I have too many. She said one word that was too complicated for me to make out. Of help. Can't get my hopes. I was disappointed in how limited these senses of mine were. They were useful, but the tactile nature of my swarm sense left me blind as to people's changes in expression, and listening in like this, I could only catch the individual speech sounds, working out how they fit together into words while trying not to fall too far behind. I wished I'd devoted more time to trying to figure out my swarm sight and swarm hearing. Adolian said something, and I couldn't decipher the word. He paused, so I grasped that there was some meaning there. Ended with tiv, or shiv. Prerogative? Alternative? It connected just as he started speaking again. Do you want to die? Yes. Noelle's answer was clear. I'm ready to die, too, Adolian said. There'd been another longer word in the middle there that I couldn't afford to stop and work out. My danger sense tells me you alone. No, Noelle said. She bumped into more of my bugs as she shifted position, moving one large leg that was likely so thick around that 3 people together couldn't have reached around it with their hands meeting. The bugs disappeared from my power senses. Why don't you... us, Adolian said. Introduce? It only made sense as a question. Why don't you introduce us? Show my hand. Why not? Adolian said, and I missed the tail end of it. Another question? I was starting to get a headache, trying to process all this. Something peeled away from Noelle's sight, and when it bumped into my bugs, they weren't absorbed. The stature, the length of the hair. Another Vista. I thought maybe Noelle had produced another clone, but others started to emerge from the surrounding architecture, peeling away from nearby walls, as if they'd been inside the surfaces. And they weren't all Vistas. I noted the presence of what had to be a circus. Disproportionate and thin, with the hunched back, using her knuckles to walk. There was another Vista, 2 large figures who might have been Ubers, and on the second floor of the building, behind Adolian, there was a narrow young man, shirtless, with a gun bigger than he was. Leet.
Not expect you to.
A trap, Adolian said. He hadn't budged, and as far as I could tell, his tone of voice hadn't changed. Noelle didn't reply. From her vantage point, she had to be able to see through the open glassless window behind Adolian. See the Leet, silently setting up the gun. Trouble, I said. Gru banished the darkness.
Trouble?
She's ambushing him. There's a Leet with a gun inside the building behind him. Tinker maid. Has to be. Adolian knows what he's doing, Grace said. And if he doesn't? Tattletale asked. If that gun just happens to be able to punch through any invincibility or whatever it is he's given himself. He's better than that, she said. He's Adolian. He's human, I said. Humans make mistakes. He's Adolian, she repeated.
I'm with Grace on this one, Tecton said. Too dangerous to go. She has a vendetta against you guys. It's not worth that risk, that you'd throw this plan into disarray.
Then why are we here? I asked.
If things fall apart, he said. We can act then. Adolian's powers are weakest, just after he changes them. If she creates a clone of him, the clone will be picking the powers for the first time. There'll be a window of opportunity where we can take them out. Assuming we can get close enough, Gru said.
There's a good half-dozen capes around her, I said. One circus, one vista, that can apparently hide people in two-dimensional space. 2 Ubers and the Leet with a gun. We compromise, Tattletale said. Skitter, draw arrows on the ground, discreet but easily readable. Point the way to Leet, okay? The rest of us hang back, and we wait to make sure we can get Adolian out of a bad situation if one crops up. I started to draw the arrows. I was going to ask why, but I realized I was missing what Adolian and Noelle were saying.
Think you can win?
Adolian said. I hope not, Noelle replied.
Want to die? Why fight?
Can't think straight. My wiring is all screwed up. Won't let me give up. Too angry, too less.
Ruthless? Restless?
Leet was still setting up. He had to find a point where there was an open door, just so he had enough space behind him that the weapon couldn't be positioned horizontally. The design was crude, hodgepodge. It resembled Squealer's work, just going by what I was interpreting with my swarm sense. That meant there was an excess of openings and gaps. The part that burned hottest had to be the power source. It was at the very back of the gun, at the point furthest from the mutant Leet. I snaked cockroaches in through the gaps in the weapon's exterior, and started them chewing through the wiring.
You sure that you'll be any calmer when they're dead?
Adolian asked. I'm not. I'm angry, and it's like have been taken off my emotions, my anger, my shun, the pain, the hate, so much deeper. It's not mine, not my emotions, so I can still think.
They're both stalling,
I said. Adolian's picked the powers he thinks will win the fight, Tattletale said, and is waiting for them to get up to full strength. Noelle's waiting for her evil Leet to shoot. I'm trying to sabotage the gun, I said, but it looks like he'll be ready to shoot any second now. Tecton and Grace simultaneously looked at one another, but they didn't speak. What was that about? Was their faith in Adolian faltering as I described the situation? Or was it more about me? Less than a minute, Tattletale said. I'm pretty sure we don't have that long, I retorted. The words had only just left my mouth when Leet dropped into position at the side of the gun, putting one eye to the scope. The entire weapon shifted on the tripod mount as he aimed. Adolian's head turned slightly, as if he were looking at Leet out the corner of his eye. Leet pulled the trigger. There we go, Adolian said. The gun was firing. He pulled the trigger again, and the arc of electricity ripped out from a space by the power supply, twisting half of the bugs I'd positioned on Leet, and sending him sprawling to the ground. He was back on his feet seconds later, tearing one panel away to get at the sparking power supply, tougher than a normal person. "Attack!" Noelle screamed. Her minions started to move on Adolian, but it was Adolian who acted on the command. He swept one arm out in front of him, as though he were brushing out a curtain's side, or waving away some bugs. There was a crash. We could feel where we were huddled together, making the ground shake. In that very instant, Adolian had killed the vast majority of the bugs I'd placed in the area. It took me a second to process what he had done. The bugs that were still alive were unable to move, pressed hard against the ground to the point that they were sinking into the soft earth. Even the more durable cockroaches had died where the ground wasn't soft enough for them to be pushed down into it. Through the few surviving bugs, I could get a sense of what was happening. Tufts of weeds had stuck up between slats in the pavement, now laid flat against the ground, as though they'd been starched and ironed in place. The effect only lasted a few seconds. I tentatively moved more bugs into the area to do an inspection, found the air both dense and strangely warm. The ground had shifted, and both the pavement and the concrete panels of the sidewalk had cracked. Chunks of rubble had been pulverized, piles of debris pancaked against the ground. Plywood siding and wood paneling had been torn from the faces of nearby buildings, rendering into unrecognizable fragments of wood and plastic. Each fragment had been mashed flat or shoved into cracks and crevices. The Ubers and the circus were dead, pulverized against the ground, with their limbs broken in multiple places, their chest cavities and skulls cracked like eggs. The vista was nowhere to be seen. Adolian hadn't moved, and a tentative search told me that Noelle was still standing. My swarm noted the presence of blood dripping from the ground beneath her massive body. Adolian said something, but I didn't have enough bugs in the area to hear him. "He just crushed everything around her," I said, almost as if he dropped a house-sized invisible anvil around her. "Around Imp?" Tattletale asked, gripping my arm. "Around Noelle," I said. "What do you mean, Imp?" "The building where Leet was," Tattletale started, grabbing my arm. "Did he hit it?" "No." "Turn the arrows around. Give every warning you can. We just sent Imp there to deal with Leet." I did as she asked, using every bug I could draw warnings, turning the arrows to point into a retreat. "Damn it," Gru said. "Why did we send her in there? We need to get in there, in case anyone—" "Stay," Tecton warned. "Evacuate your teammate, but don't get in Adolian's way." There was another crash. Once again, the vast majority of my bugs in Noelle's vicinity disappeared. Only a small few who were lucky enough to be in the right place and tough enough to endure the pressure survived. The bugs who had been flying above Noelle sank into her flesh. Through them, I could sense her advancing, moving one massive leg forward, relaxing, and letting the pressure Adolian was generating slam the limb into the pavement with enough force to crack it. Then she moved another leg forward. Adolian floated higher, maintaining the same relative distance between himself and her. She dropped lower to the ground, as though she were succumbing to the pressure, then leapt in the same instant. The last of my bugs who'd sunken into her flesh were absorbed. I couldn't follow what happened next. There was another crash, another earth-shaking rumble, and even the bugs who'd survived before were obliterated, leaving me utterly blind. I moved a few bugs closer to gauge if the effect was still active, and they died as though they'd been moved beneath a falling hammer, going splat against the ground at the effect's edge. Behind Adolian, Leet had finished fixing the gun, helped by the fact that the electricity had killed my saboteur cockroaches. In the same instant, he moved to take position by the trigger. Adolian turned around, raised one hand in his direction. And Imp was there. She drew her knife around the psycho Leet's throat. Adolian froze as Leet staggered and slumped against the windowsill, blood pouring from the open wound. I felt a momentary confusion. Leet was dead? Adolian seemed to be reeling as well, but he recovered faster. He wheeled around to strike out with the effect again. "Leet's dead," I said. "How?" Tattletale asked. "Throat slit." Imp. She's not listening to instructions. Did Adolian attack late? I shook my head. She released my upper arm from the death grip she'd been maintaining since Adolian had attacked. It wasn't like her to get that upset. She usually had more information to work with, so she had a better idea of what was going on, but that couldn't account for her full reaction. I wished I could read her expression. Leet slumped almost entirely out of the window. In a dying gesture, he feebly reached out for the end of the gun, gripping the barrel. When he fell from the window, he kept hold of the gun. The tripod skidded, and momentum coupled with Leet's weight pulled the gun after him. Adolian glanced over one shoulder at the falling body from the second-floor window, then soared straight for the sky. I was already sliding from Bentley's back, heading toward the ongoing battle. The movements, Adolian's reaction, everything spoke to something deliberate, something devastating on Leet's part. The weapon's power supply detonated on contact with the ground. I didn't have many bugs in the area to track it, only experienced a momentary sensation from the bugs in the area, much like I sensed when they were burned or electrocuted. When the sensation disappeared, they were gone. Dead. I could see the actual explosion, a flare of white that I could most definitely make out with Bug's eyesight, and with my own damaged eyes, a glow that rose above the buildings around us. No, Gru said, just behind me. The both of us had stopped in our tracks in the wake of the explosion. My bugs flooded into the area to give me a better sense of what was happening. I caught Noelle, stampeding forward, a tall building. She had been in the blast radius, and she hadn't slowed down. I hope she hadn't slowed down, because she was damn fast. She wasn't in Leviathan's speed class, but she was moving at the sort of speed I might expect from a car on the highway. Maybe the comparison wasn't so apt, because she was a living thing. Like a predator, she shifted from a standstill to 80 miles per hour in a heartbeat. She was more like a rhino than a jungle cat, though, and she was ungainly. My bugs could track the vibrations of her footfalls better than they could trace her outline, and I could sense how her movements weren't synchronized. There was no pattern to how her legs moved. Rather, it was as if each leg had a mind of its own. Still, the sheer power of her movement carried her forward, while having 6 or more legs meant she always had several feet on the ground for balance. She reached the base of the tallest skyscraper in the area and scaled it just as fast as she'd moved over ground. Chunks of concrete were pulled and clawed away as each of her feet found and made footholds. The debris fell in her wake, but her movement was steady and unfaltering. Adolian turned her way, laid down that same pressure he'd applied earlier, tearing a full third of the building to the ground. A large part of the upper floors were cast straight down, torn free from the buildings outside. The debris moved straight down, with such force that it punched through as many as 5 or 6 of the floors below. Noelle was already moving out of the way as the attack landed, circling around to the other side of the building, still climbing. She reached the top before the dust from Adolian's destruction rolled past us. I held my breath. I couldn't afford another coughing fit. We made our way to the spot where their fight had started, where Adolian's power had struck. The pavement had been depressed until it was a good 2 feet lower than where we were standing. Imp, Gru breathed the word, stepping down to the depressed pavement and breaking into a run as he headed for the explosion site. Tattletale gave me a hand in stepping down as we followed. It wasn't necessary, but I didn't turn her down. The explosion had shattered one exterior wall of the building and scorched the inside. My swarm fanned out to search the building's interior. It didn't take long to find her on the second floor. She was so caked in dust and debris that I'd almost mistaken her for a piece of wreckage. Second floor, near the back. Stairwell is this way. Noelle, I realized, was vomiting from one of the 3 mouths on her lower body. The slurry contained a human being, naked. The ulcerous growths all over her body. Circus? And Noelle wasn't in contact with Circus. Fuck me, I said. Is she hurt? Gru asked. It took me a second to realize he meant Imp. I shook my head. I don't know. I'm swearing because it's Noelle. She's creating clones, and she's apparently
doesn't need to be in constant contact to do it. She does, Tattletale said. Everything the traveler said indicated it, and my power corroborated. She's touched people before and hasn't produced any of them in the time that she has with Coil. Maybe it's a short duration thing, I said. We reached the staircase. I was a little slower than my teammates in ascending the stairs. My stamina was nowhere near where it needed to be, and my chest was aching as I breathed harder. It made talking harder. She absorbs someone, and she can create clones for a little while after. Maybe, Tattletale said. We reached the top of the staircase. The floor wasn't entirely intact at the landing, so Bitch and her dogs hung back. With the damage the explosion had done to the exterior wall, I could feel the saltwater-scented air stirring my hair. We reached inside. She had slumped against an intact wall. I worked with Gru to clear away the pieces of wood and concrete that had joined Imp and being thrown against the wall. Turn around, Tattletale ordered Tecton and Grace. Tecton listened. When Grace didn't immediately obey, he grabbed her by the shoulder and forced her around. Gru took off Imp's mask. My bugs traced her, and I could sense the trail of blood running from one of her ears. Hey, Aisha murmured. Owie. Are you hurt? I asked. Ear hurts. Hurt all over where I hit the wall. That ear's a ruptured eardrum, Tattletale said. Shitty, Aisha said. At least I save money not having a reason to buy surround sound when I get my own entertainment system. You're not so lucky. It'll heal, Tattletale said. Did you hit your head? Gru asked. No, Tattletale and Imp answered in the same moment. Gru smacked his sister lightly across the head. Idiots, you're supposed to listen when we give you orders. I know why you were giving that order, Imp said. He wanted me to clear out in case he smushed this building. Except I knew I couldn't get out fast enough. I figured I'd take out that gun guy. Leet, I supplied. Leet, yeah. Gru cuffed her across the head again. Hey, Aisha said. Then she cringed, or winced as if in pain. Ow. What? In a quieter voice she said, Ear hurts when I speak too loud. Stop hitting me. It was the right call. You didn't listen, Gru said. He took the mask from Tattletale and helped Aisha put it on. Get up. Imp stood, then wobbled. Dizzy. Ruptured eardrum will do that, Tattletale said. Let's go. We should see what we can do to help against Noelle. Gru and Tattletale supported Imp between them as we made our way to the stairwell. I turned my attention to the fight. Adolian's holding his own. Told you, Grace said. He's using that pressure. Gravity, Tattletale said. Right, he's using supercharged gravity to try and pin her down and simultaneously take out any of the other clones she spits out. He's staying out of reach with flight. And he said something before about a danger sense? Precognition, I guess? Didn't help him stop the explosion, Regent commented. It let him move well out of the way before it went off, I said, and it's helping him when Noelle tries to trick him. I don't even know how to put it. She's wearing a Vista that can turn two-dimensional, and the Vista is helping keep her other clones alive. Whenever Adolian moves, like he's about to drop that gravity magnification on them, she folds Noelle's clones against whatever surface they're touching and then pastes herself into Noelle. Can we help Adolian by taking the Vista out? Gru asked. I don't know how we'd get the Vista without attacking Noelle, I said. Adolian can hold onto about 3 serious powers at a time, Tecton said. If he's packing flying, danger sense, and gravity manipulation, that's it. Sometimes he does 4, but 2 or 3 of them are usually pretty minor. Enhanced accuracy, whatever. Unless the flying's an extension of the gravity manipulation, Tattletale pointed out. I'd guess he's maintaining a kind of power immunity, in case Noelle manages to close the distance, or one of her underlings tries to hit him from range. I could follow the fight as Noelle leapt to another rooftop.
Being airborne, she might have been vulnerable if the Dolian had been able to devote his full attention to her, given how it was possible to dodge while mid-air. But she timed the jump to coincide with the killer's circus pyrotechnetic attack on a Dolian. The hero destroyed the circus with the use of his gravity power, and I could guess that the same power had destroyed any incoming fireballs she'd thrown his way, because he wasn't even touched by any hot air. The top floor of the building the circus had been standing on was still collapsing as he directed another gravity slam into the direction of Noelle's landing point. She was already moving on, leaping to a building face that a Dolian wouldn't have a line of sight to. The degree of mobility the pair had meant that it was hard to get bugs in a position where I could follow what was going on. I moved the bugs up through various buildings, spreading them out as best as I could. In tracking the movements of the bugs through the buildings, I got a sense of where a Dolian had done damage and where the civilians were. He's doing a fantastic job of avoiding hitting any civilians when he uses his powers. "Told you," Imp said, mimicking Grace's tone in the same moment Grace said, "Of course." Imp laughed, then winced at the pain it caused her. "Could be an extension of his danger sense," Tattletale suggested. We reached the stairwell, and the others declined to go back for the van. Imp and I got on Bentley's back. I sat behind Imp so I could keep her from falling. We weren't broadcasting it to the Tecton and Grace, but I wasn't in great shape myself. Even if Bentley wasn't the most comfortable way to travel with a cracked rib, it still beat running. I pointed the way, and we were headed for the site of the battle. I wasn't exactly sure what we could do. This was a fight between titans. The Dolian had hit Noelle 1,000 times as hard as any of us were capable of. She hadn't even slowed down. I was getting increasingly worried that there was some factor here that would decide the battle, something I should grasp, but wasn't. It didn't help that both Noelle and Adolian had power sets that I didn't fully understand. Noelle was apparently pulling clones out of nowhere, despite not having contact with Vista or the other villains. Getting a sense of any given power and accounting for all the possibilities was hard enough. But Adolian had a bunch of them at any given time, and they could change. Adolian struck at one cluster of clones that were lurking in a half-destroyed building, then hit himself with a gravity attack. He and his costume were left untouched, but the bugs I had on him were annihilated. I was left blind. Why? The attack was pointless. There hadn't been any of Noelle's servants in the area. Was he sending me a message? Did he want us to back off? Noelle was consistently managing to avoid being struck by any of the gravity attacks, or scrambling out of the way of trouble after sustaining a glancing blow. She was keeping tall buildings between herself and Adolian. She used the gravity manipulation where he could. He had changed up his tactics, sending chunks of building flying, then spiking them down to the ground with the gravity slams. He wasn't changing powers, though, even though Noelle had adjusted them. It was very possible he couldn't. That if he gave up one power for another, more suited to the situation, he'd be too vulnerable while it grew to full power, or it would be too hard to catch up after the fact. One of the heads of Noelle's lower body vomited up a slurry of flesh, with two naked bodies in the midst of it. Avista, covered in fingernail-like plates of hard flesh, and Elite, with one forearm and hand as big as his torso. The two clones were on their feet in seconds. The Vista ran in Adolian's direction, while the Elite made a beeline for a nearby mall entrance. I sent a swarm of bugs after them, focusing predominantly on going after Elite. They weren't fast, but they would hopefully interfere with his efforts to build anything. We arrived at the edge of Adolian and Noelle's battlefield. As I drew a swarm together with the bugs in this new area, I found Adolian had tagged him with some horseflies and wasps. Best if I knew if he was moving in our direction, so we could clear out of the way. Circle around, I said. We keep eyes on one another, but our goal is to clean up clones wherever we can, so we need a broad perimeter. Got it, Gru said. Tecton nodded as well. Rachel signaled, and Bentley ran. Tecton and Grace moved as one pair, while Regent, Gru, and Tattletale formed another group. The Elite had entered a mall. The place had been looted, but he stopped somewhere long enough to grab some basic clothes. He wrenched a piece off of a clothing rack and used the rag end to cut up a sleeve. and open up the shoulder enough that he could fit his oversized left hand through it. The activity brought my bugs enough time to catch up with him. As they attacked, he started thrashing. I was in the middle of changing my focus to other things when I noticed something curious. A rat. A rat itself wasn't so unusual. Large for its size maybe, but it had moved in the same general direction as my swarm, and it was wet with fluids. The vomit? I'd been flying bugs over surfaces at a height sufficient to catch humans. It was a waste of energy and bugs to fly them over the ground level, when I generally knew that a road was flat, and that an obstacle that was shorter than 1 or 2 feet wasn't worth dwelling on. Moving my bugs closer to the ground, I found more. Rats, wet with the fluids of Noelle's vomit. She'd absorbed rats? She wasn't limited to cloning people? I made a point of searching the vermin out and killing them with my bugs. I'd played Exterminator once before, not over so large an area, but I'd done it. I pointed the way to Noelle, and Rachel changed direction. Adolian was dealing with the last Vista clone that Noelle had spawned. The girl wasn't going on the offensive, but she was using her power to move quickly. Using every spare moment to raise lumps of pavement and concrete from the ground, sculpting them into rough images of Noelle. It would be sunrise now, but in the dim light, there would be something that they distracted Adolian, and potentially drew his fire. He paused in his attempted murder of the mutant girl and eradication of the statues, striking himself with another gravity slam. Again, he killed every insect I had on him. Was he aware of something we weren't? Noelle turned toward a group of people who were evacuating one of the buildings that had taken damage. Before I could open my mouth to shout a warning or take an action, she lunged into the lobby of the building. The people she touched were absorbed as quickly and as easily as if she were quicksand. Some were almost drawn in. It took a minute and a half for her to form the clones within her. We closed the distances as her body swelled. When she'd reached critical mass, each of the 3 mouths on her lower body opened to heave out a tide of blood and gore, along with 18 or 20 people. Half of the people she'd heaved out had clothes, the other half had mutations. The mutants were on their feet as soon as they could find traction in the sludge. The innocents seemed as though they could barely move. One of the people was Vista. I realized, not a clone. She was costume. An extremity, a tentacle or tongue extended from one of the Noelle's lower mouths to wrap around the Vista's midsection. The girl was hauled into the mouth and swallowed in a flash. She's keeping them? I said. What? Tattletale asked. The capes she keeps spitting out. Circus, Uber, Elite, and Vista. She's holding the 4 of them inside her so she can keep creating more clones. She doesn't have to let people go, Tattletale said. Fuck me. We won't be able to kill her without killing whoever she's holding inside her. As the mutant clones around Noelle began to thrash and strangle the near helpless victims, their maker shifted position, stepping on arms and legs. Her body was orientated more towards Adolian. I wasn't willing to sacrifice bugs to know her exact position, but I got the sense she was looking up at him, despite the fact that there were several buildings between her and him. She had made contact with the bugs I had in her immediate vicinity as she twisted her body to look towards us. Then she ran in the other direction. We rescued the people she just vomited out. Clear away the clones, I said. I used the bugs I'd gathered near the other 2 groups to speak to them. Then we signal Adolian and chase Noelle. We need to get in contact with the heroes. Whatever Adolian's plan is, it's not working. I could track the rats that were crawling out of the vomit. 12 of them, and they were homing in on people, savagely biting and clawing into any flesh they found. I made sure to cluster my bugs in a dense swarm as I could afford, to keep them contained. The bugs I didn't devote to the task worked to disable and distract the more mundane clones. I might have missed it if I hadn't had the bugs pressed together to contain rats. I had missed it already, countless times. Wasps, hornets, and cockroaches were crawling free of the slurry of flesh that Noelle had vomited into the building's lobby. They were attacking my bugs, and any people they found. I couldn't sense them, and I couldn't control them. I signaled Bitch to stop so I could communicate with the others. I fucked up, I said. What? Gru asked. How? She's been absorbing my bugs. She's spitting out some, and I can't control them. They're methodically destroying my swarm, and they're hunting down people and attacking them. She's probably absorbed some before she even ran into us, Tattletale said, and she just needs one of a given type to make copies. I wouldn't blame herself. Did she absorb hornets, black widows, brown recluses? Maybe not, Tattletale admitted. Okay, I said, because there's homicidal hornets and spiders out of there now. Because of my fuck-up. Don't focus on the mistake, Crew said. Let's focus on making up for it. I took a deep breath. Okay, Bitch and I will be going ahead to deal with some unpowered clones. I'll be in touch through my swarm. You guys keep moving forward, and I'll signal you about any clones that Adolian or my bugs aren't able to take down. Adolian's gone quiet, Tattletale said. He might be changing powers, chasing at a distance to safely keep track of her while he adjusts. I'll try to signal him, I said. Let him know we're here and that we're engaging Noelle if and when we've managed the clones and we see an opportunity. Hopefully he doesn't accidentally wipe us off the face of the planet, Regent joked. Hopefully, I echoed him, except I wasn't joking. Then I'll suggest that this can be where we part ways, Tattletale said. I'll take Imp. I can do more good with a phone and computer, and she's no good to anyone right now. I nodded. I helped Imp climb down to the others. Good luck. Bitch whistled, and Bentley sprang into motion once more. The people inside the building lobby were only now starting to recover from whatever Noelle's power had done to them. Their clones hadn't suffered any such drawbacks, though, and the abuse that had been heaped on the victims was more than making up for their recovery speed. They were helpless. None of the victims were standing. I reached forward, putting one hand on the chain that Rachel was using to keep Bastard close. She looked back at me. Clothesline. I raised my voice to be heard over the rushing wind. Rachel let some chain out and caught it under her left foot, forcing it lower. She managed to hook it on one of the growths of bone on Bentley's ribcage. We stampeded into the building lobby, through the hole Noelle had made, and Bitch whistled, flicking the chain as Bentley and Bastard passed through the space. Left, she shouted, while steering Bentley right. The chain was just low enough to catch the standing and crouching clones. The clones were caught by either the chain or by the bodies of their fellow clones, pulled back en masse, drawn together into a tangle of bodies and distorted body parts. I moved my bugs through their midst to ensure they were all mutants. There was only one innocent who'd been dragged along with them. His clone had a grip on his clothing and hadn't let go when the chain had caught it. Getting down, I said, sliding off the dog's back. I hurried to the mass of clones before they could get themselves in order, drew my knife and slashed the hand that gripped the one innocent. I managed to pull him free without any of the clones hitting or grabbing me. I was left coughing by the exertion and the pain in my side. Bitch steered Bentley to put his bulk between me and the clones. I got him, she said. I can handle the others, I told her. Right. She grunted the word. Bastard, hurt him. Bentley, kill. Kill! The canines threw themselves into the mass of clones the chain had caught. There were 3 clones in the remaining group. One continued thrashing her alter ego, while the other 2 stood to face me. I held my knife in one hand, drew my baton with the other, and flicked it out of its full length. Not nearly as threatening as either of the canines, but I'd make do. It was odd that Rachel was having Bastard hold back, being limited only to a hurt command. Come to think of it, she'd had Bentley do the killing when fighting the Vista clone too. My rib throbbed even now, just from riding Bentley and hauling the one victim out of the mass. I was left breathing hard, though the exertion had been mild. My stamina wasn't 1/10 of what it might be otherwise, to the point that I was worried I might get dizzy, start coughing, or wind up too tired to fight if it came down to a straight hand-to-hand brawl. I couldn't afford to take it easy, though, where I might otherwise have tried to distract them or buy enough time for Bentley to finish off the others and deal with these guys. The person that the female clone at the back was thrashing wasn't going to last long. The 2 who were facing me were both men, both bigger and tougher than they might have been as humans, one fat, the other tall and broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted to the point of being a caricature. My swarm was my best defense, and my best defense here. My bugs went for eyes and ears, and that was excuse enough for the two mutants to charge me. They were half blind, and the mass of bugs that clung to me billowed out to mask my location. I started to move to my left, but then I felt the fat one veer slightly in that direction, and chose to head between them instead. The pair stumbled forward into my swarm, arms swinging wildly in a blind attempt to hit me. I ducked low, then moved forward to the mass of fallen and wounded. The female clone had her more normal self by the neck, and was repeatedly raising her arm and slamming her down. If someone else's leg wasn't in the way, she might have had her head dashed against the ground. As it was, a beating was still a beating, and something vital was bound to give sooner or later. The clone looked up at me as I approached, still cloaked in a thick cloud of bugs. I realized why she hadn't stood to face me. Her left leg was gone, barely a flipper. She raised her arms in self-defense, and I batted one aside with my baton before stabbing her just above the collarbone. They're not people. They're mockeries. The small, helpless sounds she made as blood bubbled around the throat wound weren't helping my attempts to assuage conscience. Damn Noelle. Damn her for making me do this. You leave Steph alone, the fat clone bellowed. The words caught me off guard, as much as the fact that he'd seen the attack. He charged, and I swiftly backed up, bringing my weapons to the ready. He didn't come after me. He stopped by Steph, the one-legged clone with the fatal throat wound. You care about her? I asked. She's Steph, he said. What? My train of thought was interrupted further by the snarling and gnashing of Bentley fighting the clones. One tried to break away from the grip to come after me, but Bentley caught him, striking him flat against the ground with both front paws, like how a cat might pounce on a mouse. She's Steph. Of course I care. Fucking bugs. He lashed out with one arm as if he could hurt the swarm, drive them away, his arms folded around the clone Steph. I pulled the attacking bugs away, leaving only enough to track his movements. I wasn't sure I wanted to open up a line of dialogue, but my conscience couldn't afford to let me not. But what about the person she was beating up? You don't care about the real Steph? Ignore me. Look down on me because I was fat. Fuck her. He spoke, with just such force that my bugs could feel the spit flying from his mouth. She's still Steph, isn't she? Bitch, brushing me off, made it so we were friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Bitch, he said. He let the mutant clone Steph drop limp to the ground, clenched and unclenched his fist. Fuck her. Fuck you for killing Steph. Why do this? Why hurt people? I'm a soldier, he said, his words dull. It's what I am. I sensed his girth, used my swarm to sense his equally heavy alter ego. You don't strike me as a soldier. It's what I am. Is he a soldier? I gestured in the direction of his other self. No, fat fuck could never be a soldier. Kill him. Dig my fingers into that gut and rip and tear until he dies. Strangle him. No willpower. Hide from the world behind that disgusting fat. Choke the life out of him. He's useless anyways. Waste of air. Waste of life. Projecting much? And when he's dead, what will you do? He moved towards me, and I backed away a step, bringing my bugs closer to him. He went still again, glanced around. Kill others. Kill Dad, and Mom, and Sammy, and the cats. Kill teachers and classmates, and burn my house, and burn the school. Fuckers, all of them, looking down on me. His words struck a chord, and it was the closest experience I'd ever had to the sort of flashback that happened in the movies. I could remember being in the school bathroom, dripping with juice, being so frustrated, so angry, so hurt that I just wanted to lash out. Was that all he had left? Was that all he was? And if they all die? Kill others. Burn this fucking disgusting city.
Burn this fucking disgusting country. Keep burning. Keep killing. Do you really think that'll make anything better? No. Then why? Is there any way I can get you to stop? No. Won't stop. I'm a soldier. Whose soldier? Hers? Noelle's? The monster who spat you out? No. And you? I asked, turning so my back wasn't to the broad-shouldered one in the midst of my swarm. He didn't answer. He charged for me instead. The obese one took the opportunity to come after me from a different angle. Again, I drew my swarm around me, put each of my bugs on the offensive to distract, and used my swarm sense to figure out where they were moving, getting out of the way. Ducking low, I felt a sharp pain in my side. I grunted in pain and barked out a cough. The cough made me need to cough more, which only helped inform them of my position. The coughing fit took the strength out of me at the time, when I needed to move most. Swimming blindly, the fat one struck me across the face. My mask absorbed the most of the impact, and I stuck my knife out in his general direction, sticking it into the general area of his chest, hitting bone rather than anything substantial. Bugs fucking hurt, he growled, apparently oblivious to the pain of the knife wound. Stop it. He swung again, but I managed to get out of the way, with the stinging, biting insects in his eyes crawling into his mouth and nose as he talked to gag him. I managed to distract him enough that I could safely retreat. My entire body shook as I suppressed coughs, and I dropped to one knee to try and catch my breath. I hoped that being closer to the ground would mean I didn't get hit. I was too breathless to move out of the way if he swung a punch at me. The broad-shouldered one stepped close, his cheeks wet with the vitreous fluids of torn eyeballs and blood where my swarm had dug in deep. I suppressed another cough and slid my knife's blade against the back of his knees. It might have not cut deep enough if he'd been wearing clothes, but he was naked, and there was nothing to stop the knife. He collapsed just in front of me. I hesitated a moment, then stabbed my knife into the side of his throat. They're not real. Not real people. Bentley had finished tearing apart the other 8 or so clones, and at Rachel's instruction was closing in on the fat clone. I moved my bugs to give her a clearer view. I was ready for him to make a break for it. He didn't. He turned towards us, clenching and unclenching his fist. There's no saving them. Whatever had happened to their heads while they were growing inside Noelle, they're twisted. Their perspectives are warped. Stop him, I said. Finish them, Rachel. Rachel whistled, and Bentley leapt. The clone tried to come after me, but didn't make it 2 steps before the dog got to him. It feels wrong, I said. Rachel gave me a hand in climbing back up. She didn't offer a reply. It wouldn't feel wrong to her. I started searching with my bugs, looking in the direction Noelle had last gone. Without even the ability to tentatively feel Noelle out with my bugs, I was having trouble keeping track of her. Every passing minute meant that there was more sunlight, but even with that I couldn't see Noelle. It was as though a painter was working with white and black paint, throwing handfuls of it onto a canvas from 3 feet away. It didn't convey a picture so much as a blurry, indistinct abstract. I should have been able to follow movement, to track Noelle by the way the patches of light and dark changed. The issue was that there were countless things moving across my radius. Water was running, where some streets were still draining. Plastic bags blew in the wind and shadows shifted as the sun and clouds moved. Each changed the canvas, altered the blurry, muddy blotches of light and dark. I could hear Gru give an order, and his group started moving with purpose. Gru just saw her, I think, I said. I pointed the way. I started another coughing fit by the time we caught up with the others, and I could feel my skull pounding as if it had a 3-pound heart inside of it instead of a brain. She found some of the other capes who were holding position, Gru said, when I'd managed to get my breath. Lights in the distance. Fuck, I said. I was about to comment on how we were so close to Ballistics headquarters for comfort, but remembered that Grace and Tecton were listening. I stopped myself before the words left my mouth and coughed instead. You okay? Tecton asked. Little worse for wear. Sounds more than a little. I shook my head. As we got closer, I tentatively
moved the bugs closer, until I had them on the flying heroes. I made an effort to discover and eliminate the hostile bugs that Noel had created, and tried to find identifying details on the capes we were approaching. One of the heroes is a guy with an emblem. I think it's a book with chains around it, I said. Maybe Chronicler, Tecton said. 3 more flying ones, I said. One with antlers on his chest emblem. All guys? Tecton asked. When I nodded, he said, That'd be Strapping Lad, Intrepid, and Young Buck. And the one you mentioned before would definitely be Chronicler. Seriously, Regent asked. Strapping Lad? They're from the Texas Ward team, Tecton said, as if that was explanation enough. Lad, Intrepid, and Buck are all about the harassment, flying teamwork, hitting hard, and adjusting their battle plans to match the enemy threat level, staying out of danger. Up until they get too close and she grabs one, I said. Could happen, Tecton replied. The Dolian's probably up there too quiet. Might be waiting for the new powers to finish manifesting before he makes any moves. What can we do? Grace asked. I remember those wards from the Leviathan fight. Some of them, I said. They fly? All of them? Yeah, Tecton said. Then we support on the ground, I said. You, Gru, and maybe Regent, can slow her down. Bitch keeps us mobile. We stay ready to move at a moment's notice, and if it comes down to it, staying safe is a bigger priority than anything else. Noel was limited to moving on the ground. It gave the young heroes a natural advantage. Each of them flew, and 2 of the 3 were armed with long-ranged, tinker-made weapons. The guns weren't anything flashy or spectacular, more the kind of laser weapon that a fan of science fiction might create, but the young heroes apparently thought it was worth keeping up the onslaught, and the guns didn't appear to rely on any ammunition or reloading. The one without the gun was apparently young Buck, going by the raised image of antlers on his chest emblem. He would fly around Noel, close to the ground, then turn himself, his gear and the bugs I placed on him into a living projectile, or maybe he was using some kind of uncontrolled breaker power to go faster than the speed of sound, unable to change course or take any action while he traveled. Whatever he was doing, he flashed across the battlefield as a straight living projectile before materializing again. The ground shook with his impact he delivered to Noel. The one I took to be Chronicler was casting out a hazy field around himself and the other 2 with the guns. The field shifted, drifting closer to the ground, and then solidified in a semi-solid image of the heroes, complete with the laser fire. A quick check with my bugs verified that the shots were just as real as what the real selves were creating. The aim wasn't so hot. It was more of a replay of the actions they'd just taken than proper clones. Young Buck moved beneath Chronicler and passed through the field as he turned into a beam. When the images appeared, they mimicked the same beam attack, their paths a perfect parallel to the real young Buck. We stopped as she came into view, for the others anyways. Fuck me, Regent said. Anyone else noticing what I notice? Bitches dogs, Gru said. Not that similar, Rachel grumbled, but she didn't sound confident. Pretty fucking similar, Regent said. I leaned forward, hand on Rachel's shoulder, whispered, What is it? Her entire lower half. It looks like my dog's. Bit on the back doesn't look like it, though. More like a hand, but same look. Thanks, I replied. We good to go? Gru asked. Go, I gave the order. Tecton slammed his pile driver gauntlets into the ground, and a fissure opened beneath Noel. The ground shattered around her, denying her the footing to move out of the way as Chronicler and Young Buck worked together to multiply Young Buck's offensive power. Tecton repeated the process, disintegrating the ground beneath her. I can't do a lot to her, Regent said. Only some of her is normal, and it doesn't really connect together. Try, or focus on the clones, Gru ordered. He sent a blast of darkness my way, enveloping me. I could feel the quality of my bug senses decline, my degree of control degrading. A moment later, he withdrew the darkness. Did he just want the view? The sense of what was there? Raising his hands above his head, Gru fired a thick stream of darkness at Adolian. The hero moved out of the way before the beam made contact. "Work with me," Gru growled. "Damn, I can't throw darkness over Noelle without hurting our side as much as we hurt her. I need powers. Grace?" "You want to copy my power?" There was a rumble as Tecton shattered more road beneath Noelle, with the way he directed the attack to place it off to one side. I suspected she was trying to climb out of the funnel-shaped depression the explosions had made. Given her speed from before, it was surprising how slowly she was climbing. Then it struck me. An antlion pit. The sides of the pit weren't giving her any traction. Any time she set her weight down, she only pushed the sand to the bottom. "Let me test it, see what I can get," Gru told Grace. "Fine." I scouted the area with my bugs and accidentally ran into Noelle with a handful of houseflies as she slid backwards into the pit. I wasn't going to antagonize over the fact, but I didn't want to give her any more ammunition. My bugs did find a mass of vomit at the very bottom of the shallow crater. "There's vomit, but no clones," I said. "She's trying something." "The two-dimensional vista. She's ambushing," Gru said. "Ambushing who?" Tecton asked. "I don't know. Can you see them?" I asked. "When they're moving on a surface, are they visible?" "Why are you asking us?" Grace asked. "Tecton," I said, "as much ground as you can affect, now." He didn't hesitate, punching the ground and driving both pile drivers into it. There was no fissures this time. The entire area rumbled, and the ground spider-webbed with cracks in every direction, not leaving 2 square feet of ground untouched. Bentley nearly lost his footing and Bastard growled until Rachel pulled on his chain. The first clone stepped out of a piece of plywood that had been placed across a shattered balcony door. An Uber. He pulled the plywood free and disappeared into the apartment, swatting at the bugs that I'd set on him. A circus emerged beneath the flying heroes, cradling a shattered arm. Bugs began drifting toward her as if a strong wind were pulling them in. The normal circus packed a pocket dimension she could put things into. This one was only storing air, forming a strong vacuum around herself. Chronicler's cloud dissipated as it was sucked in, and the heroes' weaker flying abilities were swiftly being dragged her way. Regent hit her with his power, and the effect slowed, and she recovered faster than the flyers did. My swarm could see a large blob of shadow, Noelle, taking advantage of the distraction to climb free of Tecton's antlion pit. "Now," Gru said. Grace ran forward, having little trouble moving on the shattered road. She leapt and kicked Noelle, no doubt putting her invincibility in one foot. As the kick was delivered, Grace used Noelle as a foothold and thrust herself away. Gru chased her attacker with the steam of darkness, enveloping Grace as she stuck her landing, leapt, and did very much the same thing Grace had, slamming one fist into Noelle. Noelle toppled with a rumble my bugs could feel, then slowly slid back into the crater Tecton had made before she could get her feet under her again. The Uber stepped out onto the balcony with a block of kitchen knives in hand. Though they weren't weighted for throwing, he had no problem throwing a knife to hit young Buck as the hero flew by. Young Buck spiraled out of the air, stopping himself only a moment before he hit the ground. When he righted himself, his hands were pressed around the knife that had embedded in his stomach. I sent more bugs after the Uber, my bugs tearing at his eyes and hands in earnest. He threw another knife blind, hitting Chronicler in the arm before he collapsed and started thrashing to get the bugs off himself. The circus, for her part, had used her pocket dimension vacuum to draw one of the flyers close enough to get her hands on him. The hero, intrepid, or strapping lad, was set aflame from head to toe, his costume ignited in entirety. He kicked out, blind, in the midst of the flames that were immolating him, and she ducked out of the way. Grace saw the flames of the burning hero as Gru banished his darkness. She made a break for the circus. Regent knocked the circus off balance, momentarily interrupting the suction yet again, and Grace punched with enough force to cave in the clone's chest. The circus dropped to the ground, dead. Grace couldn't see in Gru's darkness, so they were limited as far as their partnership went. He backed away slowly, searching for another opportunity or another power he could borrow. Without Grace's natural agility, the individual pieces of road made for unsteady footing, each tilting and sliding as weight was placed on them. Noelle screamed with frustration and rage. As far as I could tell, she was still at the bottom of the pit. I couldn't follow what was happening, not without giving her more bugs to work with. But then again, I wasn't sure that anyone else was having more luck on that front. Not with the pit around her. "She's pulling something," Tecton shouted. He raised his voice to be heard by the other capes. "Get back!" Everyone moved away, excepting young Buck, who was frozen, hands to his wound, Grace retreating, holding into the incinerated young hero. When Noelle vomited, the slurry came out as one stream, a geyser that extended 600 or 700 feet. Rachel steered Bentley out of the way before it hit, and the others danced off either side to avoid getting splashed. Grace got clipped and went sprawling, almost glued to the floor under the weight of the fluid, the cape in her arms falling. A dozen bodies began climbing free of the vomit. 10 or so clones had been deposited on the street, along with their real late and civilian clothes. One of the clones was a circus, folding herself into her pocket dimension. "She's walking on the bodies," Tecton said. "Incoming." The bodies. She vomited bodies into the pit to keep from sliding underfoot. Young Buck charged through Noelle, but he wasn't flying when he was finished his maneuver. He tumbled to the ground, rolling after he landed. I could hear armbands informing others of the fallen. My arm jerked in pain, and I slapped at the hornet. One of Noelle's. Noelle advanced on the burned cape and Grace. Tecton slammed the ground, but the effect was muffled. He'd shattered the ground for blocks around and maybe killed or eliminated several of the two-dimensional clones, but his piledriver gauntlets wouldn't be as effective on this soft surface. 2 of the southern wards opened fire from above, pelting Noelle with laser fire. I could sense her growing tall or rearing up from her hind legs, and she vomited a stream into the air. Chronicler and the other cape were splashed, caught by the clotted liquid and the flying body. Chronicler's power remained, the hologram images sustaining the same fire at the same angle, not adjusting as Noelle moved to one side. Idolian made his move. My bugs could sense the air growing heavy and humid. Vomit dried, and the clones staggered and fell. The humidity increased to the point that I could feel the moisture flowing through the air in thick clouds rising from every surface, heavy off the bodies of the clone, of Noelle and the streams of vomit. My bugs were dying. The flying insects were the first to die. Their wings crinkled. The ones closest to me were alive, but they were suffering too. Desiccation. "You're killing Grace," Tecton bellowed at the sky. I doubted Idolian would hear from his vantage point. I had only his word to go by. Grace was in an area my bugs couldn't reach. "Acceptable losses," Gru said. Tecton whirled around to face him. Gru's voice was calm. "His plan isn't working. Tattletale said he wanted to experience enough danger to get a power boost, and I'm not getting the feeling that he's had that. He's too experienced to panic, but with everything he's seen, everything he's done over the past decades of work, maybe he's thinking he has to do something here, and he's decided he can't let there be another Endbringer, can't let there be another monster in this world. But she's on our side. She's one of the good ones." "If it makes you feel any better," I said, "Idolian might be assuming she's already dead." I'd positioned some bugs so that they could distinguish Noelle's vague, lumbering frame against the background of the dimly lit sky. Her flesh was drying and flaking off in chunks as the moisture was pulled out with force. But the ground still rumbled with the vibrations of her steady advance, and for all the dried flesh that was falling free, she wasn't getting noticeably smaller to my bug's senses. Idolian hit her with a gravity slam. More flesh came free. I saw a change with that, but the edges of the silhouette filled in. "She isn't dying?" I asked, my voice a murmur. "She's regenerating," Gru said. The effects of Idolian's desiccation were starting to get to me. The air was too dry. I coughed once and briefly held my breath to keep from succumbing to another fit. There was a sound like a firecracker taking flight, and Noelle lurched. Even with my bugs less than stellar sight, I could see the aftermath. 100 slightly different angles. Noelle's true body, the human half, perched on top of the monster. Arcing her back, her chest out, head turning towards the sky, a A spray of blood and gore marked a small explosion ripping out of the front of her chest. And another, a shot from behind, tearing through her cranium. My bugs ventured into the desiccated area. They would only last a minute at best, but they'd serve to scout, to give me eyes. They found Ballistic. He hadn't come alone. Scrub was with him, and Trickster swapped rubble out of the area to move his teammates in. He swapped himself in for Grace, appearing in the middle of the vomit slurry. I opened my mouth to speak, coughed at the dry air instead. "You decided to help?" Gru called out. "She's our responsibility," Genesis said. "We made a promise to each other, to get home, no matter what it took. But there were other parts to it, things we added when the whole situation came clear. Fixing Noelle was one of those additions. Getting home. We knew it was a fucked up," Sundancer said, "but we promised ourselves that if it came down to it, we'd step in before it got bad. And this is bad, so we're acting on it." Her orb burned above her head. Its crackle sounded slightly different in the dry air. Noelle's cry was accented by a noise from one of the larger canine mouths. "Traitors!" "She's alive? Shot through the heart and brain and she's talking?" "If you were thinking straight, you'd agree with us," Genesis said. "You'd agree this is right, that we can't let people get hurt just for your revenge." "I didn't ask for this," Noelle said. "I know," Trickster spoke. He looked up towards the sky, tilted his head, and then Adolian disappeared. I could sense Adolian's new location, a few blocks away. He tried to fly closer, and Trickster teleported him again, keeping him a distance away. Adolian had given up his power and vulnerability. I'll use my sun, Noelle," Sundancer said. "We'll burn you. It'll be complete, thorough, and this ends. There'll be no more hurting people, and we put all this behind us. Remember, you the way you were. It's better if it's us." "I don't want to be a memory," Noelle said. "But you already are," Ballistic said from behind her. She turned, and a low growl sounded from one of her lower mouths, deep enough I could feel the rumble of it. Ballistic shook his head. "The old Noelle's long gone. Do you think she would have survived getting shot like that?" Noelle didn't answer. "You have her memories, nothing more," Trickster said. "Kraus," Noelle said. "You turn on me like this?" "I don't know what else to do." He teleported Adolian away again. This time Adolian stayed put, choosing a new power. "You did this to me? This? The old Noelle disappearing? It's your fault. You know it. You created me." He created her. He dosed her. "Yeah," Trickster said. He lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth hole of his mask. "And I listened to you. I brought your promises, your hollow assurances. I listened and cooperated when you said I should be locked up. I listened when they shut me in that vault, in the dark, alone with that fucking beeping that wouldn't let me sleep. I waited all this time because you said I could get better." "I know. It eats away at me, but I don't know what else to do." "I spent the last 2 years listening to you, doing what you wanted. Just do what I want to hear and let it all end. I'll let her burn me, and then you guys can find your own way home." "I know what you want," he said. "But the consequences—" "Don't matter," she said. "It's not our world. It's as screwed up as the things I make. They're just dark, twisted copies of people in this dark, twisted, fucked up world." "No," he started. "You owe me this." Trickster sighed, spat out a barely touched cigarette. Even though I couldn't identify tone, I could feel a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. "Shit," I said. "Gru?" Trickster was already turning. Gru was only beginning to raise a cloud of darkness around us when he disappeared. Trickster standing in his place. "Gru!" I screamed. He was where Trickster had been, half a city block away from Noelle. Noelle lunged. Trickster could have moved out of the way fast enough. Gru wasn't so lucky. The shattered ground under her feet shifted and she slammed into him, her lower body catching Gru, adhering to him. He was giving her us. Trickster was already gone from the midst of our group. There was gunfire and incoherent shouting as people tried to identify his location. Ballistic was gone, replaced by a piece of rubble. He was taking the most immediate threats out of the picture. Adolian, Ballistic, Gru. Who came next in their hierarchy? Me? I found myself only 5 paces away from Noelle, plucked from the midst of my cloud of bugs. There were too few to hide me from Trickster's sight, with the way the desiccation had thinned her ranks. She caught me with the back of one claw. There was a sound like a gunshot going off, my ribs feeling like my bones had turned to white-hot brands, and I stuck. She set her claw down on the ground and my back exploded with pain as I struggled to contort my body, get in a position where I wasn't being folded in half under the weight of an 8-ton monstrosity. I was spared being snapped in two, not by my own struggles, but by the pull of her flesh as it folded around me. It simultaneously consumed me and pulled on me, as if by 100 hands. The process was smooth and inevitable, flesh flowing around me like hot candle wax, even as I was drawn upward and inward. I could sense Regent appearing nearby. Noelle turned to face him. He didn't fight, didn't try and run. He said something, but I couldn't make out the words. Couldn't hear him with the dark, hot, rancid-smelling flesh that had enveloped me. The last of the flesh closed behind me, my power stopped working, and I was left with only absolute darkness and the pounding flow of Noelle's blood in my ears.
Dr. Jeremy Foster was woken by the sound of a distant gunshot. He sat straight up in bed. Another gunshot. He reached over to his bedside table and found the remote. A press of a button illuminated his bedroom. He opened the drawer to grab the handheld radio and pressed the button. Report. Silence. Captain Adams, report. It wasn't Captain Adams who responded. It was a woman.
Stay put, Doctor. We'll be with you in a moment.
He was out of bed in a flash. Remote in hand, he turned off the light and opened his bedroom door. There were 2 figures in the hallway, cloaked in shadow, one large and broad, the other narrow. The smaller one saw him and broke into a run. He slammed the bedroom door and locked it in the same motion. There was a crash as the figure threw himself against the door. If the door were the usual wood chip and cheap cardboard, it might have broken. But Jeremy valued quality. Even with the things one normally didn't see, his doors were solid wood. The doorknob rattled as the doctor crossed his bedroom. He reached for the underside of one shelf on his bookcase, pulled a pin, and then pulled the bookcase away from the wall. The remote fit into a depression on the stainless steel door that sat behind the bookcase. He made sure it was positioned correctly, then hit a button. There was a click, and the door opened a crack. He had to use both hands to slide the door open. The doorknob rattled again, and there was a heavier collision. The bigger man had gotten close. Safely inside, Jeremy pulled the bookcase tight against the wall, felt it click into place, and then shut the metal door of his panic room. Monitors flickered on, showing his estate in shades of black and green. At any given time, he had 7 armed men patrolling the grounds, and an 8th keeping an eye on the security cameras. He could count 7 fallen, including the man in the security office. They lay prone on the ground or slumped over the nearest surface. One struggled weakly. He picked up the phone. There wasn't a dial tone. The cell phone, then. He opened a drawer and picked up the cell. No service. There was only static. They had something to block it. There was no such thing as security. However much one invested in safes, in armed guards, in panic rooms and high stone walls, it only served to escalate a perpetual contest with the people who would try to circumvent those measures, raising the stakes. Helpless, Jeremy watched the invaders making their way through his house. He was already mentally calculating the potential losses. Pieces of artwork worth tens of thousands, valuables not secured in the safes. The Magnus painting at the landing between the second and third floor, overlooking the ground floor foyer. Jeremy winced at the realization. He'd only picked it up 2 months ago. The $2 million price tag might have given him pause, but it was insured. He'd bought all the furniture for the foyer to complement the work, and now he'd have to find another painting to take its place and buy new furniture to match. Except they were walking by the painting as though it weren't even there. A part of him felt offended that they hadn't even stopped to admire it. Philistines. No, there was a very good chance they were coming for him. One by one they entered his bedroom. It was a blind spot of sorts. He'd wanted his privacy, so the only ways to turn on the security camera in the corner of the room would be to unlock or open the balcony doors, break the glass, or input a particular code. He stepped over to the computer, typed in the code. Simon Foster, 1993-1996. The screen flickered to life, but it wasn't his bedroom in the picture. A field with 4 walls approximately where his bedroom walls had been. The 6 invaders waiting very patiently in the middle as walls stripped away to become tendrils. Tendrils became vines, and vines twisted together into tree-like forms. The window went quickly. The field of knee-length grass rippled as the wind caught it. The bookcase was slower to degrade. Books were rendered into leaves, shelves into vines. He watched the image on the camera with an increasing sense of dread, glanced at the door. The screen went black. No, 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 he said. A crack appeared in the door, floor to ceiling. He grabbed the handgun from the counter, double-checked it was loaded. Another crack crossed the door, horizontal, nearly 6 feet above the ground. He disabled the safety. With the third crack, the door fell into the panic room, slamming against the ground. He fired into the opening of the doorway, and the acoustics of the metal-walled room made the shot far, far louder than it had any right to be. There was nobody standing in the doorway. He looked around. The layout of the room wasn't set up for a firefight, especially not a firefight that involved parahumans. He crouched, kept the gun pointed toward the door. They didn't make a move. The floor of the panic room was being finely etched with markings that overlapped and wove into one another. Where lines drew to a taper, points were curling up, strands slowly rising, dividing into finer growths and flaring at the top with vague cattail-like ends of wild grass. He could see the clean-cut edges of the door curling, twisting into tendrils. Some had teardrop-shaped bulges on the end. "L?" he called out. "Labyrinth?" Altogether, the bulges on the tendrils unfurled into tiny metallic flowers, framing the doorway. "She's having one of her bad days, Doctor," the woman who had been on the other side of the radio called back. "She's not feeling very talkative as a result. If you have something to say it to me. I go by Faultline." Faultline pressed her back to the wall. Not that it was really a wall. Labyrinth's power was slowly working on the metal, gradually twisting it into gnarled textures and branches. Shamrock was beside her, clad in a costume of skin-tight black leather with a green clover on the chest, her red hair spilling over her shoulders, a combat shotgun directed at the ground. Gregor and Spitfire were on the other side of the door, holding similar positions. Neuter sat with Labyrinth on the bed. His tail circled around the girl's waist, keeping her from wandering. The bed was barely recognizable, nearly consumed by waist-high strands of hardwood-textured grass. A cool summer breeze blew in through the opening that had once been the window, scattering dandelion seeds and leaves throughout the room's interior. "I don't know what she told you," the doctor called out. "I always treated her professionally to the best of my ability." "We're not here for revenge on her behalf, Doctor," Faultline responded. "We're looking for information." "I'm not working with the asylum anymore. It's been over a year." "I know," she replied. "Protocols have changed. I can't get you past security or anything like that." "The asylum doesn't really interest me," Faultline said. "Not why we're here." "Then why?" Because we've been trying to track down people who can give us answers. And you stood out, spending a little too much money. I'm a good doctor, that's all. Doesn't account for it. Comparing you to your co-workers at the asylum back then, you were spending too much money. Just enough that I think someone was bankrolling you. Your sources are wrong. Don't think so. I think someone was paying you to keep tabs on certain individuals within the asylum. Was it Cauldron? She shut her eyes and listened. She couldn't make out any telltale gasps or movement. I don't know what you're talking about. The other possibility is that you were working for a foreign government. A spy. Or, to be more specific, you were working as a spy for several foreign agencies. Look at my neighbors. We do the same kind of work. We live at the same level. Your neighbors are in debt, or they're riding on the capital from smart investments. You aren't. Just the opposite. Your investments are nil, yet you somehow have enough money sitting in the bank that you can coast into retirement. No, the doctor said. The difference between you and the other people on my list is that you were stupid about it, showing too much of the money. If it wasn't me who noticed, it'd be one of the people paying you. Nobody paid me! Your sources are wrong. I am in debt, hundreds of thousands. Let's cut past the lies and bullshit, Dr. Foster. I'm offering you a deal. You and I both know that you won't be able to maintain this lifestyle if your employers realize you were discovered. Depending on who they are, they might even take offense. Either they terminate their relationship with you, or they terminate you. More of the house around them was blowing away. Dandelion seeds in the wind. The wall surrounding the window was gone, and the roof was well on its way to the same state. You're wrong. These people you're talking about, they don't exist. I don't know them. Okay, Faultline said. Now, I'd have to double check whether the person paying for the mission is willing to torture or kill you for the information we want. She hesitated, glanced at Gregor. He shook his head. And he isn't. Isn't that good news? God, I'm just a doctor. I work with politicians, sometimes with big-name parahumans. The president's friends come to me, but I'm only a doctor. I'm not a spy. Then you have nothing to worry about if we leave and we spread the word that we thought you were involved. If it's an unfounded rumor, then nothing happens. Maybe your reputation takes a little hit, but a powerful man like you will bounce back, won't he? Please. But if you're lying, if you are involved, the people who paid you to keep your eyes open and your mouth shut will be upset. I don't think you'll be able to escape them by hopping on a plane to some remote country. She let the words hang in the air. If I told you, I would be in just as bad a situation. Hypothetically. Hypothetically, she said. I suppose you'd have to decide whether it was better to trust us in our professional, circumspect demeanor and the possibility that we'd let the details slip, or whether you wanted to suffer the inevitable consequences if we started talking. There was another pause. She waited patiently. I was supposed to find out just how much the United States knew about what was going on. Like you said, keeping my eyes open. Twice, putting a special thumb drive into one of the main computers. That was for the United Kingdom. I sent regular reports to another group. I think they were the CU. I didn't do anything specific for them, just describing new inmates, recent hirings and firings, changes in policy. CUI of China. It was good to be right. Did you download anything onto the drives, or... I don't know. I don't think so. I was supposed to plug them in, then wait. After, I took them out and destroyed them. Very possible it was putting a backdoor into place, giving your employer remote access, Faultline said. Why does this matter? That's our business, not yours. Did they ever show particular attention to an individual? Some attention for the more powerful ones. Nothing ever came of it. Gave them more details, they paid me, that was it. The patient stayed in the asylum's custody. If you had to, how would you get in touch with them? Email, sometimes phone. They changed handlers. Been a while. When did they last contact you? 2 years ago, about? Why? Wisconsin. The Simurgh attack. There was an open call for civilian volunteers. My contact from the UK left me a message. Asked me to volunteer my medical expertise, see who was filtering out. Did he have a handle? Christoph. Her heart leapt. Spell it. Christof. A rare smile spread across Faultline's face. Finally, after weeks of looking, they'd found a connection between two clues. Christoph was a familiar name. She glanced at the others, and Nuda gave her a little fist-pump gesture, smiling. How much did he pay you? He didn't. I refused the deal. Every clue points to a greater picture, how they operate and where the priorities are. In a situation where every piece of information was valuable and every avenue of collecting that information crucial, there was a lot to be said for identifying where the major players weren't looking for clues. It suggested they already knew. They already had agents in play. If they let him go so easily, there might have been others, but it suggested they were interested in what had happened in Madison, which meant her crew had reason to be interested. Keep talking, she said. Let's talk about some of the other jobs. Hate the heat, Faultline said. I never thought I'd miss Brockton Bay, but the weather was usually nice. Damn sun's not even up and I'm sweltering. It might be easier to bear if you wore something more summery, Nuta commented, eyeing her short-sleeved dress shirt and the black slacks that were tucked into cowboy boots. She glared at him, and he smirked in response. She'd have to put him in check, or he'd be intolerable for the rest of the day. Maybe I need to get the bullwhip, or did you forget the drills? Nuta groaned aloud. Oh, you're on that again. On the wall. Go. Nuta leapt across the hotel room and stuck to the wall, one hand planted above his head so he could stay more or less upright, his tail curling around his lower foot. Pain in the ass. You know I'll have to scrub the hotel walls after to get rid of the footprints before we go. Deal, Faultline said. The practice could make the difference between you dodging a bullet and you moving too slow to avoid it. Spitfire and Elle had stepped out of the bathroom, Spitfire with a towel in hand, drying Elle's hair. How are we doing? Faultline asked. Elle didn't respond. She chewed slightly on her lip, and her eyes looked right through Faultline as she glanced around the room. I think we're about a 3, Spitfire said. She brushed your teeth after I put the brush in her hands. Why don't you sit down on the couch, Elle, and I'll brush your hair? I'll do that, Faultline said. Get me a brush and go finish getting ready. Yes, ma'am, Spitfire said. She glanced at Nuta, and Faultline suspected she saw an eye roll there. Spitfire led Elle by hand in the direction of the couch, let go as Elle got close to Faultline. Faultline led the girl to the couch, then sat on the back of the couch with her feet planted to either side of the girl. She caught the brush that Spitfire threw across the room and set to brushing Elle's white blonde hair. This is badly tangled. Were you sleeping in a tree again? Elle nodded slightly. I'll try to be gentle. Let me know if I'm tugging too hard. Elle nodded again. Faultline caught a whiff of hot sand, salt, and humid air. Don't make water, okay, Elle? Faultline said. It's not that we're paying the deposit for the room, but it's a matter of principle. We're professionals. We don't leave messes. The ocean smell faded away by the time Faultline had stroked the brush 5 more times. Thank you, Faultline said. The labyrinth power would typically clean itself up. When they'd left Dr. Foster's estate, much of it had been turned to leaves, grass, and flowers with electric blue petals. As the effect faded, the building would be restored. What Al's power didn't clean up was the aftermath the changes themselves wrought. If a stone pillar toppled onto a car, the pillar might disappear, but the car would remain crushed. A fire quenched by water would remain out, even as the moisture faded. Gregor and Shamrock entered from the hotel room's front door, holding hands. Both were in their combat gear, with some adjustments made to adjust for the heat. Shamrock wore black yoga pants and a green sleeveless t-shirt with her cloverleaf symbol on the front in black, her mask dangling from her right front pocket, her shotgun dangling from her free hand. Gregor wore a fishnet shirt over bare skin, thick canvas pants and a snail-shell spiral mask strapped to his face, with holes worked into the gaps for his eyes. The dark vague shadows of his organs were visible through the flesh of his broad stomach. "I'm sorry the rest of us aren't ready to go. Slow start," Faultline confessed. "It happens," Gregor said in his accented voice. "And I know it is almost always Spitfire, Neuter, or L at fault. Not to say I would fault L, but you should not apologize for any of them. Only yourself." "Frankly, bro," Neuter said, "I'm surprised you're even capable of moving. It's not like you slept a wink, know what I mean?" Gregor lobbed a glob of goo at Neuter, who leapt to the ceiling, cackling. The slime bubbled away to nothingness. "I took the role of leader," Faultline said. "It's my job to kick people's asses and get them moving when we have a job coming up." "And I am the client," Gregor said. He'd taken a seat in an armchair, and Shamrock sat in his lap. Almost as an afterthought, he folded his arms around the young woman. "I could ask that you and the team are more casual with this job. Our destination is going to be there whether we leave before dawn or at sunset." Faultline shook her head. "I'd rather treat this as I would any job. If nothing else, keeping everyone on the straight and narrow means they won't get sloppy on our next serious job." "Very well," Gregor said. "Then I'd like to leave within 30 minutes. "We'll make it 10, Faultline said. "Pack everything up. Spitfire can help Al get her stuff on. Al makes us an exit from the balcony so we aren't walking through the hotel in costume." She stood from the back of the couch and nearly collided with a statue that had emerged from the wall above and around her. A woman, back arched, hands outstretched to either side of Faultline. She led Al to the bedroom, where Spitfire was pulling the last of her fire-retardant gear on. Her own gear was in a separate suitcase. Faultline was a believer in doing things right. Image came secondary to effect, and doing the job right was better for Image than having the best costume. Her own costume blended several functions. A bulletproof vest, lightweight, with a stylized exterior, formed the most expensive single component of the outfit. She tied her hair back into a crude bun, then gingerly drew the ponytail from the side of the suitcase. Unfolding the surrounding cover, Faultline slowly and carefully used her fingers to comb the fake hair onto a semblance of order. The bristly hair extension masked a thin, flexible rod in the core, with painted spines protruding at various angles. It was all too common for an enemy to reach for the ponytail in an attempt to get her. Their hands would be impaled on the waiting spikes, if they weren't invulnerable, and the hair extension would come free, giving her a chance to escape. Belts with various tools and weapons were strapped to her upper arms, forearms, and thighs, held in place with suspenders. Knives, lockpicks, various pre-prepared hypodermic needles, climbing tools, sticks of chalk, a mirror, a magnifying glass, iron wire, and more were on hand if she needed them. She ran her finger over the belts to ensure that each pocket was full. She checked her semi-automatic, then slid it into the holster at her left hip. A flare gun went into the holster at the right. Flowing sleeves that would mask the belts and their contents were buckled on next, followed by a dress with a side pocket that would let her access the gun in a pinch. The buckles meant that anyone pulling on the fabric would pull it free rather than get hold of her. It was amusing just how much of a contrast Labyrinth's costume was. The robe was easy enough to wear that she could put it on over her clothes. It was green with a maze drawn on the fabric. There were no safety measures, only minimal supplies and gear. Faultline donned her mask, more a welder's mask with a stylized crack to see through than anything else, and led the other two girls back into the main area of their hotel room. Newt had changed, but he didn't need much. He had hand wraps and foot wraps that left his fingers and toes free, basketball shorts, and a messenger bag slung over one shoulder. He was the first one to exit the apartment, disappearing out the window, then poked his head back in long enough to give a thumbs up. Al opened the window into a proper exit, complete with a staircase leading to the road behind the hotel. Faultline paused to look at the looming stone wall only a few blocks away. 300 feet tall, it was all smooth stone. Parahuman made, no doubt. The barrier encircled the area the Simurgh had attacked, containing everything within. Every house and building within 300 feet of the wall itself had been bulldozed. She couldn't help but feel conspicuous as they crossed the open area. It was dark, there weren't any spotlights, but she couldn't help but be paranoid. "Cell phones are dead," Shamrock commented. Faultline nodded grimly. Of course there wouldn't be any transmissions into and out of this area. No messages of any sort would be permitted. Not even water entered or left the quarantine area, let alone communications or goods. Anyone still inside was left to fend for themselves with whatever resources they could gather. She'd checked and double-checked the measures authorities were taking, ensuring that the area wasn't being watched for intruders. There weren't any people on the wall, and the only surveillance was busy keeping an eye out for anyone who might be trying to make it over the top of the wall. Going through the wall? Anyone digging through would be caught by the daily drone sweeps, and anyone trying something faster would make too much noise. Besides, they certainly didn't expect anyone to be trying to get in. Faultline touched the wall. She felt her power magnifying around her fingertip on contact. She just had to will it, and her power would dance around the contact point, leaving a hole 1/3 of an inch across. If she really pushed for it, it would extend several feet inside the object. Her power worked better with multiple points of contact. She touched with her other fingertip and felt the power soar between the two, running through the surface like a current. She let it surge outward, and a fissure appeared. She tapped one toe against the wall, and power surged from either fingertip to the point of her toe, drawing a triangle. Moving closer to the wall until she was almost hugging it, she moved her other toe against the surface. 4 points of contact, 6 lines. Then she pushed, literally and in the sense of using her power. The power surged into the object, the lines widening, and she swiftly backed away as the resulting debris settled. Once the dust had more or less cleared, she could make out a tunnel, roughly door-shaped. Her power had destroyed enough of the material that there was barely any debris on the ground. "Labyrinth," Faultline said. "Shore it up? Make a nice hallway? Taller and wider than this, please." Labyrinth nodded. It took only 20 or 30 seconds before there was a noticeable effect. By the time they were halfway down the tunnel, there were alcoves with statues in them and torches burning in sconces. Walking through the tunnel was claustrophobic. Faultline could handle that, but she could see Shamrock clinging to Gregor. It made his progress through the narrow tunnel that much slower. How fragile civilization is, Faultline mused, as she emerged on the other side. Nuta clambered up the side of the nearest building for a vantage point. Some of it was the Simurgh's doing, no doubt, but the thing that made her catch her breath was the degree to which things had degraded. Windows were broken, plants crawled over the surroundings, a building had collapsed a little further down the street. Stone was cracked, windows shattered, metal rusted. The buildings, the cars that still sat in the middle of the street, they looked as though they had been left abandoned for a decade, though it was closer to a year and a half in reality. It didn't take much. Animals found their way inside, fires started and spread, and weather damaged the structures. Once the spaces were partially breached, the wind, sun, rain, and temperature were free to wear on the interiors, and everything accelerated. That damage, in turn, paved the way for other things to take root. Mold could get into materials and surfaces. Plants could take root, winding roots into cracks, widening them. Ice did much the same in the winter months. Still, it was so much, so fast. She couldn't help but think about what Coyle had said about the world ending in 2 years. However it happened, if it happened, how long would it be before nature had destroyed every trace of humanity after mankind was gone? "Pretty," Labyrinth said, as she emerged from the tunnel. Her head craned as she looked around. Faultline and Spitfire gave the girl a look of surprise. It wasn't like her to talk on a bad day. "You think so?" Faultline asked. Labyrinth didn't venture a response. "Guess you like different architecture, huh?" Still no response. Faultline rubbed the girl's hooded head, as she might with a dog. Gregor and Shamrock were the last ones to exit the tunnel. "All good?" Faultline asked. "A little much," Shamrock said. "Knowing how tall the wall is, how much pressure's bearing down over our heads. I'm a little claustrophobic at the best of times, and that's worse than the best of times." "We have some time before we need to pass through again," Faultline said. "Maybe Labyrinth can make it wider. Shore it up more so you're more comfortable. For the future." Shamrock nodded. "I hope so. Thank you." "We're looking for any signs of life," Faultline said. "Avoid confrontation if you don't have backup. We patrol this area in a pinwheel formation. We have 4 people patrolling, each in a different cardinal direction. Head 3 blocks out, turn clockwise, travel 2 more blocks, then zigzag your way back to the center. 1 person always waits with Labyrinth in the middle, so we have a fortified spot to fall back to. We take turns staying with her, so nobody walks too long." There were nods from each of her subordinates. "Flare if there's any trouble or any find. Everyone has their guns?" Everyone did. "Gregor and Shamrock babysit during the first patrol. Don't need anyone to backtrack, obviously. Move out." It took only a second for Nuda, Spitfire, and Faultline to choose their individual directions. Gregor and Shamrock stayed behind. Better to give Shamrock a chance to calm down, Faultline thought. Her boot heels made noise as she walked. Dr. Foster had been asked to keep an eye on those being released from the city's quarantine. Each individual got a tattoo of a bird on one hand or on one arm, marking them as someone affected by the Simurgh. It had been a short-lived policy, covering only 2 of the Simurgh's visits to America in the span of 4 years. Shortly after the second event, the idea was abandoned. The idea that people could take extra caution around anyone with a tattoo of a white bird only generated prejudice. The affected individuals couldn't find work, they were beaten, and they had their lives threatened. The outcry meant it was hard to spread the word about what the tattoos were intended for, and the problem was further exacerbated when some people had started getting the tattoos as a matter of protest. In some poll a year back, something like 6 out of 10 people had been unable to say why the tattoos existed. But it wasn't likely that the tattoos were why the doctor had been asked to oversee this situation. No. The person who had assigned the doctor the job, Christoph, most definitely wasn't working for the United Kingdom. Christoph was, according to data they'd picked up on a job a week ago, supposedly working for Cauldron. Which meant Cauldron wanted someone expendable that could keep an eye on things. Faultline noted a message scrawled onto a wall. 3 thorn babies seen here, May 20. Killed 2, 1 lived. Just below that line, there was another message, drawn in pink chalk that had streaked where the moisture had run across it. Thanks. Faultline walked on. Where doors were obviously open or unlocked, barriers hacked down, she peeked inside. There weren't any signs of people having resided anywhere nearby. Her patrol carried her back to Labyrinth, Gregor, and Shamrock, and the statue-topped gazebo that Labyrinth had put together in the meantime. Nuta had returned and was looking out from a nearby perch. No luck? Shamrock asked. Signs of life, not too long ago, but no people. Gregor put down the backpack he carried and handed Faultline a water bottle. Nuta scaled his way down the side of the building, nearly as fast as if he'd fallen, arriving a few seconds before Spitfire returned. Anything? Faultline asked. Ominous graffiti, not much else. Those, spine babies, was it? No, Spitfire said. I couldn't read it all, very broken English, but it said something about a devourer? Let's move. We move up 6 blocks, then do another patrol, Faultline said. She thought about the Devourer and the fact that the number one priority of the people in this place seemed to be warning about the local threats. And, until we're out of here, we walk with our weapons at the ready, flare guns in hand. They moved up to the next location, moving deeper into the city. Faultline was pleased that she didn't have to order her team to hold formation. They were practiced enough that they did it naturally. Nuta scouted out front, Gregor took the rear. Shamrock took the right flank, shotgun at the ready, and Spitfire took the left. Faultline moved in the centre with Labyrinth. She called the group to a stop when they had travelled far enough. When they paused to look at her, she gestured for them to move out, staying with Labyrinth. "Sorry to drag you around like this," she said. "Do you feel thirsty?" Labyrinth shook her head. "I know new places don't help you feel more lucid," Faultline said. "And it's more than just today. We've been going from city to city, doing a series of jobs to try and dig up more info. I wanted to say thank you." Labyrinth only stared around her, looking at the buildings. "Maybe you want to stay here?" Faultline asked. Labyrinth shook her head once more. "Well, I'm glad." A flare detonated overhead. Faultline whipped her head around. Nuta! She bolted in the direction he'd gone, holding Labyrinth's hand, pulling the girl after her. When she saw Nuta, she stopped, let herself breathe. Civilians, 5 of them. They were wielding improvised weapons, a makeshift bow and arrow, spears, nothing that posed a serious threat to Nuta. "These are my friends," Nuta said. He was holding his hands and tail up in the air. "More will be coming shortly. We're not here to hurt anyone." "Why are you here? You're insane, coming to a place like this. You know what the Simurgh does." "We do," Faultline said. "But we have a friend. She's got a bit of precognitive talent. Enough that it should clear us of any schemes the Simurgh is pulling." Eyes went wide. "We're looking for answers," Faultline said. "Information. Either about or from the monsters who came through that portal the Simurgh made. Give us something to work with, we'll show you how to leave." "Assuming we want to," one man said. "Why wouldn't you?" Faultline wondered. She chose to be diplomatic and keep her mouth shut. "Assuming you want to. I'm sure we could come to another deal." "Why do you want to talk to the monsters?" the woman with the bow asked. She had improvised urban camouflage paint over her face. Faultline gestured in Nuta's direction, was aware of Gregor and Shamrock arriving. She turned her head to see Spitfire coming around the corner. She gestured at her teammates. "These guys are my friends, and they're my employees. We want answers about why this happened to them. Once we have those answers, we decide where we go from there. If nothing else, it's valuable info." "You're on their side?" a man with a spear asked. "Yes," Faultline said, "but I could be on yours too." The woman with the bow stepped away from her comrades, her weapon pointed in their general direction. "You have a way out?" "Yes." "And you just let us go? There's no catch?" "No catch." How do I know I can trust you?" "You are one of us," Gregor said. The woman froze. "Maddie?" a man asked. How did you know?" Maddie asked. "I know this feeling of being lost, of being very alone and not knowing who can be trusted," Gregor said. "How can I believe you?" "Because we've been where you've been. These two don't remember. They had their memories taken," Shamrock said. "But I didn't. I remember what it was like in there, and I get why you're afraid." "You were in there?" Maddie asked, her eyes going wide. Shamrock nodded. "One moment I was going to my bed in temple school, in another I was in a cell. A cot, a metal sink, a metal toilet, 3 concrete walls, a concrete floor and ceiling, and a window of thick plexiglass with a drawer. You might know the kind of cell I'm describing. They drugged me. Then they waited until I started showing signs that something happened to me. It took a while for them to figure out, because my power was subtle. When they had an idea of what I could do, they gave me a coin. I had to flip it when the doctor came. If it came up heads, I got to eat. I got fresh clothes, a shower. If I didn't, I got nothing. I realized I was supposed to control it, decide the result of the toss. When I got good at it, they gave me 2 coins, and both had to come up heads. How long were you there? Maddie asked. I don't know, but by the time I saw the chance to escape, I had to roll 12 dice, and each one had to come up with a 6. And if it didn't, if I got more than a few wrong, they found ways to punish me. Gregor put his hands on Shamrock's shoulders. They made me use my power. I think I was one of the people they used to punish the ones who failed their tests, Maddie said. Christ, one of the men said. And the freak has been with us for a week? Maddie turned to glare at him. If it means anything, Shamrock said, I forgive you. You didn't decide to punish anyone. We did what they made us do. Maddie flinched as though she'd been struck. Come with us, Faultline said. You don't have to stay with us, but we want to hear what you have to say. I'm a predator, Maddie said. Not because I want to be. You don't want me to be near you. You were around them for at least a little while, Faultline said. You can be around us for a few hours. Maddie glanced around, then nodded. When they tested you, did they give you a name? They gave me a number at first, Shamrock said. I couldn't use my real name or they'd punish me. When I passed a year of testing, they let me pick a code name. I picked Shamrock. I wouldn't pick, Maddie said, so they gave me one. Matryoshka. I don't deserve my old name, so call me by that one. Laird Doll, Faultline said. Matryoshka nodded. Let's go. We'll leave the quarantine area, get you some proper food while we talk. If need be, we'll come back and see if we can find more people. If you wanted to guide us for a return trip, maybe direct us to others, I could pay you, get you on your feet on the outside world. Matryoshka smiled a little at that. It took a while to verify that everything was in order at the hotel. Nobody had noticed their exit, and there weren't any law enforcement officers stationed nearby. They entered the hotel room much the way they'd left, with a makeshift ladder leading to the balcony, and quickly settled in. Matryoshka gorged herself on the groceries Faultline had bought shortly after they'd arrived. She stared wide-eyed at the television. It was the first time she'd ever seen one. It led her to excitedly describing her world between mouthfuls of food. Faultline visited the bathroom, then stopped as a square of white caught her eye. A note? She opened the door to verify it wasn't attached to anything, then pulled it into the room with the toe of her boot. Closing the door, she unfolded it with her toe to verify that it didn't have any powder inside. Only a message. Front desk, message from Brockton Bay, ASAP. Brockton Bay? Faultline frowned. That would be Coyle. He was the only one with the resources to get a hold of her group. She was loath to leave Madison while they were having some success pulling in more information on Cauldron's operations, but Coyle did pay well. Well enough to warrant a phone call. She headed down to the lobby in civilian clothes, with Shamrock as backup. Oddly enough, there was a wait at the front desk. A young woman, dark-haired, wearing a suit and fedora with luggage on wheels. Arriving at 4 a.m. The woman smiled and tipped her hat at Faultline as she headed to the elevator. Faultline watched her with a touch of suspicion. She didn't relax when the elevator doors closed. She watched the floor numbers for the elevator tick upward until it stopped at 4. 2 floors above the rooms her team was in. What is it? Shamrock asked. Gut feeling. About the woman? Just felt wrong. Do you mind going upstairs? Check on the others? Maybe tell them to be on guard and get all the non-essentials packed up. Might be paranoid, but I'm thinking we should change hotels. Good enough chance we were seen worth doing anyways. Shamrock nodded and headed for the staircase. You had a message for me? Faultline asked the woman at the front desk. Room 202. Yes, a phone number. Faultline nodded. She took the piece of paper with the number, then stepped outside to call it on her cell. The person on the other end of the phone picked it up on the first ring. Yes? Faultline spoke into the phone.
This is Tattletale.
The voice came through. Fuck me, Faultline groaned. How the hell did you find us?
Long story.
What do you want? We're not available for any jobs.
Don't want to hire you for a job. In fact, bringing your guys into the current situation would be a fucking bad idea. Pretty much all of you are, well, let's say it'd do more harm than good.
You're wasting my time, Tattletale.
It's been a long night. Cut me some slack. I want to borrow Labyrinth. I don't care how many the rest of you come. Non-combat situation, use her powers.
Faultline paused. Why do you want her?
Because I have a group of people here with very little to lose and nothing left to hope for, and I need them on our side. I think Labyrinth can give them what they want.
Labyrinth's powerful, but I can't imagine any situation where she'd be able to give anyone what they wanted. Her power's temporary. The kind of stuff you could do with her power, there's easier ways. Other people you could go to?
I think,
Tattletale said, and she managed to sound condescending,
that I understand her power better than you do.
Faultline considered hanging up. You wouldn't be baiting me if you didn't think you could get away with it. Cut to the chase. What are you offering?
3.4 million.
Faultline blinked. Her surprise at the sum was tempered only by irritation that Tattletale had managed to get her hands on that kind of money. Double it.
Done,
Tattletale said. A little too fast. I'd think she was lying, but that's not why she was so fast. She expected me to make a counteroffer, probably decided the first amount with that in mind. Faultline grit her teeth in annoyance. I want it in advance.
Sure,
Tattletale said, sounding far too pleased with herself.
And done.
A little too fast again. She had that set up, damn her. You have my account information?
Kyle did. Don't worry about it.
Faultline hung up in irritation. She considered taking the money and refusing the job, but she and Tattletale knew her reputation as a mercenary was too important. Should have refused. She made a beeline for her hotel room. She'd need to check the account information, then move the funds to an account Tattletale didn't know about. A glance at the display above the elevator showed that it hadn't moved. Faster to take the stairs to the next floor than to wait. Her heart skipped a beat when she heard the screaming. Faultline flew up the stairs to the door, pushed her way into the second floor, and raced down the hallway to the hotel rooms. There was blood on the door as she pushed it open. How to even take in this sort of thing? How to describe it? Her team had been destroyed. Gregor was in the kitchen on his back. His chest heaved, and he'd covered much of his upper body in a foaming slime. What she could make of his face was contorted in pain, scalded or tomato red that was already blistering. One of Newta's arms, one of his legs, and his tail had each been broken in multiple places. The remains of the coffee table, the flat-screen television, and one door of the television stand lay around him, where he'd sprawled into them. Matryoshka had unfolded into a mess of ribbons, but knives from the belt Faultline had removed to go down to the lobby had her pinned to the wall in 6 different places. Labyrinth was the one screaming, steady, almost rhythmically, with little emotion to it. From the lack of effect, Faultline might have assumed she was in shock, but it was simply the fugue from her power. A small mercy. 2 thin cuts marked her face. One hand was impaled to the armrest of the couch by another of the small knives. Shamrock was busy giving Spitfire a tracheotomy. A fedora, filled with slime, was plastered to the young girl's face, and she was struggling weakly. Shamrock's own face was covered in blood from nose to chin, and her efforts to administer the tracheotomy were limited as the fingers of one hand were bent at awkward angles. The woman in the suit, Faultline said, dropping to Spitfire's side. She noted the slime. Gregor's. And Gregor had been burned with Spitfire's breath? Power thief? Shamrock let Faultline take over, positioning the clear plastic tube that was sticking into the hole in Spitfire's throat. She had to spit blood out of her mouth before speaking. No, I don't know. She came in here and took us apart in 20 seconds. We didn't touch her. Spitfire coughed, then started breathing at a more normal rate. She gave Faultline 2 pats on the wrist, calmer. A signal of thanks? Super speed? Super strength? Faultline asked. No, don't think... Shamrock spat blood onto the floor. She tried to stand and failed, put one hand to her leg. Nothing I could see. Thinker power? Precognition? No, that wouldn't work with your power. Fuck! Faultline scrambled to her feet, hurried to Labyrinth's side. Hey, Elle? Calm down. It's okay, it's over. Stop screaming. Labyrinth shut her mouth, whimpered. The cuts to the face were thin. They'd heal with little to no scarring. The hand... Faultline stopped. There was a piece of paper beneath the hand. She helped Labyrinth raise her hand where it was impaled, leaving the knife in place. The blood-stained piece of paper had a message on the underside. Final warning. C.
Scout it, Noel gave the order. Recuperate while we wait. Marissa sent a hawk flying through the dense foliage. Noel could feel that dull thrum of adrenaline, feel as though time had slowed down. Her perceptions and reaction times cranked up to the maximum as she assessed every skeleton and bog zombie between her team and the hawk's ultimate destination. A clearing with a withered crone standing idle in the center. Everything was a clue. The placement the enemy had chosen for each unit crucial, because it would force them to maneuver one way or another. Was that treasure chest placed at the back of the swamp dungeon because the enemy overlord had wanted to put it as far out of reach as possible, or was it because he wanted to bait them into a trap on that side of the room? It would be impossible to guess from that one clue alone, but the position of the monsters, lighter on that end of the room. Stay to the right, she ordered. There were reports of a scent from the others. Like being aware one was dreaming without actually disturbing the dream, it was a rare thing to be in the zone and be aware she was in the zone. She knew she was right. Cody, go ranged. Cody's highwayman sheathed his rapier and drew twin pistols from his belt. Luke, wind magic, wind spirits. Dimple Cheeks doesn't usually use casters as an overlord, but he'll stick to old habits. He'll have teleportation. Mars, circle around, poke at her from range. Go! They charged into the clearing. The hag, Dimple Cheeks, summoned 2 uber demons as they breached the threshold, then teleported to the far end of the room. Luke's shaman was already setting down wind spirits who were spewing forth miniature tornadoes, casting out gusts of wind that would accelerate his team and slow down or push their enemies. Enemy team just turned around, Jess reported. They're backtracking for the portal. They're going to invade en masse. Fuck, Noelle said. Her mind was racing, covering a dozen factors at once. Positioning her challenger to best benefit her allies in the fight, avoiding the hag's spells, calculating the damage her team was doing, keeping track of her items and those of her team. How many rooms? They were 1 room past portal. They'll be entering around now. 10 seconds at best. Can't kill her before they show. Want me to send troops? Jess asked. No, fortify your dungeon. If they take us out, you hold them off. You know my boss monster isn't that strong. They're only 3 rooms from fighting it. Hold them off, Noelle said. Sure enough, the enemy appeared at the entryway of the boss room. Her team was hurt from the fight with the hag, and the enemy team hadn't ventured far enough in to burn all their resources. Dying was inevitable. That didn't mean their efforts were futile. She had to slow them down. She challenged the enemy's chronomancer to a one-on-one duel, consequently shrugged off the vast majority of the damage the remainder of the enemy inflicted, and charged to close the distance to strike the mage down in 3 blows. She challenged the hag the second her target was down, landed 2 good hits, dropping their target to 1/3 of her total health. Then Cody fell, with Luke falling shortly after. Noelle managed to use her own body to absorb the worst of the enemy's attacks, while Marissa kited across the area's perimeter, maintaining a constant distance as she fired arrows at them. Caught between the approaching enemy and a cloud of poison fog the hag had cast, Mars chose to rush through the latter. Her health dropped to 0 as she collapsed. Fuck! 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 Cody was shouting. He kicked something. It was as though Cody's tantrum were happening in a very distant place. Noelle's focus was entirely on slowing the enemy down. She challenged the enemy's barbarian, because he did the lowest damage, and everyone she didn't challenge would do less damage to her. She took a swig of the potion she still had in inventory from the start of the game. It wouldn't restore even 5% of her health, There was a dim possibility that it would force the enemy to land just one more attack, take half a second, or invest a few magic points into an ability to catch her. Magic points they couldn't use to take Jess on. The 3 remaining enemy heroes bum-rushed her, cutting off her fighting retreat and forcing her into one location. The hag landed a toxin bomb on her, and her health disappeared in an instant. The screen turned to shades of crimson and black, and a timer appeared in the dead center. 45 seconds to respawn. The enemy players were surrounded in flares of light, level ups. It would make up for the expense of passing through the portal. It had been a good maneuver, perfectly timed, so they could disengage from Jess's own forces and backtrack through her dungeon. "Fuck!" Cody shouted. Cody would take 30 seconds to respawn, 30 to 45 seconds before they spawned at the checkpoint. No, the enemy's bandit was backtracking through the dungeon, hacking away at the checkpoint flag. Now 20 to 35 seconds before they spawned at the dungeon entrance. She watched the clock count down, bought new items, continued to watch the clock. Cody respawned. "Go!" she shouted. Luke appeared soon after. So did the enemy Chronomancer, in Jess's checkpoint room. The enemy was on their second-to-last room, dispatching goblin grenadiers and goblin gunners, fighting their way past the trenches Jess had laid down. They defeated the last of the enemy monsters, the blood gate satisfied and opened, giving them free rein to fight Jess's end boss, an Ogre King. The boss Dimple Cheeks had put in the checkpoint room halfway through his dungeon was just as tough and more dangerous. Mars and Noelle respawned, and they charged through the dungeon. Jess had half their health remaining. The hag had 1/3, but there were 4 enemies in Jess's boss room, and Cody hadn't even reached the hag. By the time Cody and Luke were in the hag's room, it was 30-25 in the enemy's favor. The Ogre King was tough, but slow, easy to hit. The enemy delivered damage steadily, while Luke and Cody were forced to adapt as the more fragile hag teleported to inconvenient spots, costing them precious seconds each time. Noelle and Mars joined the fray. When the fighting stopped, and the screen went dark, Noelle wasn't entirely sure if they had won or lost. Letters in gold script flashed across the screen. "Victory!" The others were out of their chairs, cheering. She joined them. They hugged. She turned, saw Caruso perched on the desk in the center of the room beside Chris and Oliver. He was smiling. Noelle hugged him, and for once she was able to forget all of her doubts and insecurities, all her issues, the way even physical contact would leave her with a pit in her stomach. She hugged him tight, and it was good. It felt right. "We're going to Nationals!" Cody whooped. "That was you," Caruso whispered to her. "You made the difference. You won." Her breath was too hot as it passed through her lips. The exertion, this body mass, it made her feel feverish. Worse than feverish. She felt like she had when she'd been camping as a child, standing too close to the fire, seeing how long she could endure it. Only it was all over, inside her, a prickling, almost unbearable heat. "I know why you showed me that," she thought. She looked at Trickster. He adjusted his hat, swapped Sundancer with one of the flying capes. The sun fizzled out as she landed, one threat out of commission. Ballistic and the other cape he'd arrived with were down as well. She tried to read Trickster's body language. Back straight, walking with confidence. He'd hesitated when she'd asked for his help. Now there wasn't a trace of doubt. She'd admired that about him, had been jealous of it, the confidence, the sense of pride. But the memory that had flashed across her consciousness, almost more vivid than reality, the emotions very real as she recalled them, it hadn't served the intended purpose. "You can't convince me that way," she thought. "This victory and that one don't even compare." There wasn't a reply, of course. "Bitch! Run!" Regent hollered. "Go to Tattletale!" Only his head, shoulders, and one arm were free of Noelle's grip. She tugged and pulled him in faster. He put his free arm inside her flesh, found something more or less solid, and managed to push back enough to avoid having his head pulled in. Trickster and Noelle wheeled around. Bitch, the girl with the dogs, was the last Undersider here. Trickster couldn't find an angle to swap the girl with anyone else. The boy in the armor would be too large, and Trickster's field of vision didn't allow for him to get his eyes on her and someone more appropriate. Noelle tagged several of the bodies in her internal stomachs, felt flesh constrict tight against them. felt the pre-prepared nuggets of flesh in her gullet forming into close replicas in an instant. Timing was crucial. If she spat them out too soon, they'd be malformed, missing limbs, features. Too late, and there was extra material. She retched, sending them flying in the direction of the girl with the dogs, bodies for Trickster to use. But the boy with the armor was already moving. He slammed one hand into the ground, and a cloud of debris and dust masked him and Bitch. She couldn't wholly control the vomit, lost one of the powered ones. Not one of the Undersiders, she was relieved to note. It had been the big one, the one who'd been with the Tinker. He'd called himself Uber. She didn't try to reclaim him. He was more or less useless. The loss still pained her. Better to have him than one of the unpowered ones. Her vomit caught Genesis, who was presently a charging bull with a jellyfish-like tentacles trailing behind her. The vomit blinded Genesis, and Noelle struck her hard enough to kill. The body collapsed and started disintegrating. "Hey!" Regent said. "Monster girl!" Noelle snarled as she glanced down at the boy who was stuck inside one of her legs. Only his face was left to be consumed. Her voice was hoarse with emotion as she asked, "What?" "When you make my clone, do you think you could give him a goatee?" Noelle didn't dignify the question with a response. She flexed and drew Regent completely within her body. She'd hurt him later. For now, she needed him to help her escape so she could hunt down his friends. She ran. The simple act of moving flooded her body with endorphins and adrenaline. It felt good, made her feel strong. That was another avenue of attack, as her body tried to work its manipulations on her mind. The hunger, the heightened emotions, rewarding her with pleasant memories and good feelings when she operated in sync with it. It was a matter of weeks, days, or hours before she lost enough ground that she was the one trying to manipulate her body into doing what she wanted, with it calling the shots. If the process continued, she would eventually be subsumed entirely, unable to do anything but observe, and maybe not even that. The pavement had been cracked like a sheet of glass, and the footing was unsteady, but the mass of her body was crushing fragments underfoot, and she had 4 good legs, with 5 more for further support. Falling wasn't a concern. Noelle passed through the cloud of dust that the one in armor had sent flying into the air. She saw the armored Tinker punching the ground once more, leapt to clear the ground that suddenly plunged into a pit in front of her. She picked out a selection from those within her, and with her rightmost head, sent a stream of bodies at him. He punched the ground with his other hand, and pavement tilted upward in a makeshift barrier, blocking the worst of the stream and flying bodies. The ones who did land in his vicinity were on him in moments. One was the little space warper, another was a copy of the fire-breathing acrobat with the rich smell, and 3 were copies of the unpowered people she'd absorbed. They mobbed the armored Tinker. She hadn't included the Undersiders in that stream. Until they were more fully absorbed, there was a good chance that she'd spit them out if she tried to copy them. Using any one person too frequently carried the same risks, and she suspected that it would be more difficult now that she was so full. The girl in silver armor with white flowing clothes was dashing toward her from the other side, not any slower for the shattered ground underfoot. Noelle picked out unpowered individuals she could afford to lose, closed her muscles tight around them, and spat out the partially formed nuggets along with a mess of internal fluids. The girl ducked low, landing on a fragment of road, using her forward momentum to skid toward Noelle as though she were snowboarding. There was an explosion of debris as she kicked off the ground, and the girl soared toward Noelle, twisting in the air to land a kick with the same foot. It felt like getting hit by a cannon. Noelle's stride broke as she had to plant one foot to the side to keep from falling over. She'd lost ground, and Bitch was swiftly increasing the distance between them. Noelle hesitated, then decided to let the girl go for the time being. Better to defend herself, establish a better position. While stationary, she could spit up an Undersider, swallow them back up again. She read up on them, had talked to Trickster about them. She had a good sense of what they were capable of. But which one? She had 3. Regent might work against this girl in white, but his influence would be too minor in the big picture. His smell was the weakest of the 3. Not that it was really a smell, but she was peculiarly aware of the people with powers, active or otherwise. Each had a texture and a tone and a flavor, something she felt that she could come to understand. She might have said that it was a taste, Might have compared it to when she'd tried wine that one time and tried to see what the wine aficionados looked for when they sampled the vintage. Except the word smell worked better, because smell and taste were really very similar, and smell worked over distance. There was a difference in Skitter, Gru, and Eidolon's smells, along with a handful of the other visiting capes. A smell that set them apart from the other parahumans in the same way that other parahumans were set apart from the people who could have powers but didn't. An intensity. She'd wished she'd spent more time researching the powers. She hadn't been able to bring herself to, had only wanted to distract herself from the thoughts of what was happening to her. Which one to use? Skitter was more dangerous in a general sense, but she wouldn't stop the girl in white now. That left Gru. She didn't spit, but simply contracted and let the body spill forth. Sure enough, the real Gru tumbled out, prostrate, unable to move. A tongue snaked out of her center mouth and caught him before he could try to escape. She'd swallowed him by the time her Gru was on his feet. Noel only had a glimpse of her Gru's real form before he started cloaking himself in darkness. He was muscular, broad-shouldered, his long hair slicked to his head by the fluids of the vomit. Angry red ulcers studded his dark skin at set intervals. He cast a glance over his shoulder at her as the darkness crept up over his shoulders and the back of his head. His eyes were black from corner to corner, his teeth too large, misshapen like his fingernails were, tangled together to the point that he couldn't open his mouth. It forced him into perpetual grimace with his teeth bared. He turned his back to her as the darkness covered his face, squared his shoulders. The body language was clear. He was protecting her. He's one of the useful ones, then. Her copies of the little space warper had been like that, naturally inclined towards teamwork, disciplined. The other three were more likely to run off. They were still useful, but they did things in their own way. Spheres of darkness appeared in her Gru's hands. One after the other, he hurled them at the girl in white. The first missed, and the second seemed like it might do the same, until it arced in the air to strike her from the side. The darkness was more like gum than smoke, and she struggled. Noel's Gru closed the distance, moving over the surface of the road much as the girl in white had. Then Noel saw why and how. A thread of darkness, barely thicker than a finger, extended from the sticky darkness to her Gru. That would be how he'd moved the projectile in the air, and how he was absorbing her power. The boy in armor created a fissure that spat debris into the air as it parted, aiming to separate the Gru and the girl in white. By intent or accident, he cut the thread of darkness in the process. Noel's Gru stopped, turned to face the Tinker, and created more spheres in his hands. Those two were occupied. Noel turned to see Trickster dealing with the flying heroes. Two were on the ground, prone. That would have been a result of Trickster baiting them into shooting one another. The remaining hero had a weapon in hand, but he wasn't shooting. Eidolon was there, too. His smell was interesting. Complicated, but somehow off. If he was using any particular method of attack on Trickster, then Noel couldn't see it. Trickster disappeared from the skirmish with the flying heroes, putting one of her creations in his place. She snipped him out. He was in the midst of one batch of bodies that had piled up against the Tinker's makeshift wall. They were turning on him, grabbing for his arms and legs. He teleported to keep them from getting any serious leverage, but the escape was slow. "Leave him!" she ordered, and her voice came out with surprising volume. They didn't listen. They struck him, gripped his costume, and dragged him to the ground. Trickster shouted in alarm as he was submerged in the mass of clones. Noel advanced on her creations in as threatening a manner as she could, the ground shaking with her advance. They noticed and backed away. Trickster, for his part, didn't even flinch as she closed the distance between the two of them, stepping within a few feet of him. It would be all too easy to just snap her tongue at him, catch him, swallow him. She held off. Instead, she faced Eidolon and the other flying cape. Trickster adjusted his hat and did the same. The two of them against the world. "It's not you, it's me," she said. Cruz folded his arms. "You can't blame me, at least a little?" "No," Noel said, shaking her head. "If I could explain, I would." She could feel her throat seize up, worrying that her voice might crack if she spoke in the normal volume. She lowered her voice to a hush as she said, "You've been great." He spread his arms. "I don't get it. I thought we were doing fine." Doing fine? How many hours had she spent lying awake in bed, agonizing over this relationship, hating herself. She'd relapsed because of it, and recovering was proving to be a long, hard road. We aren't, Noelle said. It's not working. I'm okay with it. I enjoy spending time with you, and I didn't get the impression you were having that bad of a time either. But we aren't. She stared down at her feet. We're stalled. It isn't fair to you. That's what you're worried about? Only part of it. Don't dismiss my concerns, she said, and the anger in her own words surprised her. No, it's fine. It's cool. I get that there's stuff that you've got going on that you don't want to tell me about, Cruz said. Her breath caught in her throat at that. Had Marissa told him? Or had he figured it out? It wasn't like she hadn't left signs. He continued without a pause. I can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, but I'm not an idiot. And I'm not going to twist your arm to get you to share either. That's your stuff, and I'll figure you'll tell me in time, or you won't. It's not fair to you. Noelle knew she was repeating herself, but it was the only argument she could make. All the others would involve discussing other topics, her issues. And she couldn't bring herself to do that. Marissa knew, would keep quiet because she got it. Marissa knew, wouldn't bring it up, would back her up when needed. Noelle loved Carus, but she knew he wasn't so graceful. It would become something jarring, included on their everyday interactions. I'm not saying things have to be equitable or balanced or fair or anything like that. So who cares if things aren't fair? Carus asked. Don't do that! She could see his expression change to bewilderment at her reaction. He spread his arms, as if he were asking a question without opening his mouth. I'm being irrational, but that's the disease at work. It took her a long time to find the words. Someone said, a little while ago, Noelle spoke without looking at Carus, that I can't really forge a good relationship with others until I have a good relationship with myself. You don't? He asked. I think you're fantastic, if that counts for anything. The words stung, nettled her, as if they personified his lack of understanding. She said as much. You don't know me. I've been getting to know you some, and I have yet to see anything that's going to scare me away. She couldn't keep going down this road. Couldn't have an argument, or she'd let something slip. She stared at her feet. I don't think we should date. Okay, if you think that's for the best. But I need you to do me one thing. Look me in the eye as you tell me that. Noelle glanced up at him, then looked back down. She tried to find the words, but both brain and mouth failed her. Because, he went on, I think you've seemed happier than I've ever seen you since we started going out. Marissa said so too. It's a bad time for me, she thought, as if voicing the words in her head would let her utter them out loud. The wrong moment. Any earlier or later in my recovery. He continued, If you really feel like us dating is making things worse in the long run, then I'm perfectly okay with breaking it off. I can leave the club if that makes things easier on your end. It was your thing before it was mine, and you've got enough on your plate without being the team captain. I don't want you to leave the club, she said, meaning it. Okay, he said. He paused very deliberately. She didn't take the invitation to speak. He sighed. Listen, I get the feeling today is a bad day. Don't know why it is, but it is. And that happens. Fine. But I'm not willing to end this if it's just because the stars aligned wrong. So I'm asking you to tell me that you're worse off because we're together. Not asking for an explanation, just... Can't do this. Can't break it off. Not when he's being this good about it. Not when it's making both of us miserable. Never mind, she said, abrupt. I'll find another way. Never mind? Never mind. Can we forget this conversation happened? Sure, he said. Her feelings were a chaotic storm. Relief, quiet joy, fear, misery, self-loathing, panic. I'm not well, she thought. Want me to walk you home? His voice was gentle. She nodded mutely, unable to find the words to speak. A simple 5-word confession would simultaneously explain everything and spoil the tone of their relationship. She knew it, knew she was being irrational, that her recent relapse was making her that way, was making her nasty and emotional and unpredictable. How could he not notice? The way she picked at her food, the way Marissa got in her case about eating, The countless other clues? Yes, she'd been in recovery for much of the time they'd known each other, but hadn't he been paying attention? She simultaneously loved and hated him in that moment. He was the best thing in the world for her, and the worst thing in the world for her, both at the same time. And it wasn't fair to him, putting that on his shoulders. She was fighting with Eidolon. The realization startled her. She had been adrift in vivid memories, and she'd lost time. She sniffed, for lack of a better word, and found Skitter prone on the ground. Her tongue snatched the girl up, and she swallowed the girl anew. The taste and smell were right. Good. That spooked her. Her body wasn't making good decisions when it was on autopilot. Or at least, it wasn't making decisions she'd accept. Almost losing an undersider? No. She double-checked. Skitter, Gru, Regent, and the little space warper were safely ensconced inside her, each tucked away in neat little wombs, unconscious and helpless, and safe from the ongoing fighting. Why did you show me that? Why was that so important? There was no reply. Never a reply. Eidolon reached out with one hand, and she instinctively rushed out of the way. The gravity effect hit her, and she could feel her flesh tearing, feel the extremities ripping. Her ears, nose, lips, and all the little pieces of her monstrous lower half at her shoulders, the top of her head, the flesh above her spine on her lower half. The flesh was pulled down and away until it started to rip. Eidolon fell out of the air, hitting the ground hard. Noelle turned her head, saw Regent. Her Regent. He was only half-formed, one arm missing, the features of his face more like a fetus than a teenage boy. She smiled. Maybe her other half had made some good decisions. Her flesh was already knitting back together, everything shuffling into their proper places or shifting around to fill gaps. The fluid that welled from a bottomless source in her monstrous lower body bubbled up and coursed through her veins to supply the needed materials. The girl in white hit her again, striking the joint of one outstretched limb. Noelle swiped at the girl in midair with her other forelimb, came within inches of making contact. The ground underfoot shattered. Noelle leaped before the Tinker could repeat the effect of this and sink her into another sand trap. There was another explosion from beneath her. She leapt to avoid the worst of that one. She vomited in the direction of the Tinker, but he was anticipating the attack. He provoked an eruption of rock shards and dust midway between them. The bulk of the flying bodies and fluids were knocked off course by the plume of debris. With a third strike, he raised a barrier around himself. Two of the three bodies that hadn't been stopped by the debris were caught on the shards of pavement. One suffered a broken back. The other hit the edge of the fragment with enough force that his stomach was ripped open. The third flew over the barrier. The Tinker caught it with a punch, and the pile driver in his gauntlet extended twice in an instant, punching two neat holes through his upper body. He didn't even wait for the body to hit the ground before striking and creating another fissure that extended beneath the barrier and beneath her. She leapt out of the way before it opened wide enough to catch her or one of her feet. It was bad timing. She had been distracted by the recent vision. Eidolon hit her square on with another gravity attack. Her flesh was savaged and split. She was almost immobilized under the force of it. If the Tinker used his power now... Trickster broke Eidolon's contact with the gravity field by teleporting him. The hero reacted in an instant, releasing a half-dozen blue sparks from each hand. They grew until they were 3 feet across, crackling with electricity, moving at a walking pace as they slowly homed in on Trickster. He had to teleport to avoid the closest one. Only some of the orbs followed him to his new destination, the others remaining where they were. Noelle opened fire on the Tinker. 2 streams of vomit, each one directed to one side of him. She considered vomiting on the electric orbs, then thought twice about it. Trickster teleported again, trying to maintain distance, but Eidolon had created more of the sparks, and the things were spreading out evenly across the battlefield, moving closer to Trickster if he got within 10 paces of them. It threatened to hamper her own movements too, Noelle noted. Eidolon raised a hand in Trickster's direction, and Trickster was quick to teleport away. The gravity slam hit one of Noelle's creations instead. Trickster wound up within 2 paces of one orb, and had to scramble back before it touched him. Noelle looked at him, remembered the scene from her most recent memory. In this moment, with so many other people to be angry at, So many others to hate. She didn't feel that bottomless resentment for Trickster that she'd experienced ever since the transformation started. It wasn't you, she thought. I keep saying it was your fault. It wasn't. She was already moving towards him as the thought came to her. I blamed you for giving me the elixir, the potion, whatever you call it. But it was me. I heard you guys talking about how the people who drank the stuff were supposed to get tested for psychiatric issues. I didn't tell you the Simurg showed me visions of my worst days, of my relapses, my lowest points. That she drove me into a state where I was reluctant to take the full dose, eager for a compromise. She started running. I knew all this, and if I'd only had the courage to say it, maybe this all would have gone a different way. Oh, the irony, that this is what she'd become. She crashed into the first of the lightning orbs. She felt the current surge inside her, settle in her bones, latent. A heartbeat later, every single orb that Eidolon had cast out flashed with visible arcs of electricity, striking her. The energy ripped through her, stripping flesh from around the bone of her arms, her ribs, her spine, and the larger bones of her lower body. The electricity surged to the ground and out of the top of her head, stabbing toward the sky in a visible lightning strike. Noelle staggered, touched one hand to her face, where the flesh had been distorted by the strike, separated from the bone so it hung down. Large patches of her hair at the crown of her head burned away. The ends of her fingers where she'd touched the orbs were blasted away, revealing bone. She could feel it growing back, flesh knitting together. Even this wasn't enough to kill her. She touched another, and it was worse, drawing on the residual energy from the first contact. The third was worse still. She complained of the sheer heat of this body before, but this, it was a heat and a pain that was on an inhuman level, transcendent. Were she regular Noelle? Noelle without the powers? Without the monstrous lower half and warped brain? Even a tenth of this would be enough to knock her out, stop her heart from the sheer intensity of it. On contact with the fourth orb, her frontmost legs collapsed under her, with everything within a half-foot of the major bones being rendered into little more than ash. There was nothing to connect flesh to bone, and she toppled. She roared, and for perhaps the second time in the past hour, both she and her monstrous half were in agreement. With her other legs, she pushed herself forward, and extended one of her long tongues for the orbs closest to Trickster, to Karus. She screamed in pain and fury as it ripped through her. Another bolt stabbed toward the sky. Too much damage, too fast. She wasn't healing fast enough. A series of lightning strikes nearby marked the death of some of her clones. Eidolon was there too, at the end of the street. The glow beneath his hood and sleeves was almost blue in the reflected luminescence of the 20 or 30 orbs that hovered around him. A further 20 or 30 orbs were spread out over their immediate surroundings. The others. The Tinker had created short walls of stone to shield himself, and the girl in white. The rest of the battlefield consisted of other bodies and other fallen. Eidolon spoke into his wrist. Noelle realized that there were other capes nearby when they each came to a stop, resting on rooftops and behind cover a few blocks away. Short of Eidolon, there was nobody for Trickster to swap himself with, and given that Eidolon had so many orbs in his immediate vicinity, no. Trickster swapping himself for Eidolon wasn't an option. Her other half hated him, and she was realizing just how much her monstrous body had been influencing her without her knowledge. Now that her emotions were all pointed to this one individual, this one target, it left her feelings toward everyone else at almost normal level. Her feelings for Karus, her hatred of the Undersiders, her anger at Coil, each had been twisted, magnified, warped. "If he doesn't know the gravity attack, I'm kinda dead," Trickster said. "He won't," Noelle rasped. "He'd knock those orbs out of the air, and he's counting on them to destroy me. They probably will." As some of her tendons and ligaments knit together, she got 2 legs under her and positioned herself as close to Trickster as she could without touching him, shielding him from the orbs that were approaching at a crawling pace. "I'm sorry," Trickster said. Noelle couldn't bring herself to reply. She wanted to say she was sorry too, that his apology was unnecessary, but a kind of indignant rage was rising deep within her, threatening to overwhelm her. All of it was directed at Eidolon. And in the midst of that rage, she felt a killing instinct she hadn't experienced before. Even coming this far, she'd never wanted to kill. She wanted the Undersiders dead, yes. She'd tried to kill people, but a part of her had always held back from wanting to kill, from wishing to carry out the act of murder herself, to execute this man who sought to end her existence. It wasn't her desire. Not really. It was her body's. "You want to kill?" she asked. "You really think you can fight your way through this?" "What?" Trickster asked. "What are you talking about?" "Not talking to you," she thought. "I have 2 conditions. Don't harm Trickster, and make it a nice memory this time." Then she let her defenses down. Her other self took over, and it wasn't her memory that she experienced. Some of the others departed early. Others were ready to depart soon after arrival. Still others, this one included, were to wait. They were one. They were all. A collective, a single entity, 1,000,000,000 times 1,000,000,000 entities, each with a function in the whole, each with a role in the cycles, each with an individual identity. As one, they traveled. The distance was immeasurable, the passage of a time impossible to convey. There was no standard, for there were realms they traveled where time and space operated on different levels. For all, their own kind was the only standard, the only thing that remained relatively static through the cycles. When they met their own kind, they shared with each other. When a new cycle was carried out, everything of the parent was born by their spawn. When the collective moved toward their destination, they operated as a whole to decipher it, to pick apart the permutations, see the futures and the possibilities. But for this one entity, which existed as part of the whole, there was a target within that destination. When it came time for this one to depart, it would seek out a particular individual. It would bond with that individual. This one would fragment itself if others met the criteria. If there was time and opportunity enough, then it would move to better candidates, younger and more able ones with a greater ability to affect the cycle. This one would wait until the time was right, and then it would activate, come into the identity and the role that had been ingrained into its being, all to serve this cycle. With the help of the collective, this one would see its objective, a single living being. This one encoded that being, the time and place in its very makeup. It would be ready. Noelle's eyes went wide. It wasn't me. Whatever her body was, the intelligence and purpose that lurked inside her other half, whatever these powers were, it had all gone to the wrong person. Gone to the wrong person, askew from the beginning, then twisted further by her own psychological issues, messed up by the fact that she'd only taken half a dose. The realization and the confusion that came with the vision were compounded as she stared at her surroundings. Her minions surrounded her, 2 copies of Trickster, a skinny girl with long dark hair, covering herself with her arms in a carpeting of rodents. Skitter. A Gru, a Regent, 2 blondes who would be copies of the girl in white, 4 of the civilians, and one she didn't recognize as any of the civilians she'd absorbed, the Tinker. 8 of them in all. Her flesh was knitting together, wounds as bad as the ones before, and worse ones. Eidolon had apparently wanted to spare her captives, because the electricity had only affected her flesh as it surrounded her bones. He had selected that power with their safety in mind. And there he was, in front of her, Eidolon, on his knees, covered in bile and blood.
"Why?"
he asked in an eerie, distorted voice. "You want to know why I did this? Where would I start? Why would I even tell you when you tried to kill me? Kill Trickster?" She was breathing too hard to respond, even with her nearly bottomless stamina.
"Why isn't it working?"
he asked. She had to stop for breath. "I don't care. Whatever it is."
"I was supposed to get stronger, and there's nothing. Nothing at all to reach for.
She turned, saw Trickster on his hands and knees, covered in the fluids of her vomit. You weren't supposed to hurt him. You're supposed to give me a nice vision, for that matter, she thought.
Why?
Eidolon asked. I don't care, she said again. She took a deep breath before speaking again, though there was little point, when it was this entire body that was so drained. It's your choice. We can continue this fight, and my creatures run. They do whatever damage they can, and it's weeks before you find every last one. Or you let me go. Eidolon struggled to his feet.
Let you go?
3 Undersiders down, 3 to go. Then I give myself up. Deal stands.
What's to say you keep that promise?
Nothing. But you don't have another choice, do you? Eidolon didn't respond. I'll even let you call in reinforcements, she offered.
Your knight in shining armor took it.
Eidolon spoke.
The wristband I use for communications.
Noel turned to Trickster, and he extended one hand, holding out one of the wristband displays. Noel took it. Her skitter was watching, looking concerned. Don't fucking look at me! Noel spat the words at her minion. Her skitter turned her eyes to the ground. Trickster said you thrived on this kind of impossible fight. Prove it, or die horribly. I don't care. Her skitter looked up and smiled, lopsided. Half the girl's face was paralyzed. Noelle realized. She wondered if the real skitter had spaces between each of her teeth like that, or the gnarled twist of a nose. Noelle turned back to Eidolon, waited for his decision.
Okay,
he intoned. She gave him a curt nod. Tentatively, Eidolon slid the armband into place and pressed a button.
Requesting reinforcements from my location. In bad shape. Need to mop up some clones.
Her regent said something she couldn't make out. He talked as though his tongue were too large for his mouth. He had more muscles than fit on his frame, stretching his skin almost comically tight. It was easy to believe the problem extended to the inside of his mouth. And they let me pass uncontested, she said. He spoke into the armband again.
Do not engage target Echidna.
Understood. A woman's voice came from the armband. Echidna? Noelle asked.
One of the PR team members coined it,
Eidolon said. He was eyeing her minions warily.
Said he had a 3-year-old girl called Noelle. Didn't want to associate her with something like you.
What was his last name? Eidolon gave her a wary look.
Meinhardt.
Okay, Noelle said. Then she turned to run, leaving Trickster behind. Her nose led her to the remaining Undersiders. Back home, insofar as she had one. The same place where she'd been kept contained for weeks. Coil's headquarters. Surfacing from her dream, she temporarily supplanted the killer instinct that was demanding Eidolon's head. Now that she was closer, her thoughts were afire with thoughts of revenge. And that killer instinct was welling up again. The idea that she'd maybe had the chance to get back to normal, that her friends had maybe been close to going home, that the Undersiders had taken it all away, it made her want to scream, to inflict punishments worse than death on them. Her vision from before lingered. The entity, the thing that was taking her over, that had made her a monster. It had an identity now. She wouldn't say it had a face, but that was no longer a vague, malevolent force now. Part of her felt sympathetic for it, because this thing that shared her body had been wronged by some nebulous circumstance. In that, at least, they were kindred. Another part of her was just bewildered. The memory it had shared with her was so vast. It changed everything. Had left her feeling like her problems were so small, so minuscule. Even this fight, this her revenge, in a way it felt artificial, false. It's not my world, she thought. It's almost like a game, killing characters in some false, barbaric setting. If she felt like she was any more in sync with it now, did that mean she'd lost ground in her perpetual war with the entity, her other half? So much ground lost, so fast, in the heat of this battle? She shook her head. Focus. The tunnels that Coyle had used to move his trucks in and out of the base had been collapsed, and it had been recent. She could smell the smoke from the explosives. She spat out a vista, then another, and another, until she had one that could give her a way in, shrinking the rubble and expanding the corridor. In her restlessness, unable to shake the idea that her sanity was slipping away by moment, she pushed her way through the last length of the rubble, absorbing it into herself and spitting it out behind her, moving as though she were a very thick fluid. Even her bones dissolved when needed. The only thing that slowed her down were the capes she'd stormed within herself. Each of the 3 Undersiders, the Tinker, and the Girl in White. She'd used her strength to wedge gaps sufficient to squeeze the individual organs through. She brute-forced her way through the last few feet of the barrier, and paced her way into the interior, the ground shaking with her footfalls. The vault door was still open, crumbled, and the entire interior was lit only by red emergency lights. Tattletale was on the metal walkway, hands gripping the railing. Bitch was on the ground, with no less than 7 dogs around her, each of varying size. Noelle could smell the Protectorate and Ward members moving towards her location. She was put in mind of the memory her entity had granted her only a little while ago, on the night her team had passed the qualifiers for Nationals. She'd passed the point of no return, and now the enemy forces were collapsing in on her. She smiled a little. She'd almost thank Tattletale for this, if she weren't so eager to rend the girl limb from limb, to wipe the smile from her face and hear her screams. All that aside, Noelle hadn't felt more like herself in a long time, and she had these circumstances to thank. This difference between this scenario and that one, really, was the reinforcements were minutes away. This fight wouldn't last that long. Well then, Tattletale grinned. Her tightening grip on the railing betrayed the emotion she was trying to hide. Come on, do your worst.
Hi, this is Meg. You just finished listening to a chapter from Arc 18, Queen, from the web serial Worm by J.C. McCrae. This production is brought to you by the Worm Audiobook Project. If you would like to know more about us or to volunteer your own services, please check us out at audioworm.rain-online.org. You can download or listen to every chapter directly from our site, or you can find us on iTunes or any podcast app under Worm Audiobook. Thank you for listening.